Excellent. She's screaming again. Good evening, one and all, and welcome to Battle Streams in Middle Earth. This is, of course, our regular series of Battle Streams in Middle Earth still. So, happy Friday, one and all. And if you are in there and watching along, if someone could be so kind as to let us know that the audio is working. I can see our faces on the internet, Larry.
Yep.
I believe that bodes well. All that we need is one of those kind BSIMEs out there. Is that you? Is that your tab I can hear?
Oh, have I not muted it?
You have not
Yes.
muted it. You have not muted it, my friend. It's a disaster straight off the bat. There we go. I can hear sound and video works. We are live and kicking. Yes, and good from Frederick Shaw's. Excellent. So indeed, welcome one and all to Battle Streams in Middle Earth. It's Friday. It's the weekend. God knows I need it. This is, of course, our regular stream where we take a little walk down memory lane with the aid of this dear lady, the Dixie Partwork Battle Games in Middle Earth. But Larry, have you ever noticed any correlation between the title of this and the title of the stream?
Well, they're completely unrelated.
Well, actually, if you notice, we actually just changed the word games to the word streams.
You should point that out more often. I think you probably missed it.
Yeah. So, I'm joined once again by Larry Miller. We don't need to introduce him. I imagine people want to hear about you and from you, but I don't think we know of Larry now. Even if we don't understand him, but we will be here and hanging out and having fun with you throughout this fine Friday evening. If you are new here, we take a look through an issue of this DXD's Partwork, and we have a look through the painting guides, the modelling guides, and the battle report, and just see what the state of the game was like. And then we hang out together and we paint together, because the point of Battle Games in Middle Earth, streams. Oh, nice mug, Larry. Was to help you. Clear your backlog. So the idea being that we would hang out together and paint something, not because you need to paint something or you've got something for an own, but because it's fun to paint things and painting is fun. And so we thought every week we'd come up with something to paint. Good news update! I've got a tech update for you, Larry. My fan has kicked in for the first time in ages, so I think it's going to be an ambient sea noise in Middle Earth. I think that was the call last time. So I wonder how that's coming across. It's like the return of an old friend, hearing my fan kicking in. There's absolutely nothing I can do beyond resetting the computer, which would be disastrous for the stream. So I believe last time this happened, everyone went, "It's all right. It's quite soothing, actually." So let's see how that works. Maybe it's because it's so bloody hot. But yeah, we all wanted to hang out and paint something purely for the fun of it. Larry, how do we decide what to paint, though?
Well, we always go with a theme based on the issue that we are looking at. And for this week, it's this guy.
Oh, but a spot of Lego. You love to see it. That's the LSR minifig. Now, if my Lego knowledge doesn't fail me, I believe that figure is only available in the Black Gate Lego set. It's a pretty exclusive minifig.
I fortunately got into the Lego Lord of the Rings stuff, not when it was actually out. I missed that, but there was a sweet spot where the second-hand prices weren't that. They're like, you could get things new but out of print. They didn't go crazy until recently.
So did you get the Black Gate, or did you just get him?
I got the Black Gate, so I've got the.
Very cool. I don't have that one, but indeed, this week, look at him there, this big kingly face. It was Aragorn week. It's not the Return of the King special. It's an Aragorn issue, and we got Elisar, specifically Elisar. Oh, where is he? Got the Elisar on foot. Bizarrely, getting the Aragorn Elisar on foot after the Aragorn Elisar on horse in the magazine. Because the horsey one came with the Return of the King special. So, So what we'd normally do is hang out together and paint Aragorn together. But we've done that. And we've done that to great aplomb. Because, I don't know if you remember, Larry, the last time we had an Aragorn stream was episode 83 for issue 61, 17 issues ago. And do you know what happened?
Were certain records broken?
Were indeed. He is our champion. He was our record holder. 51 people around the world painted Aragorns on that night, my friend. And that was in June 2023. So coming up for 2 years ago. And he's never been beaten. And if I'm honest, he's never been close to being beaten. So we had Aragorn. And we were like, well, I don't think he needs to challenge himself. But also, we've done an Aragorn stream, relatively recently, so we thought we'd spread things out a little bit and allow more people in, because the theme of this issue, as you can actually see from the two pictures at the Crack of Doom and down here, is the theme is actually the end of all things. And so, do you remember what the theme is? What the entry requirements are?
It was any named hero in the appropriate gear for the Black Gate.
Indeed. And how would we tell if they're at the Black Gate, Larry?
We were going by the scenario list from Quest the Ringbearer.
The beautiful, now redundant supplement Quest the Ringbearer, which allows you to have Frodo, Sam, Elisar, Gandalf the White, Legolas, woo woo, Gimli, Meriadoc, Knight of the Mark, Peregrine Guard of the Citadel, Éomer, and the Mouth of Sauron and Gollum. And we allowed the Mordor Troll Chieftain, because there's only one of them, and he's so iconic, just so iconic. So any of those, and we also said that you had to be painting them in the right gear, the correct war gear. So it has to be Elisar, not Strider. It has to be Gandalf the White, not Gandalf the Grey. It has to be Merry and Pippin in their armoured gear. Any others you want to point out, Larry? You're the king of the pedants.
And can you paint Sauron as long as you CGI a troll over him?
That's a strong start. Is that your bonus entry? Our bonus dice entry. Get a Sauron model and CGI a troll chieftain on top of him. Larry Miller showing off some hot behind the scenes knowledge there. So that's the deal, and we'll hang out together, and we'll chat, and we'll look through the magazine, and we'll chat about the stuff that's happened in the hobby. In the last few weeks, whatever else we've been up to, and so on and so forth, and just hopefully provide you with some entertainment on this fine Friday evening.
Indeed.
We also want to hear from you, so that we know what you're working on and what your sustenance is. So, Larry, how do they, assuming that they are working on anything tonight, painting anything, how do they get involved in the stream?
They can post in a thread, a whip thread, as it were, that should have gone up.
Of course it went up. Of course it went up. Have you finished your sentence?
Yes.
I think historically you would tell them where the thread is.
Oh, on the GBHL Facebook page.
Indeed. Yeah, so post on there what you're working on. And what else should they be posting on there, as well as their models, Larry?
Snacks, relevant and possibly non-relevant memes.
Absolutely, we want to know what sustenance you have to get you through tonight. So, Larry, first up, is there an Aragorn in your future?
Yes. So, I've actually got... He's not relevant for the entry, but I've got the Aragorn that I started on that record-breaking theme and didn't get very far on.
Oh, is that 3 Hunters Aragorn?
Yeah, so I plan to do him up as like Strider Aragorn, so like without an elven cloak.
What a really weird twist. I was planning on thinking of kind of going to be doing that Aragorn myself this year.
But then also, I was going to work on Pippin. I've got somewhere over there that I also started on a stream, but Sean reminded me in the Patreon chat that there's that guy.
Éomer, lovely.
Who I'm planning to start painting. Remember how painful painting Rohan armor is, and then give up.
I noticed you've got Éomer on horse there.
Oh, I've got the foot one as well.
I was going to say, we presumably we wouldn't allow a model on horse, right?
Ooh.
And as ever, you're in charge, and I don't use those words lightly. I've been given the guest host to judge, but in the correct war gear, I believe a horse is a war gear, isn't it?
Yeah. The awkward thing is, though, they are on a horse at the start of the scene.
Okay, all right. They're not in the scenario though. Well, let's deal with that in 3 hours, shall we?
Yes.
You might want to play it safe by painting foot models. And what sustenance do you have to get you through this fine evening of frivolity?
Yes. So I went down to the co-op. Annoyingly, I had the idea for the best stream snack too late, and I couldn't find one in the co-op.
What was the best stream snack?
I want to go with a Black Forest Gate-O.
That would be good. It's strong. It's impressive.
But instead, I've got Thornton's Brownie Bites.
Thornton's Brownie Bites. Blackgate.
And I couldn't not get...
Oh, nice bit of Galaxy. Lovely, lovely to see it.
The superior version of Worlds.
I think everyone knows you're wrong about that, but whatever. And of course, I feel like I have to explain for the benefit of the viewers and for you and for Jens. You haven't got any mainland European stream snacks because
no,
I didn't send you any. I failed you, I'm afraid. I didn't send you the care package of Jens's sweets that I've been sending out, so apologies for that. This stream has been super late, and I'm extraordinarily stressed at the moment, as we'll probably get to at some point. Hence why the link was made this morning and why the kind of promo round and the comms went out about 2 hours ago. And I did not manage to get anything to Larry, so apologies to you for that, my friend. But yeah, so that's that. Anything else over
there? No, just that. Well, then orange juice, tropical juice. I think actually tropical juice
in a mug.
Yes,
but juice rather than squash.
It's like a tropical juice that you like dilute up.
That's a squash.
Yeah, it says juice on the bottle.
Marvellous. For me, I have my standard cup of tea. I need to get into this because it's going to get extremely hot for quite soon. I've got a bit of Easter egg. I thought it was only right. We got some Easter egg left, so I've got some classic Cadbury's Easter egg to get through. I've got a Twinkie. Authentic American Twinkie. I've got 2 left from the last batch. And I thought to really shove it in your face, I've got from Jens's box, I've got a Holly Original. Now, the reason I pulled this out is because there's only one of these, so I can't split this with people. I've been trying to divide things up so we can eat the same things on stream. But there's only one of these, so I figure I'm never going to be able to eat this with anyone, so I might as well eat it now. So this is a Den Original Holly Bar Sieden 1957. The original Holly Bar since 1957, I think. Med feed Frank's Nougat Caramel og Ristede Halsennodder. That's got to be nugget and caramel and some Halsennodder, I think. Hazelnut?
Maybe?
Overtruck it. Med Cocolada. Midichlorians, maybe? Or something chocolate. It sounds like it's going to be a nuggety, caramelly barry. So let's find out. In we go. Oh! I know what that is. Look at that. That look like anything to you? That look like anything to you?
Yeah, is it? Well, I'm not too up on. Is it Snickers? It's
a good shout.
It's one of those ones I don't eat.
It's somewhere between a Snickers and a Mars.
Huh.
It's like a Mars with nuts on it. And caramel, which probably makes it a Snickers. But the texture is more like a Mars. It's nice. There we go. So there we go. Those are my snacks. I've got a beer for later because it's the weekend. And I feel like we need it. And that is it.
I figured out the I am a horse conundrum.
Go on then. Well done.
I am a horse only allowed if you've converted him to have Mary.
Is Miri on his horse in the... Oh, yeah, at the back gate.
Yeah, because Aemma's got Mary, Gandalf's got Pippin, but no staff. And Legolas has Gimli.
We'll allow Gandalf the White with staff, though, won't we?
Ooh.
Because that's not an option. I think it would be mean to ask people to cut off their staffs.
Why? Yeah, that's the question.
In terms of what I'm working on, I feel quite disappointed with myself, to be honest, because I have this. I have Elisar mounted, because last time when we did Return King special and we got Elisar mounted, I couldn't be asked to paint the horse, so I did Elisar on foot. And as you can see, this guy's cleaned up, he's been green stuffed, and he's had the stuff, the sand and all that glued down in preparation for this very stream for months. I found him, I got him out of the case about 3 months ago, and he was assembled ready like that. I did him about a year ago, 2 years ago, so maybe at the same time I did the other LSR, all ready to go. I haven't bloody undercoated him. He's been sitting on the desk for 2 weeks now, undercoated, and I'd probably rather spray undercoat him. And so poor dear sweet Elisar has been waiting for this stream and might not actually get any work done on him. So that means I have to work on my BSIME Gondor army. And I've got 4 Rangers. I've got 4 Rangers of Middle Earth, the metal ones, which have been on my kind of... I haven't been painting a lot recently, and they've been on my desk for ages, and I need to get them off, so I can finish them. They've only got 1 colour left to go, and then the base rooms. So I'm hoping to finish them. I think that'll be a good evening's work if I can get those guys finished. So I think I'm going to do that rather than starting a new LSR.
In relation to what you were saying, I've dug out from a previous some doubles tournament.
So Gandalf, is this going to be? Oh, it's a Gandalf the White. Is that going two-handed? Is that an Elrond conversion of some sort?
No, it's just Gandalf the White, just with the staff arm cut off, and then yeah, just converted to be two-handed.
Very, very cool. Is that when you did Black Gate? Is that right? You did Sam and Frodo going up the mountain?
That was when me and Tom Macklin had all foot Black Gate, all hero, and then we had Sam and Frodo and Gollum climbing up the hill.
Very cool, very cool, very cool. But yeah, I think Gandalf the White will be allowed, even if he has his staff. I think that's acceptable, because he can't actually not have his staff in his profile, can he?
Well, he can now.
Can he?
Yeah. New Black Gate Legion. Well, army, whatever you call it now.
Oh, I see, in the army list, got you. Right, okay, cool. Well, I don't know. I think we'll allow that. I think that's okay. But it's obviously going to go, oh, it's going to kick off, isn't it? With, oh, well, that's okay. Why isn't this okay? That sort of thing. But what can we do, Mr. Miller? What can we do? So there we go. Larry, do you want to do us the honour of jumping into the chat and seeing who's in?
Oh, yeah. Let's... Right. We start with Frederick Schultz. Another Miller stream. Amazing. Hello there. Joe Holzman, good evening, everyone. Matt Hudson, hello there. Michael Dublé, evening all. Yes, it is. Frederick Schultz on Fluffing Time. What is this new devilry? How little he knew.
Fluffing Time?
Yes.
Whatever you're into.
Sam Huddy, hey all. Larry's probably just crisping up his glass chicken before we start. Hey, I don't eat glass by choice. I just have a higher tolerance for the likelihood of glass in food than most people do.
You did eat glass by choice, though. You did choose to eat the chicken that probably contained glass. That's eating glass by choice.
Well, I didn't know it had it. This is the high likelihood that it did.
That's enough.
I thought it was worth the risk. Ricky Drinks Paints. Good evening, everyone. Best part of the month. Always look forward to the streams.
Ah, that's nice.
Felix Schultz, crispy glass coming to the whip thread. Oh, you eat glass one time and...
It's weird how it sticks, isn't
it? Per Reels Dam, good evening all. Sean Clark, good evening. Good to see Larry back. Tom Turtle, oi oi. Sean Clark, 2008, they're late.
That was I think Larry will attest, that was the fault of my daughter, who at 2005, I believe it was, when we were feeling pretty good about ourselves, decided to start screaming like a banshee.
Good fun. Desto the Dexterous, Houstonian greetings all. Frederick Schultz, the Not Piano House has started. That's part of the stream. Matt Hudson, a stream is never late. Frederick Schultz, it arrives precisely when Larry has consumed his daily ration of nutrients, brackets glass. Tom Turtle, what time do you call this? Let the Lord of the BSIME land come forth. That should be said in a slightly Irish accent, shouldn't it?
The Lord of the Black Land come forth, and have justice be done upon him.
Ashley Fisher, good evening. Joe Kelly, just popping on to say hello to you all fine folks. Sadly, my commitment to my kids' sports teams is crushing my BSIME viewing these days, and my hobby time in general. Have a great stream. We'll watch on catch up as always. Felix Schultz, sound and video works.
Whoop, whoop.
We are live and kicking.
That was a great show.
Yes, good. Both work well. Slight echo though. Now muted, it's fine. Weird, there's no like insulting comments this week about the sound check. Jack Zalowski. Good evening, everyone. Can't stay very long tonight. So planning on building a Gandalf the White I got in a made to order.
Very cool.
Hopefully he's cutting the staff off. Frederick Schultz, you don't have to understand him to experience the Miller. A phenomenon, a meme. Thank you. Jack Brown, Larry's a known unknown. Frederick Schultz, a curiosity, a legend. Steve Ryan, evening. Frederick Schultz, a person, question mark. I'm getting mixed compliments and
it's a mixed review, isn't it? Would you describe yourself as a person, do you think? Are you a person, do you think?
I think so. I can identify all the squares containing traffic lights.
That's all you need, really. That's all you need. I am not a robot.
Coach Schultz, ambient sea noise in Middle Earth. Asnime.
I'll give you a fan update. The fan has died down on my end. It's a significantly quieter fan, which I wasn't necessarily expecting it to do.
Fun fact, it once got really hot one summer, and I had my dodgy old laptop, and in order to get it to actually work, I had to get, those ice cube, like fake ice cube things that have the water inside that you freeze and then you can put them in drinks. I had to have my laptop propped up on wood and have those under the really hot part and have to keep shuffling them out every so often.
Like a reverse barbecue.
Yes.
A barbecue.
Where were we? Joe Holzman, I'm working on LSR foot and mounted, but I can already tell I'm going to be giving up on painting soon. The paint's drying on my wet palette before I can get it on my brush. Oh, I haven't thought about that.
It is hot.
Frederick Schultz, 2 more silly Larry comments and Holzman will do a Sauron type troll hybrid, I'm telling you. Do it. Matt Hudson, Crosby is mocking up a scene in Photoshop now for his Sauron model.
No, I don't believe Photoshop will class as CGI. I'm afraid.
Michael Dublé, very happy for a stream tonight. Been a very long and hot first week back at work after paternity leave. Oh God, it's jumped.
I think I might be doing this. I think Dublé got congratulations on the last stream, didn't he? I'm trying to think. Was it 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago? It was 3 weeks ago can't remember.
Ooh. I remember it coming up on the chat. I can't remember if it came up on the stream. But congratulations if we haven't said it on stream.
I was trying to find the date. April 4th. April 4th.
The last one.
No, it's after. Is that right?
Yeah.
No, it's before. No, it's before. I think we've said congratulations.
Yeah, we must have had a stream before that.
But to hell with it. Congratulations again to you and Phoebe on the arrival of little Sebastian. Wonderful news all around.
Indeed. I found my place, now I've lost it again.
No, what, in life? Or?
Oh, there we go. Josh Coles, evening guys. I'm afraid I'm staying up on my own boring theme tonight. More boring Finecast elves. Completed both Thranduils this week, so that'll give me the motivation to get over the line soon.
Very cool.
Frodo Schultz, not allowing Aomer on horse, only on foot. What about the third variant, Aomer in bin? Matt Hudson, I can feel Frederick's disappointment in that accent.
That's hurtful.
Frederick, I don't even speak Danish, but I think I had a stroke listening to that.
Hey! Hey!
That could be really bad or really good. Frederick Schultz, a stroke is generally regarded as a bad experience. Tom Turtle, I heard someone text into Radio 1 this week about enjoying boiled pasta in cold milk with sugar on top. Was this Larry? And if not, what is his reaction to opinion on this snack?
I feel like I would know your... Can I guess your reaction to that?
Yes.
You wouldn't enjoy the combination of the liquid with the food.
Yes.
I suspect you would... You probably find the taste combo delicious, but you would like to eat plain boiled pasta next to a bowl of milk, next to a small dish of sugar you could eat with a spoon.
Yes.
Have I nailed it?
Yes.
But never the triple shall meet.
The post, Sam Huddy. Yes, the Larry Tom end of all things army, where James and I got Gollum instantly killed by Sam and put us into an unknown territory for where that then goes.
Do you want to talk about that little theme you did, that little idea, what you were doing?
Yeah, so basically we had as part of our army Frodo, Sam, and Gollum, but they never engaged the opponent's army in any way. They just spent the whole game climbing up a little mountain that Tom had made while we did all of the relevant lines at the different bits. And then, so if it goes according to plan, Frodo would put the ring on, fight Gollum, be wounded, and then Gollum would go to the edge, Frodo would go and fight him, win, Gollum will back off and fall off and die. But it didn't often always go according to plan. So I think on their one, Sam had to... he couldn't throw it in for him, but he could throw him in. So I think Sam just had to throw Frodo in.
Like the line?
Yes.
I can't throw it in for you. I can throw you in with it.
The stupidest one was the last game. I think it was the last game, where we came up against Camille and... Jay, and they had the Fellowship, so they decided to get their Frodo, Sam, and Gollum, and do the same thing on our mountains. We had two.
What, like a race? It's a race.
We're going to mention Rat Race every single time.
It's always good to get our shared love of Rat Race into a stream, isn't it?
Yeah.
That sounds like an excellent tournament.
I can't remember if that was the one. I think that was the one immediately after the year that didn't happen.
I think did it not happen for 2 years? Am I misremembering that? Did we not miss 2 for COVID?
You could be right, actually. I mean, there's only be 2 post-COVID ones, which I think would be... No!
No? I grant
No,
you,
there
this
must
feels like
have been
something I should
3.
know.
There must have been 3 because I remember the list that me and Tom planned that got postponed by 2020. And I remember us deciding not to do it for the next one, which was when we did that one. And then me and Kieran did the Breaking of the Fellowship with sticks.
Stick.
And then I did the Bellwinter with the wolves.
I think what I might be getting confused of is I think it got cancelled twice. I think it got
it got pushed back, didn't it?
It got pushed back to like, I don't know, September or something, and then it got cancelled again. So we might have only missed 1 year, but the event was kind of called off twice, if that makes sense.
So I remember saying that in 2021 it should have been 77 Stones 2020, like the Olympics was, where I just ignored the year for some reason.
Yeah.
Right, where were we?
You're talking about the golem and the mountain and such.
Joe Holzman, I don't eat glass by choice. Not eating it was a choice, Lawrence. I don't see how that could have possibly gone. I'd had to have used up more chicken. I mean,
yes.
You
say I don't see how that could have gone, and then you very clearly explain how you would have got around the situation incredibly easily.
Yeah, that would have been a waste. Good chicken. Good partially glassed chicken. Julian Hammond, evening guys, painting along tonight, but not on theme. Gundabad Orcs in progress.
Lovely.
Sam, spoilers. Frodo says no. Sam says, I can't throw it in for you, Mr. Frodo, but I can throw you. Frodo survives the fall and slowly burns to death as Sam goes to the prancing pony for a crafty one.
That's nice.
Ah, that was the one we were on the Brie board.
Good board, that.
That was the whole plan for that game, was to climb up the hill, climb up the mountain, throw in the ring, go to the prancing pony, order a pint, wait for it all to blow over.
It's a good plan.
Michael Dublé, what is more funny, Larry eating glass jokes or Harry drummer jokes? I think the second one, because it annoys someone that's not me.
But one of them's a joke, and well, I suppose you both do it, don't it? You eat glass and he does drum. It's tricky. Good. That's a good question. That.
Well, Tom Turtle, that's a genuinely awesome conversion, Larry. Thank you. Always pose at the top of my wish list after we appeared in that pose on the White Dwarf cover launching Warbands books.
I remember. I know exactly what he's talking about.
The funny thing is that I think of that pose not from that White Dwarf cover. I do remember that White Dwarf. I remember it from the Middle-earth Jigsaw book that I had as a kid.
Of course. Don't we all?
But it's actually surprisingly easy to do because the way he's standing is not too far off it. So it wasn't too much resculpting that went into it, if I remember correctly. Joe Holzman, I thought it was already established that Larry is not a robot. He's in fact an alien.
Wasn't it? What was my thesis? That you are a robot, because it would actually explain a lot if you were. Wasn't it in the last stream you were on where I was like, if you were actually a really good robot because you're so close to being like a real human, but you're obviously something's not right there.
I can even read that fancy weird squiggly text, so that ruins the opening.
That's the Turing test, isn't it?
Calvin Steele's Larry, a phenomenon, a meme, a psychologist's wet dream.
That sounds like there's a good song in that, I think. Lovely to have Cal in.
Tempted to say bonus dice entry for writing that song, just to watch Joshua Crosby try and write a song.
I think the bonus entries have to be for, in some way, thematic hobby concepts rather than just like we can't start allowing just people to write songs and get extra dice draws.
Joe Hosman, it was before last stream because Parker couldn't remember the name all night. Michael Dublé. Yes, I do remember that actually now. Michael Dublé, it came up on the stream. I got my I got a party popper and everything.
Oh, that's cool.
Sam, I can't paint anything tonight. It's all packed away for the move. But good news is that I am, and James is almost done for some doubles tournament.
Very nice, very nice.
I haven't started yet, but I've done a lot of thinking.
I think given that we haven't got other topics, I think a kind of like what have we been up to will come up, and we might mention some doubles tournament a bit later.
Indeed. Tom Turtle, more hot behind the scenes trivia. Larry Miller was M. Night Shyamalan's first choice to play Mr. Glass in the 2000 superhero film Unbreakable, but lost out to the role due to salmonella poisoning. Huh.
Imagine that. Imagine eating glass chicken and it being the salmonella that gets you rather than the glass. Sam says that 2020 and 2021 was sunk for some doubles tournament, I believe. I'm sure me and Tom did one. Well, that would be three. Didn't you say there were three more?
Oh.
So that'd be 22, 23, 24. Wouldn't that track? I think it was right. I think we were back after 3 years.
Yeah, no, you are right. I just deleted a year in my mind.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I got there as well. I struggled.
Yeah, I think now that you mention it, yes, there were enough restrictions were lifted, but you didn't think we could.
We thought it would be rubbish, didn't we? That was it. It was like we were worried that no one would be in fancy dress and you wouldn't be able to like kind of hug and we'd have to be spaced. We could have run the tournament, but not as Seven Stones effectively. Yeah, that was sucks. Bad times, man.
It would have been fun to see all of the people taking themes that make sense to wear masks as fancy dress.
For Throne of Skulls, the first one back, which would have been 2021, I guess. It was the year that I did the Ents, and I had everything ready, and I had the board ready, and it was the Throne of Skulls system. It was the year they called it Battles in Middle Earth for whatever reason, and it was about 2 weeks before the event that they changed the restrictions again, and so that you would have to wear masks. And I was bloody Treebeard, and I had to find a mask that looked like Treebeard. It's like, you know, a bark mask. And so my fancy dress for that, I'll find a photo of it, had like a, I think it was a camouflage in the end rather than being bark, but I had to work a face mask into the outfit. Without it looking, you know, utterly ludicrous. I mean, obviously the outfit looked ludicrous, but there we go. Oh, why is that not coming up? Oh, Apple's new photo app is just the worst. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Well, that was a kind of like camouflagey kind of mask. But yeah, that was, and then, you know, it's like, if this doesn't turn up, this will literally ruin my entire costume. You know, just have like a white mask in your Treebeard outfit.
Back in the years where Damien dressed as characters instead of abstract concepts.
It's a bit obvious, isn't it? Just dressing as a character. It's like,
that was the last one, wasn't it?
The last what? My last character.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I've done the Arkenstone, the Sun, and fireworks since then. Yeah, go into fancy dress as someone is just rubbish. Much better to go as something, I think.
I had got up in the chat, but so now some more things have happened.
Oh, good work.
Sam, because James and I did Helm's Deep in 22 and had the big spat in 23 and did Kinstrife last year. Yes, up. No, I agree. I just, for some reason, thought that there were only 4 years since now and 2020.
I'm pretty sure I did exactly the same maths as you did, if it helps, man.
Tom Tuttle, if Airmate in bin is allowed, but not Boromir in Land Rover, we riot. I can't remember how that came up now.
Land Rover?
Yeah.
I haven't got a clue.
Covers, evening all. I hope everyone's well.
Lovely to have Colours in. He's here to win a dice, isn't he?
Not just the dice. Damien, It's my birthday today.
Colours' birthday?
Apparently.
Whoa. Well, he's in for a treat, because you know the rules, Larry.
Oh, God.
That's on you, as the guest host, my friend. I don't think there's too many more comments, so by all means, why don't you catch up, and then maybe we could jump into that, do you think?
I guess so. If it's got glass, Joe Holzman, if it's got glass in, it's not a good chicken.
It doesn't sound like it should be a kind of revolutionary concept, does it? But he's right.
It didn't have glass in. It had a high likelihood of having glass in.
Larry,
there's a difference.
I wasn't there, mate. It had glass in.
I know that in hindsight, but I didn't know that going in.
You did know that going in. You did, because you microwaved chicken in glass, and the glass exploded. The chicken had glass in it. Like, it did. It always did. Like,
I thought I'd probably got. I thought it was a good likelihood I got all the glass out.
It wasn't likely. No. It was unlikely.
You know how thorough I was. Sam Page, hello all.
Hey.
Wozalek, lads.
Oh, you alright, John?
Right, let's get this sorted.
Oh, is it happening? Ryan Cuther's birthday. Good old Cuthers. On a Larry stream. What a treat for you, my friend. Well, the lights are out. You'll have to see it. The Hollies bar is very nice. I'd highly recommend it.
Right.
Always at this time of the stream, I like to think someone's watching for the first time. Oh, what was that? Is that red? What's happening there?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. Covers. Happy birthday to you.
I like that. I like that a lot, and I feel it's only right. Oh, hang on. Was that the light up brick from the Eye of Sauron you were illuminating yourself with?
Yes.
Beautiful. Ryan, on this, the anniversary of your birth, happy birthday, my friend. Oh, this is a good batch. These ones go, man. None of those crappy fake ones like the other set. That was beautiful, Larry.
Thank you.
Do you know what my favourite thing about it was?
What?
I don't know if this is intentional, but let me try and recreate the framing. You were sitting like this.
Yeah.
And singing in a slightly sensual manner. And all I was thinking about is, where is your other hand? I don't know if anyone else got that particular reading of the situation. But yeah, happy birthday, Ryan. Ryan, of course, in the annals of dice history, was very excited to become the first person in the world to have 6 dice on the 12th of October last year. He got 6 black dice, and he was feeling pretty good about himself, to the point where, I don't know if you remember, Larry, he renamed himself Mr. Six in the patron chat. He went 6-5 up on Josh Crosby. Can you imagine the likelihood that just 11 streams later, Josh Crosby would be 8-6 up on him? That is absolutely preposterous.
Wait, isn't he 9 now?
No, he's 8.
Oh, is he 8?
Yeah, he's 8. He's got 8. But he the spectacular stat, which actually, I'll leave it to them when they want to reveal if it was them. But someone did indeed run the maths on it. But they said, I'm not I think the quote was like, I'm not putting this in the patron chat, it'll just cause a row. But someone tried to work out the maths of a single person effectively winning a 1 in 30. He has won 3 out of 5 1 in 30 rolls in a row. And now some of them, I'll add the caveat before other people do, some of them he's had 2 entries in. But still, I mean, it's preposterous odds, isn't it? And speaking of which, it just occurred to me that on Today of All Days, we talked about how they can get involved. We didn't tell them well they could win, Larry.
We did not know.
So, assuming you did all those things that Larry mentioned, and you are painting a model that's on theme, and you put a picture of said model in the whip thread, you'll be with a chance of winning a prize that money cannot buy. I mean, literally. It's not these beautiful purple dice. These are our patron dice. Regular payments of money can buy these. But this, dear lady, is only available through this. Oh, look at that 5. Ooh. Strong rock. Oh, love it, Larry. Love it. That's nice. How do you feel about that dice?
Well, mixed feelings. Because originally I was enjoying my
don't say mixed feelings.
Long streak. My long streak of being in the draw but never winning.
Well, send it back then.
Then I won it, and now I can't win a second one.
These are, of course, our black Battle Streams of Middle-earth dice. The only way you can get your hands on one of these is by winning our weekly draw, our fortnightly draw. And, boy, have I got some news for you.
Is that what you're sending Josh?
Look at that. And people say they don't roll 6s. Look at those 6s. They're arrived. The new batch are here. Black dice are plenty. So if someone would like to win today who's going to be at 7 stones, that would be super. I wanted to have a little note about these. Look at that. It's so fit the way they get sent with the 6s facing you. It looks awesome. Me and my dear sweet friend Steve, God rest his soul. He's not dead. When we started this, at 10 streams in or whatever, and we got these dice, and we were like, how many are we going to get? And I can't remember the full conversation. We're like, let's get 100. We'll get 100 because we'll never ever get through them. And the idea that not only have we got through them, we've had to get another batch is just absolutely wonderful. Thank you. And it's lovely that this is still going on, and that people are still keen to get them. And I just wanted to point out my faith in the process. I've ordered another 100. So
You should
you what?
you should have saved money by just having them delivered to Josh and getting him to send the occasional
Send the
one he
other
doesn't
ones
win on.
But yeah, I'm planning on sticking around for a while with this little project. But we now have these, so I've got some dice posting to catch up on. But yeah, that's what you can win. You can get one of those tonight, which is pretty exciting. Oh, Larry!
Yeah.
I've just checked the spreadsheet. He's got 9, man.
I thought it got to 9.
It is 9. And so did Colours must have tied him on 6, and then he's gone 7, 8, 9. Yeah, he's on 9. That is ludicrous. 9 dice.
He's got more than
It's
more
got
than
that.
these pots.
Oh my god! I've forgotten about his getting his 6th. So I just missed another one. So Colours was Mr. 6, then Crosby got his 6, and then he's won 3 more. He's won 4 out of the last 7. It's not 3 out of 6. It's 4 out of 7. That is absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. Tom Harrison, he wouldn't stand for that. Got those kind of odds. He wouldn't like that. Not one little bit. It's crazy, man. Crazy. But he's consistent. He always turns up to the big events, and he always turns up. He saves himself, and he plays well. There we go. But happy birthday, Colours. Maybe the birthday present is to get back in this dice race. Who knows?
Long way to catch up now.
Well, yeah, it is, isn't it? It is kind of hard to imagine when you're 3 behind, going. Oh, and what about everyone else? What about everyone on 1 dice? They must be going. I'm not catching that, man. 9 dice. Madness.
Sam Huddy says, "Bravo, Larry." Michael Dublé, "Bravo, Larry. Are you available for a duet on an upcoming Christmas album?"
That'd be good.
Calvin Steele's "Jesus H Christ."
I think you liked your song.
What does the H stand for?
Tap dancing, isn't
it? Katie, Chris said that was the most normal thing he has seen Larry do. Per Reals Dam gives 3 thumbs up emojis.
That's a lot of thumbs up, mate.
Sam Page, well, that was something. Matt Hudson, think that's my favourite guest rendition of Happy Birthday.
Congratulations, Larry.
Not actually my first, though.
No, I think people are. I think the big hope now is not winning a black dice. It's having you do a guest host spot on their birthday, isn't it?
Because you were actually the first. Because it was back when the Patreon chat was smaller, and you used to do them on people's birthdays.
Well, and you sang to me.
I did it on your birthday.
Oh, babe. That's sweet.
It was a long time ago. Matt Hudson, the others are going to have to step up their game. Sam Hardy, Mr. 6, that aged like milk. Hey. James Wilson, evening all. A little late to the party. It's been a busy week of work. No Aragorn for me, as I painted him ages ago, so working on some stuff for 7 Stones.
Whoop, whoop.
Jack Brown, I thought it was 9 too. Was just working on a pun about a turnaround on Colours' 6.
You're completely right. It was my mistake. I couldn't conceive of someone having 9 dice.
Joshua Cosby, 9 it is, and I didn't have the hubris to rename myself. Fun fact, I don't know if you've spotted it, but I actually did rename Colours to Mr. Only 6.
I hadn't spotted that.
Joshua Cosby, 9. Oh yeah, the other one. Felix Schultz, a true BSIME 6. Wow. Old school Chris C. I did the renaming. Jack Brown. I like the black paint on Damien's finger while showing dice. It suggests to me that he may have solved the shortage himself. Sam Huddy, R.I.P. Steve.
Not
Gone
bad.
too soon, like our Lord Sauron. Felix Schultz, Gesundheit.
Thank you.
James Wilson, the late Steve Crow. He's not dead, just severely delayed. Sam Huddy, it'll be 10 tonight. I have a feeling.
Can't be, can it? Can't be.
Old school Chris C, one for each ring wraith. Hence his current name of the Witch King of Black Dice.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you said it, it's like, yeah, of course he does. I recall now, but it's hard to imagine that any one human being could have won 9 dice.
Ryan Colours, I wondered who it was that renamed it. Jack Brown, how many of those have you had 2 or more dice, Josh? I want to do some probability calculating.
Can I tell you that? I don't know if I can tell you that. I don't think.
No, I think he means how many of them has he had 2 entries.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I have that data.
Covers, who renamed me, certainly wasn't me. Boris Herzog, evening all, hope everyone is well. First time able to catch a stream live for a while. I blame scouring.
You blame scouring.
Was it around when the last one was?
Oh, it was last weekend, wasn't it, scouring? I think.
I've been getting stuff ready for it then, I guess. Old school Chris C, also me covers. Stephen Ryan, we've just come home from buying Imogen some pet fish. He's decided to call one of them Larry. Aw.
Oh, that's nice. Is it after this, Larry? Because frankly, I don't think you should be allowing like your child to watch this kind of I think Larry should be 18 plus.
Felix Schultz, just in case you're thinking about doing a stream after just 1 week, next Friday is my birthday. Joe Holzman, aged like milk. Larry would still drink it. So,
oh God,
funny you should mention.
So.
I do always ignore the date on milk because it's more guidelines than actual rules. My process with milk is you give it a sniff.
Mm-hmm.
If it smells fine, you're good to go. If it smells off, you take a cautionary taste.
Right.
Sometimes it'll start smelling off before it tastes off.
No, that's where you lose me. I'm fine with the date bit because you're right about the date. You shouldn't just chuck any food away because of the date, except probably meat, right? Although you wouldn't, you'd just add glass to it, I presume. But like you don't just chuck veg away. If an apple's most of them don't have dates on anymore, do they? But most of these things you're all right with, and milk, I agree, can be all right. But where you lose me and humanity, just for your next firmware update, just where you lose people, it's when you say you smell it and it smells off. So what you do is taste it. It's like, you don't because it's off.
I'm not finished though. So if it tastes off, you take a slightly bigger sip because sometimes you just misjudged because of the smell.
Have you? I'm pretty sure I've never tasted off milk and misjudged it and gone back to it and go, oh no, do you know what? That wasn't you, that was me.
If you think that there might be some doubt, it's probably going to be fine because when it is. Everything okay?
Yeah, I just dropped a paintbrush down myself.
But when it is bad, you'll know.
Yeah, you will when you smell it.
First taste.
That is just repellent. There's just no. And the thing is with that is, rotten milk is got to be one of the worst things in the world. Do you know? It's like, in terms of taste, it is absolutely horrific, unbearably bad.
And yet people eat cheese.
It's because it doesn't taste like rotten milk, mate. The chemical component, the chemical formulation is irrelevant. It doesn't taste like rotten milk. I'd eat rotten milk. I'd drink rotten milk if it tasted like cheese. You know.
I don't eat rotten milk. I just eat on the cusp of rotten.
But it's all. I mean, it's obviously horrific to have on its own or to have in cereal, but you can taste it through tea. You can't get away with rotten milk in any way, shape, or form. It cuts through. You're a monster. You're a bad human.
Well, Sam, I worry that you're right, Cal. Covers. I said to myself I'd stop at 8 dice. 9 is just greedy. I think you stopped at 6. Stephen Ryan, she has questioned your comment about Larry's other hand.
I was actually talking of hands. I was just doing a bit of a dark lining around this guy's hand. It's weird. It started to look kind of photoshopped.
Where were we? Joe Holzman, Larry skipped my comment there and went straight to Calman's. That's very poor catching up. What did I skip? Oh, God, yeah. Joe Holzman, aged like milk, aged more like chicken in a broken fridge.
That was a terrible story. Oh, that was dreadful.
Does it only tasted like slightly off? Actually, no, it didn't even taste that off. It wasn't very good chicken, to be fair. No, it was hard to tell.
It wouldn't be, would it?
She said, Stephen Ryan, she said Larry's name just popped into her head while this was on. Can't think why. The Keen Baker, evening all, had entirely forgot when these streams were on, but delighted to stumble across it to keep me going through the 26 Urukai Scouts I need to get painted for Sunday.
Is that Steve Keen? That must be Steve Keen. No. Steve Keen bakes and his name's Keen.
Huh.
He's moved down south. Do you know where he's living? I'm not going to dox him. Guess the town, the area. He's moved down to us. It's obviously got SBG significance.
Finchley?
It is Finchley.
Oh. Good
work, Larry Miller. He has yet to confirm whether or not he's living at the Chumley Lodge. What a term that is for anyone relatively new to the hobby, or even maybe not relatively new. Finchley was the site of Titans War Games Club, which is an incredibly important club in the early history of the GBHL. Damien Grantham and Chris Young had a club there, and they used to run an event called the Longbottom Carnival, which was absolute major part of early GBHL events and the league and stuff, and building the community, particularly down south. And
first event was there, as we discussed
previously.
My first event was there, as we discussed previously.
And it was also the same venue that Seven Stone started. As I started working with those guys, so we held it there for a couple of years, I think. So yeah, I was delighted when Steve said he was down there.
If he has moved into the Chumley Lodge, do you reckon they had any record that he was moving in, or?
Did you see my review of it the other day? Did you read that?
Yes.
So good. So again, anyone doesn't know, the Chumley Lodge was I don't even know if it classes as a B&B, does it? But it's weird how much I'd say our standards have changed. But you know, I'm about 10 years older than a lot of people in the community were at the time. But this is where everyone used to stay when we went to Finchley. This hideous B&B, and now, and then I was what, late 20s, early 30s. I was married. I had standards and stuff. But now looking back, I was like, what the hell was I doing? That is absolutely preposterous. That place was a crap hole. And nothing's changed. I don't, I don't know if I can find the review on the Patreon chat, but it made me laugh and laugh and laugh. So this is a recent review of the Cholmondeley Lodge. Here it is. So this is just someone in the last couple of months. We turned up at Cholmondeley Lodge Hotel and first look was untidy with 2 vehicles out the front with flat tyres. Okay. On entering the lobby, the door was locked. We knocked and tried to phone, but no answer. Eventually, a lovely little lady came to the door and said, "I forgot you was coming." Same woman, I reckon. There was a horrible smell in the place. As we were shown to our room, a door opened and a strange man looked at us and quickly closed his door. We decided not to stay. The toilet seat moved and wasn't particularly clean. Big fridge freezer next to the bed. And a microwave. Fridge freezer next to the bed, like normal. And a microwave. No milk for tea, coffee. We went down and found the lady and once again the man who we had seen earlier and seemed to be watching. We actually asked if this was an actual hotel or what. She said, "I'm not sure, but I live here, but wasn't the owner." Nobody about, just a smell, open brackets, boiled cabbage, close brackets, that we couldn't get away from. And that was like... That's like our experience from 10 years ago, right? It's exactly the same. You would just knock on the door and no one would let you in.
I only stayed there once. I remember they had like no record
Yeah.
of having a room, and they just like found a room.
Absolutely remarkable. Wonderful things. But yeah, so Steve, if you fancy a swanky night out in your local area, pop over to the Cholmondeley. Simpler times, man.
Sam Page, it's also Nick's birthday next week.
Oh, there we go.
Double birthday song. James Wilson, very important to have milk context with that statement, Larry.
Milk context.
Steve Keen, I believe that you shouldn't throw away milk until it's old enough to make its own decision. Another fun milk story.
Oh, brilliant. There we go. They're coming.
This isn't one that I consumed, but I did get a good whiff of it just out of curiosity. When I was in uni, when we were in halls in season 1, a friend of mine, we just discovered randomly in the corner of his room a bottle of milk that had like a little bit at the bottom.
What do you mean a little? What do you mean a little bit at the bottom? What?
You know, like if you have liquid in a bottle, it's like a little bit on the bottom. Right. Except that the milk bottle had fallen over, and it still had a little bit at the bottom.
Great. Drink that, obviously.
That wasn't worth that. That was one that didn't pass the smell test.
You said you smelt it?
Yeah.
You found milk on its side in a room that had been there for an unspecified period of time, and you thought, I'll give that a whiff just in case it's good.
Oh, just out of curiosity of how bad it was.
For curiosity. It's like curiosity. What is the curiosity in that? Like, that will smell awful. I'd like to try. Oh. I didn't know that one. That's a new one to me.
It reminded me of another story, but that might be a post-watershed story. It's about a tragic lab accident.
I don't know if anyone's missed that, but that was a first. That was Emma O'Byrne coming in and whispering instead of Emma O'Byrne coming in and screaming.
My children are both still awake.
Never stopped you before.
Oh, it's we didn't go through that. It's the troll for this month, is it?
Yeah, I told you that.
I glossed over it. Sorry.
We talked about it before the stream.
I remember us discussing who it was, but I'd forgotten that we got an answer.
You usually wander off thinking about milk. Indeed, May in the swanky War of the Road Room calendar is the snow troll.
You'd think you'd put the snow troll on like December.
You know, he's 5th, isn't he? So that means I can't even remember. We've had Freyolaf. We must have had. I think we've had Hera, Wolf, and Helm. So the snow troll is the 5th most important character ahead of those.
Do you think you'd go like with a winter month?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Well, you know, some places it snows in May, doesn't it? Not bloody here at the moment.
Phone Schultz, I do it the other way around. If it doesn't smell off, take a small sip and taste it, and then decide if it's safe. But if it doesn't smell off, it's definitely going to be fine.
No, Larry, he's right. He's absolutely right. That's exactly it. If you're in any doubt, you smell it, and if it's all right, you can then taste it.
The taste is to confirm.
You need to confirm it. Have any idea how closely linked your taste and smell buds are?
You're wasting perfectly good milk.
It's not good milk. Milk that only smells off is not good milk.
Coward still. If there is one drink in the world that you know it's off when it's off, it's milk. That's what I'm saying. If you're not sure, you take the taste test, because
I think you've just slandered Cal by saying that's what I'm saying, because he's probably screaming, "No, I'm not agreeing with you. I'm not agreeing with you."
Frank Schultz, if anything is already off, just stop it. Let it go. It is done.
Let it go, Indiana.
Sam Hardy, if it doesn't turn out that your milk is in fact off, don't worry. It hasn't ruined your cereal, as it is in a separate glass. Which is actually an interesting story this morning. Because this morning my milk died on me for some reason.
What does that mean?
Well, I had a perfectly good glass of milk to go with my cereal
that I'd found in the corner of my room.
That it passed the smell test, everything, and I had a couple of sips of it. And then on the third sip, it just started to go solid for some reason.
What do you mean? It didn't go solid, Larry. What are you talking about? Of course it didn't go solid.
Well, there was still like a bit of liquid on top, but most of it was like kind of like a solid sort of like creamy consistency.
It didn't go solid, Larry. It was solid and it was off. I think that's what you got.
It was fine when I poured it.
Did it go like this? Dunk.
It did when I poured the last of it down the sink. But yeah, that was very disappointing. Had to go out and get more milk for later.
Put it back in the corner of the room.
Where have we got to? But yeah, as I said, if I had been the sort that puts the cereal on the milk on the cereal, then that would have ruined the whole bowl of cereal.
Well, yeah, but that's why you test it before, isn't it?
I said it was fine when I poured it.
Yeah, it's just I don't agree with that.
It didn't even smell off. It was very weird. I've not encountered that before. Hey, Felix Schultz, high probability of containing glass and on the cusp of rotten is stretching definitions a hobby of yours, Larry?
On the cusp of being rotten.
Sam Hardy, I did enjoy Larry's Easter egg right hand spot the other time.
That was all. I'm sure we'll get to leave.
That was a fun thread. Joe Hosman, was it better or worse after your days off?
I don't know what that means.
Neither do I. Explain it in a cryptic way later on, Joe. Frederick Schultz, maybe it didn't taste like good chicken because it was rotten, Larry. No, it didn't taste like good chicken because it was cheap bag chicken from Tesco, the hot food counter.
That you had then left unrefrigerated for 3 days?
It didn't taste great when it was not several days old. The Keen Baker, it is.
Steve Keen.
Uh,
Lovely to have you in, mate.
Indeed. Has he moved the bakery down as well then, or
I don't actually know. I don't know.
like open a new one, or
Maybe he's working out the Cholmondeley Lodge.
I wonder if he's the man that was looking at in that
I think you're the man. I think we all know you're the man. You're not a million miles away from Finchley.
Sam Huddy. What I did notice was Larry being off sick not long after that stream of talking about being fine after eating dodgy chicken, glass, and all other sorts. Hey.
I like it when you say hey with no reason.
Oh, is that that might be referring to the stream that I was feeling a bit off and then went to sleep instead of doing. I was gonna question him for questioning my my solid health habit of not having had a day off sick in the last 5 years because of the strong immune system from
Glass. And rot.
eating things that other people would
Like foxes and dogs and stuff can eat a lot, can't they? Like, you're basically a fox. It's true. Like if you eat enough rot and enough glass, it probably does stop bothering you after a while, doesn't it? He's evolved
It
differently.
doesn't bother me at all.
You sound like a really weird Elsa. The glass didn't bother me anyway.
Where were we? Steve Keen, I don't think that you move into the Cholmondeley Lodge. I think they grab and pull you in if you pass by it at anything less than a brisk walk. Eric L, great to see you all here. Lucky me to catch a live stream again. It's been a while. While happening to be in Senegal for a bit, painting up some Uruk Scouts as well to join in. Cheers, Damien and crew. That's 2 people painting Uruk Scouts, I think.
That's mega. You say he's in Senegal and he's just jumped on?
Yeah.
That's mega.
Sam Huddy, was the woman in the hotel Pennecook? Frederick Schultz, oh nice. This will smell of death. Sniffs. Do you not ever smell something like that just out of curiosity?
No. I lick stuff. Have I told my licking story?
No.
I mean, yeah, I feel like you would know. You're a fairly regular viewer. But I've got a good one for you. You'll like this. Moral quandary.
Okay.
I need to make sure I tell this in the right order, really. So, it was when we were in Disney, with Charlotte, so about 4 years ago, and I looked down and my hand was bleeding. All right, so you're in the middle of a party, you've got no tissues, your hand's bleeding. What do you do, Larry?
Well, I'd always lick it up anyway, regardless of the situation. But
I got to tell you about that. That's the answer I was hoping for. But the addition of the word "up" was very disturbing. Lick it up feels like different to lick it to me. Lick it up feels like you've seen that as a tasty treat. You know, I'm going to lick that up. But yeah, I think that's reasonable, right? That you'd lick it to get rid of the blood, right? So I licked the blood off my hand, and you're going to like this, Larry. There was no wound underneath the blood.
oh,
Yeah. At which point I said, "Oh, oh, oh no." Oh no! Oh no! And Emma went, "What? What's wrong? I've just licked. I've licked. I've licked. And she went, "What? I think I've licked someone else's blood off my hand." And she said, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "I think I've licked someone else's blood off my hand," in a slightly louder, more hysterical voice. And it wasn't long after I'd gone through the turnstile thing, and I think I'd pushed my way through a turnstile that had blood on it, got the blood on me, looked down, and then, like you would, and that's why I had to run it past the Larry test, which is my only barometer of sanity here, assumed it was my blood, because mostly in all my years, when there's blood on you, it's your own blood, right? Yeah? Gave it a lick, cleaned that right up, no wound. At which point Emma then started kind of going, are you going to die? And I was like, I don't know. And I went home, and I went in, there were just hepatitis and things and other things. Like, I went home and I rang the GP and went, "Hello." And I go, I think I need a blood test. And he went, "Right, why is that?" "I've licked someone else's blood." And she said, "Right, and why did you do that?" And I said, "Well, I didn't know it was their blood when I licked it. I thought it was my own." And then and she went, "Yes, I think," and she was very good, to be fair. She said, "Yes, I think you should come in and you should have a blood test and we'll check for everything. And I also think you shouldn't lick other people's blood." And she said, "And in the future, when you see blood, don't automatically lick it up." And I was like, "Well, you're saying this now and it sounds quite sensible." But at the time, and me and Emma had a big kind of like faux row about it, where she was like, "What? Why the hell would you lick it?" I was like, "What else am I going to do?" And her answer was, "Not lick it." And then it went on our friends' WhatsApp group of like, "Would you lick? Should you lick this blood?" All this sort of stuff. It was fine, by the way. I got a clean bill of health, but yeah, that was a pretty dark moment in my life when I realised I just licked up some tasty French person's blood. I thought you'd enjoy that. I can't believe that's not come out on the stream in the last 5 years. Well,
is it not just always the go-to response to lick up blood?
well, that's what I think, because it's normally yours.
Yeah.
And there's normally a wound underneath it. But apparently other people don't think you should lick it. And then you say things like, "I quite like the taste of blood," and it doesn't help your case.
I wouldn't admit to that.
Oh God, now I'm in trouble. Turns out someone else's blood also tastes quite a lot like my blood, so I know that.
You're not going to guess who's in next.
Who's in next?
Someone's name that sounds very similar to my name.
Barry O'Neill.
Lily Muller.
Lily Miller?
That Chummy Lodge review is incredible. Ha ha ha. Remember when they just left our bags in the hallway after saying they'd keep them safe?
Is that Tom? Is that Tom under under a pseudonym?
Lily Hoops.
I do remember that. That's absolutely true. We were in we checked in. We said, they said, "Would you like us to take your bag?" I think they said, "Your room's not ready." classic Cholmondeley Lodge, probably because there wasn't one. And they said, "Do you want to leave your bags here?" And we said, "Yes." So we left our bags here. And what we thought that meant, because it was a hotel, was that, "Do you want to leave your bags here?" would mean that they would put them somewhere safe. And then we were in the pub, and Lily, I think, had to come to check in to the hotel and come and meet us. And she went, "Are you aware all of your bags are in the corridor of the Cholmondeley Lodge?" And we said, "No." And she went, "And the projector's there and your laptop's there." I was like, "No, I wasn't aware of that, no." And she was like, "Would you like me to put them in the room?" I was like, "Yeah, that would be super if you don't mind." Such a great hotel. Hi, Tom.
Joshua Crosby, which heroes are valid for the draw?
Oh, right. Aragorn, Gandalf, Aemma, Merry, Pippin, Legolas, Gimli. Is that all the good ones? Frodo, Sam, Gollum, Mouth of Sauron, Troll Chieftain. Anyone who is in the end of all things in Quest of the Ring Bearer, named heroes, and the Troll Chieftain.
Did you just include Frodo and Sam as evil?
I think I did, yeah. I think I was judging them a little bit. I was actually thinking about the two games. I was just doing the Black Gate game as opposed to the Mount Doom game.
Sam Huddy, I feel in the milk debate, Damien is the voice of reason in Larry's head that is quickly grabbed and smothered. I think you'll find in every debate I am always the voice of reason in my head. Matt Hudson, did the glass of milk have glass in it?
Maybe that was the thunk.
Was it in a glass this morning? No, it was in a mug.
Mug of milk, just like Mother used to make.
Yep.
Nice cold mug of milk. I'd serve that at the Cholmondeley Lodge.
Frederick Schultz, Larry, if your milk is old enough to die, it is definitely way too old. It's not supposed to be alive. Sam Hardy, spoiler, Larry, if the milk was solid, it was off long ago. But it didn't smell or taste off until it was solid. I swear. I didn't even do a cautionary test of this one. It was just fine. Calvin Steele's milk died on me equals took 3 arrows defending 2 hobbits. Joe Holzman, did you pour it in a week ago though, Larry? No, before breakfast. Dear me.
Did you just say before?
Yeah.
The facade slips.
Well, I poured it in before going to eat my breakfast.
No, I mean, you're saying the word before.
Oh, instead of air.
You're not crazy at all. You're putting it on.
Where were we? Felix Schultz. Flosh. Oh, nice. A normal fresh glass of milk. Definitely not rotten. Amateur homemade yogurt sludge. That said, I don't know if it helps my case. Sometimes you do get fine tasting milk that will clump out a bit whilst you pour it.
Clump out? What does that mean?
It'll kind of make like a bit that doesn't like seem entirely liquidy, as it.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there. Like towards the bottom.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Matt Hudson, that the sort that puts milk on the cereal. Like that's not what you do with cereal and milk.
Yeah, that's the sort of person. That's a great point.
I stand by that being wrong, and that is a hill that I will die. James Wilson, I will say this. Some cereals are better with milk on the side, as they're not very nice when they're too soggy. Weetabix, for example, and every other cereal.
I think you just need to control the amount of milk on it, don't you? Isn't that the answer there?
Yeah, just the amount of milk should be 0.
Larry,
Zero
I've finished my Rangers. Would you like me to take over and you can do some painting?
Oh, yes! I need to have to paint Amer's armour. Right, let me...
Joe Osmond just says chicken, which I enjoy. Sam Page, milk absolutely goes on Weetabix. It does. You're right. You're normal. James Wilson does not. All you get is mush in the bowl. I think that's the goal, though, isn't it? No one actually wants to eat a Weetabix biscuit like dry, do they? It's the fusion, isn't it? James Wilson says yogurt and honey. Oh, what? You don't have milk at all? He just says Weetabix with yogurt and honey. Interesting. Okay. Sam says sounds like too much milk and too long to eat it. Yeah, and Matt Hudson says, how long are you taking to eat your Weetabix, James? Joe Holzman, he quotes me, if you eat enough rot and glass, it probably stops bothering you after a while. Yes, Damien, because you're dead. James Wilson, I have the bite-sized ones. Oh, there's a lot. Yeah, we're a bit of a Weetabix bite-sized family. 3 boxes at the moment because my wife's insane. We've got the chocolate ones, the fruit and nut ones, and the caramel ones. And he says, I've got the bite-sized one. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong. Well, you would need less milk to make the bite-sized ones go soggy. So if you're adding a standard amount of Weetabix milk to the bite-sized ones, they probably break down sooner. Very short. Either the rotten glass stops bothering you, or you stop bothering the rotten glass. That's almost how evolution works, or something. Jack Brown, the Larry version of Frozen, presumably called Defrosted. Frederick Shorts asks Lily Miller, are you doing a reverse SBG mag email movie? And Cal Steele says, you said I like stuff. I think that might be lick stuff in such a way that it set off my Alexa. I lick stuff. Why would that set off Alexa? A lick stuff. 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 Should I drink blood? I get it. I see. Sam says, how I drank someone else's blood. A Hobbit's Tale by Damien O'Byrne. Sam says, I think Damien is just Larry in disguise after that story. Other Sam says, I think it would be less understanding if you licked the blood off someone else's hand. Jack Brown says, blood does taste good. James Wilson, Damien Collective Vampire Count suddenly makes more sense. Joe Holzman says, the chicken, his comment, was about how it was after Larry's days off. About how it was after Larry's days off. No one has an out. Sam says dry Weetabix is the food of purgatory. I quite like the mush for me. Teensy bit of sugar, milk, and then I want it to get softer than it is. Emma O'Byrne has just texted me asking me why I'm screeching at Alexa. That is remarkable. I wonder if it set off our Alexa. That's backfired on me. And Michael Dublé says it also set off our Alexa. We have an Alexa update. Cal says, Alexa said, I'm not quite sure how to help you with that. Sorry. Well, it's good to know. And there we go. We are caught up.
Yeah.
Marvellous. So, we've got some news. Got some exciting, some goss since so it's 3 weeks since our last stream, and we've had some goodies. So stop talking about blood and glass and rot, and let's talk about the new stuff. Larry, I don't think you've been. Am I right in thinking you haven't been on since we've started having new releases, new reveals?
I think so. Because
I've been asking everyone as they come on what they've been kind of most excited about, basically. So could I dare I impose upon you to tell me, like, of all the releases we've seen, since Bolg was the first one, right? What is the thing that has piqued your interest the most? What's your favourite upcoming release?
It's probably the Wardrakes, actually.
The Runish Wardrakes.
Indeed.
which we hasn't. That's annoying because I'm actually currently sourcing some images for those. We haven't actually talked about those yet because they are the news. They are the new bits. But let's see what I can do here. Is there anything before? So we had the Drakes and we had the Ballista on the same day, and then we had we had Leaf obviously this week air this week. We have Frozen on the interwebs.
Oh.
I can still hear you. I noticed that the picture has frozen, but we are still streaming, and it has just woken up. So if you could let us know out there in the chat, it's woken up on the streaming software. So I suspect what's happened. I think this happened the other week that it. I think the audio is fine and the picture just freezes. But we'll let us know. So yeah, prior to the new stuff, if that makes sense, prior to the stuff that people haven't seen yet or that we haven't talked about, what was your favourite?
Ooh. So what's that out of?
Oh, Bold, Imrahil, Catapult Troll, Beachbone. That might be it.
Probably Beachbone, I'd have said.
Well,
I've had
that was my choice.
I've had a half-finished Treebeard since he came out.
Waiting for his next stream. Yeah, I think everyone's saying it's fine. It was working and it froze. The milk has infected the stream. But did the audio freeze as well? Did you lose us entirely? That's what I'm kind of after. Hopefully this works. And there is an issue. I've just realised this. We seem to have an issue getting another picture on. But hopefully what you're now seeing, or soon, or possibly in 20 seconds, is the Runish War Drakes are up on the screen. So we had those 2 weeks ago, I believe, which was just after the last stream. And you said these are your favourites. You're most excited about these. Do we like?
I think so. Yeah, they're not exactly what I was imagining, but I like the kind of sort of half Komodo dragon, half crocodile type thing.
What were you imagining? How did you see them?
I don't know, it's a bit more life, I think.
Yeah, I think people people were picturing the baby cave drake. I think a lot of people were seeing that sort of thing. Something about that. People are confirming they did have sound, so it doesn't. Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter if the picture freezes. Couldn't care about that. Wonderful. But yeah, here they are, and people have been clamouring them for a long time. I think they were since Defence of the North came out. People were very excited about these, and I have zero interest in these. I think they look cool though. I think they're snazzy. Are you going to be? Are you an Easterling type creature? Are you going to be picking this up?
Yeah. So I've actually, in exciting news, they still need their bases finishing off, but I've actually finished off the 6 Easterlings that I started in 2020.
That's a beautiful story.
In an attempt to get Eastlings going, and then I was planning to get a head start on it when Defence Against the North came out, and
head start.
So I got like 2 lots of black dragons, the Dragon Emperor. I got I think 2 or 3 lots of the acolytes, all sitting in a box back there in my supposed to be upcoming box, so it's like left out, so I see it, and it.
I've got an upcoming box that is rarely upcoming.
But yeah, the worst thing is they're really easy to paint.
How's the head start going?
I just don't know why it took me so long.
It happens sometimes. I don't know. It happens, man. Best intention. So yeah, I think these are cool. I've got zero interest in them. What do we think? I think they must be 50s, mustn't they? It's hard to tell, but I don't think they look big. They look chunky to me.
Yeah. We don't have a book to go by yet, do we?
There is one other picture of them where they've got Eastlings up next to them. I'm not going to put it. I think they're on 50s.
Annoyingly, the one with the Eastlings next to them, they've put stuff in the way of the base.
Yeah, and the base conspiracy theories can come out again. It's Birder Stonegate all over again. That's kind of cool though. So now let's see if this is all going to break down. But my hope is that if I now bring up this and click on this, yeah, okay. Look, it looks good to me. It looks good to me. Hopefully we're getting a ballista on screen now, which has got to be the like. Is that the most unexpected? I mean, there's not a lot of new stuff in the armies. It's completely unexpected, right? It's up. It's there. What are your thoughts on the ballista?
Well, I mean, Corsairs are another one that I've had. I bought a load of them when there was like a price rise coming, and it was like affecting metals quite badly. So I got a bunch of like the crossbows and things. So I have a load of Corsairs that I've just never done anything with. And I also really like the crew, especially the siege veteran guy. I kind of want an extra one of him.
They're gorgeous, aren't they? Crew are lovely. What's it? I've heard you mutter this before. What's the extra one for?
It's for the if I one day decide to use them as a battle company and want to convert a battle company leader, as I want to do.
So when you'd converted that battle company, would you then say that you'd started a battle company?
I don't actually think I would. I think I've gone full round to you have to actually sort of start the campaign with them, because it's to encourage you to do a kind of out of your comfort zone, different type of gaming that you wouldn't otherwise do.
Oh, I'm surprised to find we have a difference of opinion on that subject. I found this utterly weird that this was in the new book. Utterly bizarre. Like,
yeah,
when they're colour, because we didn't have a ballista before. We've never had this ballista, right?
it's definitely one I would very much like to know the story behind.
And it's fine. It's good because we
will.
see it, don't we? We do see it in the movies. But has anyone got any speculation on this? Because I'm looking through Legions of Middle Earth. Was it in here? Do you think? Easterlings had a siege bow. Do we even have Corsairs at this point? Umbar has a Corsair ballista, yeah, in Legions of Middle Earth. So it was the Legions of Middle Earth, but it was the thing with things like stone giants and black-hearted trees and all that. So it was in there, but it's never had a profile in the game. It had a points cost, but never had a profile. But you know, they're culling stuff from the range, and like which you know is fine and necessary if they need to, if they've been that edict's been come down. But of all the things to say, okay, well we want to put one new thing in, which has to be write a new profile for it and sculpt something new. A Corsair ballista, where's that going to be on your list?
Yeah, see, if you'd have asked me a year ago, I thought maybe if they did like a Corsair supplement or something, it seems like kind of a natural choice for that. But I wouldn't have thought it very likely to.
It's brilliant to have in the game. I think the model's wicked. But just very surprising to see them add that in at this point, I think. But yeah, very, very cool. I like it. Again, it's one of my favourite releases because it's something that I think looks awesome and is great for the game, and I won't be buying, so I won't have to spend any money on it. So hopefully there's some excited Corsair players out there who are looking forward to enjoying this. So that was 2 weeks ago. Did we get some narrative scenarios? Did we have a scenario a week?
So yeah, we've had Return of the King, I think.
But that wasn't last week, was it?
Ooh.
Was it last week? Maybe it was. If I go to the Middle Earth section, it is. It's during the final battle, which was on the 17th of April. And that was, I believe, since the last stream. Yeah, so we did. We did have narrative scenarios as well. So yeah, we got the 3 Return of the King ones. I think we were speculating last time. I truly can't remember who said what. We were speculating about what they'd be, and in the end, we got Defence vs Gilead, Battle of the Pelennfields, and Blackgate. which I think are fairly sensible choices. So
Yeah.
nothing to get too excited about, but some more free narrative scenarios as well. So there we were, and then I was very surprised. I don't mind admitting that to say, in the direction that we're currently going, when yesterday we got a new reveal, and that was Leaf,
Indeed.
who should now be appearing on your screen for Mounted. So he was revealed yesterday.
Controversial hand.
You're jumping straight in. I have screen grabbed the other shot, so we can if you want we can start with the big issue. There it is. Okay, so we should be swapping now to the close-ups, and if you can see on that on the mounted foot there, you can see his right hand on the horse's neck. There's been a lot of discussion about whether or not that right hand is photoshopped. Larry Miller, what do you think?
Well, yeah, I think that we're going to get a model with no hand. Definitely.
I don't know which order to say this in, because he said he might be in. I've had a conversation recently with Alex Temple about models with missing parts that some of you might hear in the future. And so if he was in, I would have a right giggle at the idea that what they've done is sculpted a model without any hands, and now they're trying to hide it from you. If anyone doesn't know what the hell's going on, again, I don't think I really need to be worried about saying who it was, but I won't say it as per my own rule. Someone put a post up on the GVHL yesterday, zooming in on this hand, and I believe the caption was something along the lines of "What the fuck?" It was like, what is going on? What is going on with this hand? Q. I would say 3/4 of the people go, "What are you talking about?" And 25% of people go, "Yeah, you're totally right, man. You've caught them." Is that a fair summary?
I think so, yeah.
It was the right hand. Looks Photoshop. And as ever, and I did ask, I said, why? I just said, just give me. That was my comment. I said, why? Just give me the motive. What is the actual reason? Give me one rational reason. And I didn't get a reply. So, I don't know, man. I don't think it's photoshopped. I think it's just a hand. Thoughts?
It does look like what it's going to be is that there's going to be a hand shape on the horse's neck that a hand slots into.
You think so?
And so, because of the way it's like been glued, the washer's kind of like pulled into it.
It could be. It could also be that the hand is on the horse, so it's a sculpted part that joins at the wrist, possibly. I don't think it looks photoshopped. I just don't. Do you know what I mean? I just don't even get that. I was like, what do you mean it looks photoshopped? I just don't even. There's a dark line around the hand. There's a dark line around the boot and the saddle as well. It's like there's dark lines everywhere. It's just the way the model's painted. But yeah. But what do we think of? Should we put that one to bed? Should we say that we don't think this is photoshopped? We think this model actually has a right hand. I think we're in the wacky club, right?
If you go back to the first picture,
no, I will do for you, Larry. I'll do that.
One thing I have just noticed is that
I'll be back on screen at some point now.
He seems to take his sheath off when he's on his horse.
Well, his scabbard?
His scabbard is like attached to the horse's saddle instead of being attached to his waist.
Oh, that's pretty cool. What do you think? What do you think of the Leaf model?
Also, is he?
Never mind.
He's got a horn while mounted as well.
A horn?
Ooh.
Oh, he does. Does he have a war horn?
I don't think so. I don't think that'd make him far too useful.
He does look pretty good, I think, on the in the rules. He's got some nice buffs. Oh, this is the old book. That won't be useful. Is it the old book?
I was quite
It's not the old book. It's the new book.
quite skeptical about the about his profile when we were at our narrative game that we did.
Oh, what? When you tried it out?
Yeah, we didn't.
He doesn't have
I
a
was
horn.
away from that side of the table.
He
but
doesn't have a horn.
It's the fact he's only got like 3 will, and all of his things need will points to be
Right. Okay.
turned.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's not in his war gear. I think it's cool though. I like him, and he's in plastic as well, which I know people have found quite surprising for a niche character.
I was not surprised.
I thought I'd lead you into this as you screamed in capitals, called it. Why were you not surprised, Larry?
Well, because since the release of the starter, I've been theorising that perhaps what they do is they do double packs with one of the big, like, iconic heroes that people are going to want, with one of the sort of less desired ones tagged on, so they can get away with putting them both in plastic.
So they sell General Targ and then they chuck Wolf in with him.
Yes,
That sort of thing.
so I think I don't think Wolf's a big enough role that he would have been plastic if he was on his own. Not Wolf, the other way around. Targ.
I'm very upset that you didn't say. I knowing you as I do, I assumed that entire thing was a fake conversation, so you could say it with another lesser character tagged on.
Oh god!
I feel like you've missed that. I feel you've missed one there.
I did not think of that. But I was thinking, so I reckon he'll come with. I'm assuming Hera, since she's been revealed already. I imagine that they're a double pack.
You're right though, because we can't say it's all plastic, because Thorn and Freka and Hera and Helm were resin.
Yeah.
All
So
of them?
I reckon Braylaf will come with Helm, I'd have thought.
So you think that'll be another dual pack?
Yeah, because I don't think Braylaf they'd consider big enough to be
I see what
plastic
you
on
mean.
his own.
So you get people to buy Freylef by buying Helm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not wacky. It's also, you notice all the mounted characters have been plastic. I just noticed that. That's another little distinction, isn't it?
Where it slightly falls down is that then Olwen would presumably have to come on her own.
Don't you think Olwen's coming with Leaf?
Then no one's coming with Hera.
Oh, I see. No, yeah. Well, I thought Hera would be on her own. I don't know, because purely.
I think he might be with Hera just because they've both been revealed already.
They were released 5 months apart, right? That's why I thought Hera would be on her own.
But then there's the whole, was Hera supposed to be revealed?
Yeah.
Question.
Oh, it's interesting, and yeah, you know, based on the fact that so far our plastics have been 2 sets, haven't they? So I see where your logic's coming from on it for sure. But yeah, but he's pretty cool. I like him. I think he's good. Obviously, as goes the current internet, like people have been saying for weeks and weeks and weeks, when are we why are they releasing Beachbone, Catapult Trolls, and Imrahil? No one wants those. Release the missing War of the Rohirrim heroes, you cowards. That sort of thing. And then they've revealed one of them and they said, why are you releasing some character from an anime movie no one cares about? It's beautiful. It's as reliable as the wind. It's lovely to see. I saw this, as I said, I've had a chat with Mr. Alex Temple and with John of late. And I'm, as of yet, I don't mind saying this because I don't know what's going to happen. So I went on another episode of Cast It Into the Fire, and it makes this look like the ballet. Like, it was possibly the most chaotic thing I've ever been a part of in my life. The format basically changed halfway through, and by the end of it, because you only hear the audio, but we're on Zoom, we can see each other. Alex was holding his head in his hands, and so I genuinely don't think I have no idea if if it's ever gonna get out there or what. But it was, as and when that comes up, I would say there's some good, interesting faux debate in there. But it might not ever happen. But in there, we did talk as one of the things about. Do you know the Tabletop Alliance?
No.
I don't know them, and I saw a video of them fairly recently. Two guys seemed like really nice guys, perfectly rational conversation, talking about the upcoming releases, and in it they say, they're talking about the state of the game. They talk about the wait for the book and all that. It's not like a rage bait video or anything. It's just two guys having a perfectly fair, rational conversation, and in it they're talking about the releases that we have. They're not released yet, are they? They're coming up. But they say the words. I say, yeah, and as good as some of those models are, it's like Hera, like who was really wanting Hera, and a catapult troll, like who was really wanting a catapult troll, and honestly, I just wanted to flip the table. I was like, you can't, like some people, like lots of people, like James Wilson is in, who 9 years ago went, "Where's my catapult troll?" And it's like the very idea, like, complain about what you want, complain about the delay, complain about the change to armorless, but the idea that they would reveal a catapult troll and anyone could honestly say, I don't think anyone's been asking for this. When literally for years people are going, where's the catapult troll? Where's the catapult troll? And now Hera coming out, when people are going, I can't believe they've released a new edition, they haven't released the main character. Where's Hera? Where's Hera? Where's Hera? And people go, I don't think anyone actually wants Hera. And that, it's just that kind of, it's just what can you do? And I cannot stress enough, they didn't seem in any way like angry rage bait people. It seemed like a genuine thing of this kind of like disconnect of like why you will never ever 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 make everyone happy, because everyone has got a different list of what needs to come next. And
there's also your age-old, why do you keep remaking heroes like Aema, and then also complaining about just releasing Hero.
That was beautiful. That was one of my favourite things I ever did online. I don't mind that because he was just a pest on the GVHL. But that was a guy who which way around was it? I think he put a post up, like a newer post saying, when Aema came out, saying who was asking for another Aema, and I said, you were. And he said, I've never done that. And I was able to screen grab a year ago where he said, this is, whatever had been released, this is rubbish. When everyone wants a new Aema, why would anyone want this? And I was able to screen grab it and show it to him and go, you wanted a new Aema. And then he went, yeah, so what? I said that. It's just and he's not in the group now because he sadly had to leave. But that was beautiful. That and I don't think these guys are doing anything like that. But there is this idea, of that kind of, give me catapult troll. Here's your catapult troll. All right, well, fine. Give me Braga. But I thought you wanted catapult troll. Well, I did, but I'm over that now. And I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to see when it all comes out. But I think they've done a pretty good job at. It's like they're trying to give everyone, have a ballista, have an Ent, have a catapult troll, have a Bolg, have an Imrahil. Surely you'll like one of them. Surely one of them.
He's one I'm curious for, though.
What, Leaf?
Oh, Braga.
Because
they already have an unnamed captain that looks a lot like him.
He does. Because I've heard you saying you think Braga's coming, right?
Well, I mean, he must be if everything else has been revealed and he's still got a profile in the book.
Yeah. Is he the only one now? The only model without a profile? I know there's new War of the Rover and stuff, but I think
so, because the only other one would be Corsair Reavers, but they've gone.
Which is pretty cool. That idea that they've kind of filled up the corners quite nicely. It'd be nice if they released some of it now, wouldn't it? Where are you on the missing Sunday pre-release controversy, Larry?
Ooh, I can't remember. Did I post my theory about that in the chat?
I don't know. I don't think I know your theory. This is exciting.
I'm wondering if it could be that they're just getting rid of the 2-week pre-order thing.
Okay.
Because I know that a lot of like the third-party shops get the stuff within like a week anyway. So it seems a bit unnecessary. And if you were going to get rid of it, it would make sense to not have a week of pre-orders, so you don't have 2 lots of releases coming at the same time. I don't know whether it's just me wishful thinking, because we're running out of preview weekends to have the book release in time for some doubles tournament.
Do you need the book for some doubles tournament?
No, but I mean, the extra scenarios and stuff would be.
Yeah, we need the book for some doubles tournament.
I've worked out that if it's on this Sunday pre-order and it's still 2-week pre-orders, it'll release the Saturday before.
Yeah. So what you're saying is this is nothing to do with Middle Earth. You think Games Workshop might have moved to a 1-week pre-order window, and we're just seeing that transition.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe. It's odd, isn't it? It's like the issue of this, if you haven't followed it, is the fact that there was nothing pre-ordered at all.
Yeah.
For Games Workshop on Sunday for the first time ever. Obviously sending the tinfoil hat people into meltdown, basically. But yeah, so I don't know. They've shown so much stuff that it just must be soon. Like, Hera is clearly an outlier. You know, she was shown 5 months ago. She should be out by now. But everything else is probably, I don't know, when was Bulk shown? Because they're probably getting towards that 3-month window, aren't they?
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get, like, an Angmar thing where we'll just have the massive one day everything goes up.
That's what I've been assuming. I've been assuming, I've put this on, I assumed it was just a mega drop. Because they did it for Angmar, and then they did it for War of the Rohirrim.
I remember that when that happened, I was expecting us to have like one thing released and like another thing, like with Defense of the North was.
Yeah.
And then just all came at once.
But they still previewed everything for Rise of Angmar like they are now. They show you what they seem to be doing for Middle Earth. I don't think it's great, but it just seems to be where we are. Is they show you stuff for months and months and months, and then here's all your Angmar stuff, and then they showed you all the War of the Rohirrim stuff, and they go, and here's all your War of the Rohirrim stuff. And now they've spent several months showing us all this other stuff, and so I think logic says, and here's all your other stuff. And that's why I was actually saying that I was quite surprised to see Leaf, because he doesn't fit in with what they've been showing.
Yeah, there's all stuff that could theoretically have been done pre. War of Rohirrim.
Yeah. And it almost felt like okay, well, we know that there's new War of the Rohirrim stuff to come, but what you're getting now is models for missing profiles to go with this third book in the Match Play Guide. And then when I saw him, I was like it's like you're more likely to see Braga, right? And I was like, oh, okay, we get Leaf instead of Braga. Okay, that's a bit weird. But so who knows? I will say on a couple of notes about Seven Stones. There are still 2 team spots available. So if anyone is out there and wants to come, we've got 2 spots available. So 4 players, 2 teams. And the other thing is, I will be putting out a formal post about this probably after this weekend when we see how the land lies. But someone asked about it. Every single, I think Seven Stones is known already as a bit silly. And I can happily confirm 100% every single profile from the last edition of the game will be eligible for use at Seven Stones.
Are you going to get Sam to write intelligence stats for everything?
I had this wacky idea where we'd use the courage value. But but Sam is coming, so yeah. If you wouldn't mind finding an idiotic thing that every character does, so they can say, "What an idiot!" Intelligence 10+. That'd be great. But we kind of alluded to it in the rules pack. We just assumed the book would be out. But we're gonna, if you want to bring Theodred, you can bring Theodred. You'll be using the old edition and the old edition points, and no one will care because it's Seven Stones. And the reason we're doing that is, go on.
You just pick a profile that's already in the book.
That's right. So that's the kind of thing we do. We're willing to let you use profiles that you have profiles for. It's because his army list isn't in, is it?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of. You help me out, Larry. What's one of the ones that's not in?
I'm trying to think who's not gone and who.
No,
Derb.
you can use legacies. Legacies are fine as well.
Derbs.
Yeah. So yeah, Derbs can come and aid you in your Moria list. But yeah, and so anything going into Legacy's PDF, anything going into the third book, anything that if all this stuff was out, you would be able to use. You'll be able to use. We'll just use the old edition points. There's bound to be a few things to do with special rules and stuff that come up, but I just don't care, and neither does Tom. It's 7 stones. Like if you want to use them for the right reason, there are going to be some problems, but we just hope people will find a way of dealing with them because we can't really be asked. There's things like canned chariots. Like canned chariots now would need a profile, right? I think they'd need a different profile because of the way chariots work.
Oh yeah.
But
one solid thing.
that's rarely niche. But if anyone wants to do it, and the reason is we've always allowed custom army lists and custom profiles at 7 stones, right? So we're just saying that's all people are doing. They're just bringing custom profiles that are heavily inspired by the last edition. And so yeah, so people have been putting in. I'm not saying there's any guarantees here, but people have been putting in an awful lot of hobby and effort for the last 5 months, and the stuff people do for 7 stones is amazing. And the last thing in the world I want is for anyone to not be able to use their army because if the books aren't out, and I'm starting to think the books might not be out. I assumed, when we were writing the rules back in February, I assumed it'd be out. But
one more Sunday, possibly 2 if I'm right.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why I was going to wait until like Monday. I think you must know this week. In theory, it could all go out for pre-order on Saturday, right? They could just have not announced it, or on Sunday you get a preview saying this stuff's coming. And if we don't get either of those, I'll be saying, good news, guys, this tournament's about to get even weirder. Which I think would be cool. But yeah, hopefully, if there's anyone out there who fancies, in 3 weeks' time, coming along to the longest running and largest independent doubles tournament in the calendar, we'd love to welcome you. You could meet Larry Miller.
It's definitely in the top 2 thematic London-based doubles tournaments.
Thanks, man. That really does mean a lot. Yeah, that's super cool. Should we do some chat catch up?
I guess so.
Do you want to do that? Are you painting?
I finished doing the red on his armour and got annoyed about how quickly it was drying up. So where were we up to?
Dry wheat mixes the food of purgatory. We've done that. Didn't Larry probably reported you? Was it Sam possibly saying? And so Alexa's probably reported Cal to some sort of authority. Joe says, didn't Larry's story about the unrefrigerated chicken continue where he had a day or more off, then returned to work, forgot the fridge wasn't working and consumed more of it? Yes. That's why, because I guesstimated it was.
Oh yeah, but that was a natural day off, I wasn't off sick.
It was unrefrigerated for 3 days, I believe. Stephen Ryan, you confused our Alexa too. You're welcome. Joe Holzman goes, Komodo dragons with bracelets! I may have estimated how much it would cost me to buy the Dragon Emperor. 6 black dragons and 18 war drakes. I think that would be better without the 6 black dragons, wouldn't it? Surely you could replace those black dragons with some more war drakes, can you?
I don't have the dismounts.
Of course. Yeah, I'm a fool. Frederick Shaw's the Fat Lizard Boys actually look quite cool. Low fantasy realism vibes, but I don't play Easterlings. The only thing is, I find the armour a bit troubling. I think the creatures look great, and I'm fine with them in Middle Earth. I just think the armour's a bit silly.
I like the foot armour because I like how they've dressed them up like little Easterlings.
Well, I think they put them on. I don't think that's the Easterlings. I think that's the Drakes popping those on before the battle, isn't it?
Yeah, not so sure on the helmet and stuff. It looks a little bit less like that distinctive scaliness.
Who puts that on them? Like they'd bite their head off, wouldn't they?
And it doesn't have bunny ears.
You want them to have bunny ears?
Yes.
We have confirmation from Frederick that everything's fine and it's working. James Wilson, it was working and it froze. The milk has infected the stream. And he confirms that. Oh, you found it?
The banner on top kept moving, just your webcams froze. Matt Hudson, Imrahil is by far the sexiest model. Oh, he's an annoying one because I'd resisted the urge to get any Dol Amroth, even though I do like the Forge World Foot Knights that have, I think they've mysteriously disappeared. But seeing him means that there's a good chance I'll be getting a small amount of Dol Amroth at some point.
So he's just an easy dodge for me. Love it. Love that he's out there. Love that it's good for the community. I'm not angry about it, and won't buy it.
Frederick Schultz audio was fine. Frederick Schultz now the 3 images, no tech diff. James Wilson, we had sound but pictures froze. Frederick Schultz, I have interest in these, just not really in their army list, which is a problem.
Not at 7 stones, it wouldn't be, mate.
Frederick Schultz, the article said they have head options, 2 bodies and 4 heads. Ooh.
That's cool. That'll help Joe with his 18 drinks.
Is Joe gonna join the stupid amounts of animals club?
His must be more expensive, mustn't it? Something with 20 of those things. How much were the Runish Drakes? So if we use the old edition, the Runish War. Oh no, they were only 20 points. So they're in Crabane and Warbat territory. But if you want 18, what have we got? You've got Bolg at about 175, and I've got Saruman at about 175. He needs the Dragon Emperor, of course, is 170 is cheap. Yeah, so it's fine. Joe wins the game. Joe could get a Dragon Emperor and 18 War Drakes for about the same points that we can get Bolg and 18 Bats and Saruman and 18 Crabane, and Joe will destroy us. But of course, maybe not in the new edition.
Official Steam tech keeps works. Official will be interesting to see how many people will repurpose the old Mordor blisters as Corsair ones now.
Oh, I suppose.
Folk Schultz, the blister idea was probably around for a while, and then War of the Rohirrim forced them to rush the new books, and they simply decided to put it in. That's the weird thing is, though, that why? It seems a weird thing to just release as like a standalone thing without some kind of like
pirate supplement
to go with it.
Yeah. Bold makes sense because of the base. The catapult troll makes sense because it was missing. Imrahil confuses me.
If there was no... But again, he still has a thing. If there's no...
Does Imrahil and Corsairs make sense?
Yeah, maybe there was like a
Fiefdoms and Corsairs?
But that's the thing, is that if there hadn't been a new edition, the ballista would have to go somewhere. Because the only one that wouldn't have rules.
Yeah, so, and I'm in the camp that's sculpted before the new edition.
Yeah.
Just based on speed. So it was being sculpted for some, and you're saying it's sculpted for an edition where it doesn't have rules, so there must have been a plan for it. I think there's logic there.
I think everything else they've done has rules, so kind of there's a reason for it to exist without the new editions happening.
Just so everyone knows, if anyone edits this vlog to have me say to Larry, I think there's logic there, in response to anything other than that one sentence, I will sue you for slander.
Do it. What are we up to? Frederick Schultz, the blister idea was probably around... Oh yeah, that's the one we just had. James Wilson, Damien's Battle Company, coming 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025.
It's on the schedule for this year, and I'm starting to worry about it. I'm not gonna lie.
Is it going to come alongside the next episode of Fantasy Fellowship by any chance?
I would maintain that the Battle Company is more likely to happen than the Fantasy Fellowship. by several degrees of magnitude.
Rituals, especially after they had to reduce the film-only Corsair list. Joshua Cosby, I only need the third book now to let me know how many Drakes I can put in a list. James Wilson, call me controversial, but people debating a model's hand proves that people need to spend less time on the internet. Sam Huddy, turns out Leaf doesn't have hands at all. What an idiot.
Intelligence 10 plus. GFH FH FG. Is that someone? No. I think you've correctly pronounced that. Guff guff huff guff.
It's probably because it's not glued in place. Most GW models aren't glued to make easier photography.
Is it? Aren't they?
Sam Page, I think he carries around Helm's horn in the movie.
Ah.
But would that mean that if you have both of them in your list, you'd have 2 Helm's horns on the table?
Oh God, no, don't. Helms. Is that Helm's horn leaf? Helmless Helm's horn helm. Imagine if you start combining it with the helmet. Hornless, hornless, horned, Helm's helm.
It also be weird because the only time he's mounted in the film, Helm's not around, is he?
Yeah, it's when he's riding off, right? Helm's ridden off to the battle and he's riding off to Helm's Deep.
No, he's not mounted then. The only time I think you see him on a horse is when it's
Leaf.
Before the Mumuk chase.
He rides a horse to Helm's Deep, doesn't he? They all ride. I think so. They all ride horses, don't they?
I don't know. That's a stupid list I want to do, by the way. The Hero mounted, Freelaf mounted, Leaf mounted, Owen mounted. Just that.
Well, I think the all hero mounted Defenders of Edoras list has got some legs.
No, but this is without Helm, Haleth, and Ham.
Without the bit that gives it legs.
Yeah.
But they're expensive as well. When you put them in, you go, oh, this is quite good, and suddenly you realize, oh, hang on, it's like 900 points to get all of them.
Leaf on a horse as well. I was very questioning. He pays like the full 20 points for a horse, and he's got like a Hobbit profile.
He also, I know they've made him small because he's small in the film, but I think he needs to be younger than 16. Like 16, he should be bigger. And this is purely a screenwriter thing. Don't you think like a 16-year-old is like your kind of Rob Stark? It's not your it's not your like little kid. He looks like he's about 12.
Is he supposed to be 16?
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, no, I wouldn't have. I'm not the best at guessing kids' ages, but I feel like 16 you're not.
That's a strange weakness to admit to, that one. It's like it feels like you've been tested in the past and like failed.
No, it's kind of working in a toy shop. You have kids, and you have to kind of like know their ages for things, especially when like the game bit. You have to kind of tell whether to ID people or not.
IV.
ID.
Oh, I thought you were putting IVs in kids.
I try not to. But yeah, no, I'm like, yeah.
You're right though. I used to find that hard before I had my kids. I would like that child there is somewhere between 2 and 10.
Yeah, I feel like 16. You're closer to adult size normally. I'd have thought.
You got like 16-year-old players like in the Premier League and stuff. There's a 14-year-old batting at the moment in cricket. Like you get your physique start, and obviously people develop at a different speed, don't they? But yeah, and he looks perfect. He looks exactly like he does in the film. I think it's a screenwriter's thing making him too old.
Yeah, no. I said until you said that, I wouldn't have said 16 when I was trying to age him. I probably would have said like 12, 14. I think if I had to hazard a guess. from the film. Where were we? James Wilson. Also, everyone seems to notice the hand and not the insane grin that also appears to be sporting.
I think the grin's quite affectionate. I don't think people are saying the model's awful. I think people. It's a bit kind of like enjoying the, what was the little animal on Blood Bowl or whatever, or the fox or the the badgers and that sort of stuff. I think people are quite affectionately drawn to this happy horse.
Sam Page says, Nick says it's because the horse knows it's having its picture taken. James Wilson, to quote Terry Pratchett, never trust a species that grins, it's up to something. Joe Holzman, or perhaps Hera with Freyla, Olwen with Leaf, and Helm on his own.
Hera and Freya left Olwen and Leith and Helm on his own. Maybe. I think Olwen and Leaf feels like a sensible combo to me. I mean, not by your logic, obviously, because it's they're two minor characters, but I kind of assume like two supporting characters in a kind of, Guritz and Zagdush and Goroth sort of style.
Yeah. Or counter idea that's not going to happen, but I'm just throwing it out there. So you have Hera with Freyleth, Leaf with Olwen, and then Helm with Helm Freyleth.
double Helm kit. I would like that. I would like a Helm in a Freyleth in Helm's gear type thing, but I'm not convinced we're getting that.
No. Product Schultz, the new Mini looks cool, but the hand placement on the mounted one is a bit weird, but does not really look photoshopped.
He's just giving it a little pat. He's giving it a little tickle, that's why he's smiling.
Steve Keane, maybe Leaf with Helm and Olwen with Hera.
And then what about Freyleth?
Yeah.
It's tricky, isn't it?
My theory was that maybe you'd get Leaf with Hera, Helm with Freyleth, and then Olwen in resin.
Olwen in resin?
That's just because I feel like if I was them, I don't think many people would buy Leaf if he came on his own in resin, because I don't see him as being as big of a competitive choice. I don't know.
Maybe. Do you know who plays? Olwen?
No.
Sounds like you're lying.
I'm sure it was mentioned at some point.
No, that you're thinking of old Pennycrick, who's the woman out of 1 foot in the grave. Olwen is Lorraine Ashbourne, who is Andy Serkis's wife.
Oh, really? Huh.
Well, Mum and Emma often go to Portrait Artist of the Year to go and see it filmed.
Yeah.
And, one of them, I think it was the final or the semi-final, they had Andy Serkis and Lorraine Ashbourne. So, like, my mum was like, "Isn't this?" And I was like, "Oh my god, that's Gollum. That's super cool." So they in this really kind of crazy, weird, stylized mountaineering pose. But yeah, they had this joint portrait done. So they brought the poor bastard painters. They're like, "Good news, you got 2 people to paint same time." But yeah, and she's obviously they've got they obviously have the connections to the New Zealand and the Weta crew and all that, and I'm not saying it's nepotism, but I imagine there was some sort of who can we get in and keep it in the family kind of thing.
Product Schultz, did Alex do another COVID resin death cough on the podcast?
No, Alex seemed in good form, in good spirits.
Yeah, Sam Page, I'm so excited for Hera and Beachbone.
Yeah, I've said this before, but Beachbone is my favourite so far.
Joe Holzman, I think I've mentioned this before, but I'm a little worried the catapult troll is going to ruin me financially. I am dreading to think of the price of that thing.
We debated it in the past. How much do you reckon? I think to give you a ballpark, I think I said it should cost 200, but I think it will cost 150. I think that was my logic.
So Gundabad Troll 78.
Yeah.
There's got to be a lot a fair bit more than that.
My rank shill argument was that a lot of the resin recently has been cheaper than you'd expect it to be, like the snow
Yeah,
troll and the orcs and the hill trolls.
I'm gonna go with a guess of 130.
130.
Yeah,
Oh, that's cheap, man. I hope you're right.
I was gonna go 150, but then I took off a bit because you said of things being cheaper than you expect.
Yeah, well, I think 150 is cheaper than I expect.
Oh, no, it's big, isn't it?
You got the catapult and you got the goblins as well.
Yeah. But luckily, Gundabad are like you with Dunland, an army that I don't have and don't have much of an interest in.
Ah, clever. I see. You've just got an army of bats.
Are you getting the troll?
Yeah, I think so. But I'm kind of annoyed because I've got a massive painted Gundabad army. I've got everything. So it's like, of course I'm getting it, but I'll get it and I won't paint it for ages. Do you know what I mean? It's that sort of thing. It's perfect. It's the one missing piece from this huge army I've got. But when am I ever going to sit down and paint it and use it? Like,
And Matt Davis, you have to wait for Matt Davis to make a stupidly huge base.
yeah, absolutely.
Was it like 100?
Is it the 180 square? Is it that one? Not square. Sorry, circle.
That's going to be a big chunk of resin.
That's the thing. It's not even the cost necessarily for me because I do genuinely believe that you get the value for money of these things back. Like he's not if he's 150 quid or if he's 200 quid, he's no more expensive than that guy. Do you know what I mean? It's the same price. It's just you're getting more of it. He costs the same as whatever. 3 boxes of mercenaries, which is the same amount of resin. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's more that I find nothing enjoyable about the thought of painting that. Just turning it and spinning it. It reminds me of doing like Weathertop. When I was painting Weathertop and I had it on my dining room table, this massive heavy thing, and I had it on a box so I could spin the box on the table to get to it. It's like that. I don't want to do it.
But I was wondering if Matt's going to be able to make a base big enough. I don't know what his capabilities are for, what his limitations are for base making.
He's got one for the Mummock, hasn't he?
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I think I've seen that one. Is it the same? I can't remember how it compares to the Mummock now.
I suspect it's more resin, but I suspect it might not be as long as the Mummock.
Maybe. Sam Page, 18 catapult drums.
I think that one would beat us as well.
Very short. The Top Table Alliance guys probably weren't part of the old guard GBHL community, so they probably have a very different perspective.
Yeah, and that's fair. As I said, I didn't think there's anything wrong with the video. I thought they were wrong about the idea that no one wanted those models.
James Wilson, pity it's not coming out in 3 years' time. Then I could have legitimately said, I did my waiting, 12 years of it. You can still do that when the next episode of Fantasy Fellowship comes out. That was a joke. It's not going to be 12 years.
Ludicrous.
Frederick Schultz, fun fact, my being interested in running all of the War of the Rohirrim characters, but Helm thing is still going strong. We'll probably do War of the WTR Rohan at some point, but without Helm.
That's interesting.
Joe Holzman. They're going back to 1 week pre-orders. Yeah, you did. A good theory. Unless that they don't do it on Sunday, in which case we'll then forget that I ever had that theory.
I don't think the internet forgets, Larry. I don't think the internet forgets.
I will, though. James Wilson, they've only previewed it, not out yet. No, that was old school Chris C. James Wilson, don't forget, Hera only got previewed because she was possibly accidentally included in the How to Play Middle-earth SBG videos.
I agree with that, but equally, surely that Hera was meant to be out early. Like, you know, I could get if they wanted to, if you wait for Olwyn and Leaf, but surely Hera's meant to be.
Yeah, that has always seemed weird that you have the wrong Hera and Helm.
Yeah, that's a good counter argument actually, because you'd say exactly the same thing about Helm, wouldn't you? You'd say surely Helm should have been out earlier and he wasn't. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with him.
I did think you had legs with. I think it was you that said it, that it might just be because it's quick of them to have got Forge World stuff.
Yeah, I definitely think there's something in that they couldn't. Like, you know, they got those 5 heroes out because there was space on the Forge World machines, the resin machines, and not space in the plastic kits. But I will say, like, you know me, I'm as positive they come. And I don't think it's necessarily their creative decision. What I completely disagree with is this idea of saving it all up. It's like, if you've got the stuff, whoever's decision it is, whether it's Rob's as product manager or Tony's as the manager of the studio or whoever else, it should be like, if you've got it, release one a month. Like that's what Trokey did in, like, you know, from whatever 2016 to 2021. You know, it was like, here's your Gundabad Berserkers. Next month we've brought back Boromir. Next month here's your Gundabad Trolls. Next month, you know, we've released the Thorin's Company that you've been waiting for, Fraser. It was like a thing a month. It was like a re-release a month or a new thing a month, and everyone was, so it wasn't much, but it was like, oh, here's your new thing, and now it's going to be awesome when all this stuff comes out. But it would clearly be better. Here's Bolg, buy it. Here now, next month you'll be able to buy a Catapult Troll, buy it. You know.
It also mean that people would be like more willing to buy stuff that they have kind of less interest in if it's the only thing that's releasing.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. When it's I won't buy Imrahil. I won't buy the Ballista. I won't buy. I don't know about the Troll. Whereas, particularly because of the streams, I reckon if it was just that 1 month and we were going to do an Imrahil special, I might buy it to paint it. So yeah, you're right as well. Yeah.
Josh Coles, do you think they're holding off with the book until they've previewed all the new stuff that'll be featured, like Imrahil the Drakes we've seen, or stuff that could happen that might need updating, like a Braga Armoured Celeborn, Rivendell Twins, updates to some metal models? Not saying those others are coming, but they're examples of heroes that have no model or old metal ones GW might want to update.
I mean, maybe, but I don't think so. Because there's also things like Bolg and the Catapult Troll that are already out. You know, they're in the other books.
And I also think that metal stuff is less likely to be replaced than resin stuff, the non-Forge World resin stuff.
Yeah, you're right.
Because they seem to be like moving a lot of the old stuff that went to the resin back to metal.
Yeah, for sure.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that's a kind of conscious thing that they're trying to do.
Agree.
Harry's in. Hey gents, sadly not been able to join the stream this evening.
Harry Parkhill
is about the scenario I played this week. I finally finished the Quest of the Ringbearer scenarios. You made it all the way to Bree.
Always fun.
Joe Holzman, I never said it was a day off sick. Yeah, it sounded it was misinterpreted. Apologies. The 6 Black Dragons are for the guys carrying the fancy chair.
Yeah, well done, Larry. Larry smashed that.
James finishing Smaug for a tournament now. Just taking him outside to varnish him. It's like manhandling a house cat.
Whoa, well done, mate. That's cool.
Well, with Smaug, aren't you supposed to just buy one that someone else has already painted instead of painting your one?
I think Sam Page bought one, got someone else to paint it, and then we bought someone else's one that someone else had painted. It's a thinking man's choice.
Matt Hudson, if you got a small amount of Dolamroth, you could paint them so you have a battle company. Then I'd have to start the battle company.
You wouldn't, mate. You wouldn't. I promise.
Joe Holzman, the Emperor and 18 Drakes is 550 points based on last edition.
That's amazing.
I think ours were 450, weren't they?
What?
Our ones.
No, 550. It was definitely 550. Yeah. But Crabane, you can't do it now because Crabane have gone up, haven't they? Crabane are 25 now instead of 20, so I'm at a significant disadvantage.
You get all of your lightning stuff now.
Oh, is that the list? Yeah.
It would be that list, wouldn't it? The one with the wild.
That'll teach you. Lightning your drakes away.
I was predicting a Fiefdom's Umbar supplement in the last edition. It does seem plausible with the stuff. Because they randomly re-released all the Fiefdom models at one point. That is a good shout. They like boxed up the Clansmen and Axemen into like one pack, and all of the heroes into one pack.
Yeah. I don't want to be a backseat comment reader, but did you miss Harry's second comment? Despite my misgivings, or have I missed you saying that one?
No, what happened was I looked away after Matt's comment, and my mouse happened to be on Harry's comment, so I assumed that meant that was there because I read it. So yes, I did.
All right, Harry, I got you back.
Despite my misgivings, it was a genuinely cracking scenario, and the roll-off mechanic at the end actually worked better than anticipated. We'll catch up with the live stream in the coming days, I'm sure.
I disagree. I defend to the death your right to disagree.
Do you not like that mechanic?
I think this is what we were talking about in the last stream. You might as well just skip everything and just do the roll-off. There's no point playing anything else.
Was it like that? What was the old the Azanor Bazaar one?
Oh, yeah, that was.
Where everything else was irrelevant except for the fight in the middle.
It was. Where's that? That's it. That's in Desolation of Smaug, isn't it? There, you're absolutely right because we played them on the GBHL, didn't we? Absolute toilet. So, in this supplement, in the first Desolation of Smaug supplement, they put. Is it one? Or is this one? There were three of them, weren't there? Yeah, here we go. The Battle of Dimril Dale Part 1, Battle of Dimril Dale Part 2, Battle of Dimril Dale Part 3. So Part 1 is Thorin, Thrain, Balin, Dwalin, and 800 points of dwarfs. Against Azog, Fimbul, Narzug, Yaznag, and 800 points. This is about a 1200 point game. Objectives: Azog claims the head of Thror, the last king under mountain. The game ends at the end of a turn on which Azog or Thror has been slain or fled. The evil player wins if Thror is dead and Azog still lives. If Azog has been slain or fled, then Thror is alive. The good player wins. It's like those 1,000 points of Othermore, they just can't do anything. They literally, if they're not in combat with Thror or Azog, they have no bearing whatsoever on the game. And then I'm pretty sure the next one you just swap it for Thrain. So this one's all the heroes and then 600 points of each. The game ends at the end of a turn in which either Azog or Thrain has been slain or fled. And we played them. Me and Jamie played them, didn't we? And it was just you just deploy all these models, and then you run them forward and you don't fight any of the combats because it's utterly irrelevant. And then I feel like the third one was better. Yeah, here you go. So the third one, which is it's inexplicably then there's so many issues with this supplement. But this one is the heroes plus 24 warriors of Erebor and the heroes plus 36. They change it from like a points value to the models you'd expect inexplicably. The game ends at the end of a turn in which either Azog has been slain or the good army has been wiped out. So suddenly then every model on the table can contribute to that one.
But technically, they can contribute to the other ones if you manage to break You said about fleeing.
Yeah, so yeah, you're right, Larry. You could play several rounds of 50 warriors on warriors and hope that you manage to kill half of them before Azog and or Thorin, Thrain, and Thror can kill one or the other one.
And then hope that one of them fails their courage test with their courage 6 or whatever.
And you know what they say? Azog's really slow at killing heroes. So he dies. One of them dies on turn 2. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's just which one, and then you put all your models away. Rubbish. Rubbish. Better now though.
Oh god, it jumped. Josh Coles. I think new black numbs to match the mounted renamed Morgul Knights are on the way.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, well, like the and like a 6-pack, like the
Dolomroth guys. And they're currently resin, aren't they? They're currently Finecast, so that would be another sensible one to get rid of, I think.
Josh Coles. That's not just someone. Joe Holzman. Fiefdom / Umbar / Mahud. Possibly somewhat less likely now. Old school Chris C. Hi James. Have fun with Smaug. Joe Holzman. 4 if both players had both Helm and Leaf. Oh yes, if there'd be 4 Helm's Horns on the table if you both had mounted Helm and mounted Leaf. Frederick Schultz. Will we have a Helm's Hornless Helm? Will you have Helm's Helm? But so it'll be Helm's Helmed, but Helm's Hornless. If that makes sense.
It does make sense. It's just it's not very funny to say. Just saying Helm's helmed, but Helm's hornless. That doesn't have the same ring as Helm's helm.
No.
It's not your best work.
But it's on old school Chris C. But Helm's helm has horns. The Helm's horns are different to Helm's horn. Joe Holzman. I mean, Hummer was on a horse and got caught. I don't think Leaf would outrun the tribesmen on foot. Joe Holzman, or was it Haleth? I can't remember which way around they are.
Hammer gets caught. Haleth gets the arrow through the neck.
I can't have said that on here, but I still think that's. I still want Hammer to have the opposite of expert shot.
What's that? You can only fire every other turn.
Yeah, it takes like 3 turns to shoot.
Stop patting your horse, shoot him. Stop patting your horse, shoot him. Stop patting your horse, shoot him.
It would take a long time when I first watched it. It wasn't until I rewatched it that I just realised how long. He has a little conversation with the horse.
God, this is a nightmare. Me and you are going to die now. If only I had a missile weapon, I could be shooting them right now. Oh, God. Anyway. Oh, well, I don't know what there is to do about it except draw one arrow very slowly. Who shall I aim at? Wolf, Targ, or one of the red shirts?
Like we don't even see what the arrow does.
He's probably like Percy, isn't he? Never shoots anything. Shoot, value 3+.
Bernard Schultz, yes, Damien, the all-hero mounted list has got some legs. 4 extra
Way! Boom, 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 boom. Saw that one coming.
Bernard Schultz, maybe 14 would have been better, but maybe he's short and not fully grown yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think the living conditions in Rohan are great, are they? It's probably like, you know, horse dung and rotten milk everywhere. I would have thought like it's probably going to stunt your growth a little bit. You'd love it there.
Sam Page, Joe Haleth got shot through the neck by Wolf. Harmer got betrayed by his old horse. Sam Hardy, Helm. Wait, you're 16?
Then what are you doing inside? Get on your horse and join the rest of the army.
That's a great point.
Point.
Theoden would have had him out there fighting, wouldn't he?
Joe Holzman, I'd say he still looks too young for 12, 14, considering the 11-year-olds at work. Yeah. Joe Holzman, I was basing on the fact that the Hera Freyla feel like a pair, and Helm's more appealing on his own than any of the others would be. I guess. Josh Cole, I thought you'd have Leaf and the Shield Granny together. That makes sense to me.
Shield Granny is a great term.
It would. I just don't know if her and Leaf are... If GW would consider her and Leaf big enough to carry a pack. But who knows? Felix Schultz, the beach bone bird nest is my favourite so far.
Yeah, that's cool. Nice little touch.
Holzman, as well as estimating the cost of 18 war drakes, have also written a 1,000-point catapult troll list.
How many is that? Is that about 4? Because they're heroes, right? They're independent heroes. You must have to have a captain to lead them, to be the leader. Is that right? Oh, do you have to have 4 captains because they're siege engines?
That's a good point. Yeah.
Maybe four troll catapults and 4 captains feels like about 1,000 points.
I still want to see someone. I think you need like 2,000 and something points for it, but I theorized it last edition. The Sauron leading 24 Mordor trolls.
That's cool.
And then you have to try and deploy them within 6 inches of Sauron.
You say that was 1,000 points?
No, I think like 2,000.
Yeah, I was going to say they're like 100 each, aren't they?
Yeah, because 2,800 points. Because I think Sauron's was 400 or still is 400.
I think if you're playing a 2,800 point game, they'll let you deploy your trolls where you want.
Can you run a 2,800 point tournament, please?
Sure. We'll change some stones.
But Schultz, his resin price thingy is probably because the resin as a material is not expensive. It's labour, moulds, etc. that costs money. Yeah, I don't really know how resin works, but I assume it costs a lot more to make the bigger molds.
I don't know, mate. Probably.
Like the bits of Smaug are quite big, aren't they? From what I've seen.
Yeah.
Of the previews, this is Josh Coles. Of the previews so far, it's Imrahil for me. Since the Forge World Swan Knights came out, I always wanted to start a force of them, but I hated the old Imrahil model. In my opinion, character justice.
That's cool.
I'd be interested in knowing if thingy Adam Trope's had any connection to the Imrahil. Kind of that's one that he famously wanted.
I mean, it would only be in a kind of passing, unofficial way because it's long after his time.
I don't know if he was pestering.
Maybe.
He said he wanted that in one of the in one of the old seminars that were in the before time. Felix Schultz, yes, I've got a Mumuk base from Gen Shift, and he's also recently made a Watcher-sized one that's suitable for resin pours.
Is it the new Watcher-sized one?
Giant catapult one.
Is it new Watcher-size, do you think, or old Watcher-size?
Ooh, it says recently, so I'd imagine it is.
That's cool.
You get it to rebase your one, which I know you're excited for.
He probably would as well. He's a lovely human, is that man?
Vote Schultz, Damien, her name isn't Shirley Hera, it's just Hera.
Ray.
Joe Holzman, I think Damien's wrong on that shout. There's victory conditions for the bigger game too. Damien keeps claiming the only win condition is for the ring roll-off.
What?
This is about the end of the things one.
So, fair enough. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So it says the game lasts until either Frodo has destroyed the ring or is taken over by the ring or is slain. The good player wins if the ring is destroyed. The evil player wins if Frodo is either slain or taken over by the ring. Additionally, if all the good heroes at the Black Gate are slain, the best result the good player can achieve is a draw. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I mentioned the draw last week. I just don't think that's anywhere near enough. So that means if I manage to wipe out all of your good heroes, which is spectacularly unlikely to happen, then there's a 50% chance that it might affect the game. I'm not denying that's in there, but that's just not enough. There's rubbish. So it's the best good can achieve is a draw. So that would only mean if good win. So if evil win, everything at the Black Gate has no impact on it whatsoever. Rubbish. Unless I'm missing something else. But in this version of it, I'm pretty sure it's in this version of it, it's if the good heroes are wiped out, evil win. So it's like that. It swings the game completely.
I think the most thematic way to do it would be to have two good players, one doing the main one, the other one doing the Frodo and Sam, but only one evil person. And if the person doing the main thing can distract the evil person enough, you can get a few extra turns of movement.
An extra turn, yeah. Keep him blind to all else that moves. That'd be fun. Yeah, Joe. Just to jump in, Joe said if the older version, the evil side wins if all the good heroes die, and yeah, you're absolutely right. But when we talked about the scenario rules last week, we were saying at least in the mag, it's got some. I still don't think that's very good because it only affects it on one side, but there's something there. But in the new version, the current version, they've removed that. And yeah, it's just rubbish.
Rory Campbell just popping in for a bit to assemble and fix LSR. We'll catch up on the replay for the Larry extravaganza. Joe Holzman, I don't know, Damien. I think Helm might prefer to have his horn than his helm. Tom W. Oh, my sweet lord, it's a Larry stream. Very much looking forward to watching the stream when it's daytime and safe to do so. Hey. Tom Tucker just jumped back in, so don't know where this Helm chat started and if an earnest contribution is missing the point. But judging by the Weta collectible, a model in that armor will look very cool.
The Weta is there a Weta collectible for Water Rohirrim Helm? Look at us both Googling. I didn't know that.
Wetans.com.
Good old Weta New Zealand.
It always makes me think of ants.
Don't search for Weta Helm. They've got his helm, which you'll enjoy. Maybe that's what he's talking about. But I haven't seen an actual model of him yet.
Earth is that? What is Lore Olympus? I've never heard of that.
Dunno.
They have stuff for it.
The problem is, on Weta's website, if you search for helm, you just get all the helms. It's not useful. I wonder if he's talking about that. I wonder if he's talking because he's talking about the armor will look cool. So I wonder if he's talking about the replica of the helm.
I like how it's Helm of King Helm.
Mm.
They've got the double helm in there.
Let us know.
Yeah, Sam Hardy, I wouldn't worry, Larry. I've used the hammer for about 8 or 9 games, and he hasn't even wounded. Never mind killed. He did all right in our mega game. He was the last of the big named heroes still alive after everyone else got moomuked.
That'll teach the narrative.
Joe Holzman, 4 captains, 4 catapult trolls, a berserker, and a warbat.
That wasn't far off. That's awesome.
If you swap the captains for merc captains, you can swap the warbat for an ogre.
Oh, I'd do that. That's me all over. There's the ogre who crests the hill and kind of points them forward, isn't there?
The problem is, though, is where does the ogre go?
Wherever he wants. He can actually smash models out of the way due to his unstoppable momentum rule.
Am I wrong in thinking that mercenary captains can only lead mercenaries?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think they do. Oh.
I have changed now, so they...
It's not crazy, Larry. It's not crazy.
Sam Hardy says with a bow to clarify.
I don't think so. I can't see it. But the what you might be thinking is warbands led by a goblin mercenary captain that contain only mercenaries don't have to be deployed.
Oh, okay, I thought they changed it as well so they could only...
Unless it's possible in this crazy new world, it could be in the army list, couldn't it? It could say. No, there's no army selection rules.
Fair enough. Desto the Dexterous, I was making a Fangorn army for my wife and was 1 tree short. But when she saw the reveal of the old Beachbone model, she thought it was ugly. Super excited with the new one. It has her approval.
What? What's the old one?
I don't know.
What's the old Beachbone? There's no old Beachbone.
I see it mixed up with Quick Beam. Splash.
Yeah, okay.
What Quick Beam's called now.
Mm-hmm.
Birch Seed?
Yeah, he's Birch Seed now.
Joe Holden, the older version, the evil side wins if all the good heroes die. I was basing it on that as I read the version from the mag today. It's perfectly thematic. The only way good can win is if the ring is destroyed.
I agree. It's totally thematic. I just think you could save yourself a lot of time by just rolling that very thematic roll off on its own.
It would be a bloody shite narrative if the evil side regains the ring, but good still won.
I completely agree. I just think I'm not denying the thematic appropriateness of it. It's just the gameplay deeply unsatisfying. It's a bad mechanic, I think.
Desto the Dexterous. My wife has a Fangorn army too. Her Ent, formerly known as Quick Beam, has a bird box on it she made.
Oh, that's cute. Now, I realise you've caught up, and what I was about to say is I'm going to go and grab a beer, and then should we jump into the magazine and see what people think?
Right, am I being left in charge?
Absolutely.
Right, does anyone want to say some chat things so I don't have to think of stuff to say to fill the space? Tell my lab accident story, but I feel like Damien would want to hear that. Thank you, Sam. Very helpful. Hey, stop the helpful comments. Jack Brown says yes. Matt Hudson says, I imagine somebody would. Tom Turtle, yeah, sorry for the wild Drake chase. I just meant the helmet. You mean Helm's helm? Does anyone know what Lore Olympus is? I was having fun trying to stall there.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite things to do, to leave the guest hosts when there's no chat to catch up on, just to see how they cope.
I contemplated telling my lab accident story, but I thought you wanted to hear that.
Your lab accident?
Yeah.
What's your lab accident story?
The one that I said before, but might need to wait till post-watershed.
Do I know this?
No.
Oh.
So basically, it's... I had a tragic lab accident that gave me the ability...
Is this how you were born?
No. It gave me the ability to not be bothered by biological smells. Basically, when I was at university, there was a module that involved a lot of dissections. The 1 week we'd been cutting up rats. They had then left the rats to go back to another week. These are week-old rats that we had. The week before the start of the rats, we had fish. I didn't like the smell of the fish, so I'd taken to wearing the face mask on that week to avoid having the fish smell, and I carried on wearing it because it felt sciencey to have it on. So I had the face mask on. I also hadn't been doing a lot of the work on this dissection because I was quite hungover this day. So my friend, who were in like pairs, had been doing most of the work. We'd then been given the task of straightening out the rat's intestines. And because I hadn't done the thing, he gave me this fun task. I don't know if you've ever tried straightening out intestines.
I've not.
It's like untangling wires, except that they're squishier and feel more delicate. And if you put too much pressure on, they leak very foul-smelling intestine juice. So I'm straightening these up. And I don't know if you remember from when mask wearing was sort of more mainstream.
Yeah.
But you occasionally get that thing where it kind of just sort of feels off and you adjust it.
Sure. Yeah.
If you've ever done that whilst your hand, absent-mindedly without thinking, whilst your hand is coated in intestine juice.
No, I haven't actually. No.
It's not not something I would recommend. So anyway, the mask becomes soiled. I now have a rat intestine or rat juice soaked mask strapped to my face. There isn't an easy way to get it off, because the easy way to get it off is by taking the things over your ears. My hands are covered in rat intestine juice that I don't particularly want to get on my hair and ears. So I had to go to the sink, wash my hands thoroughly before I can get the mask off. It has been too long having that much rat intestine juice that close to my face. And ever since then, any kind of biological smell just can't really bother me that much. It's my gift. It's my curse.
That can you potentially conceive of how maybe now you're wrong about the rotten milk and the rotten chicken and the sour milk, and you just can't taste how awful they are.
Maybe.
What's absolutely beautiful, I don't like to jump ahead in comments, but Steiner Carlson has just come in and said, and I quote, "Evening gents, I love hearing kitchen stories from Larry." Just to be clear, as someone who's presumably known you before, he thinks this story about you straightening out rat intestines has got something to do with food. Oh, I didn't know that one, man. I felt like I was doing well until you said that the mask was soiled, and that one broke me. That one did.
Was also doing well until the mask was soiled.
Wow, that's absolutely dreadful.
Yeah, I would not recommend doing that.
We were doing so well, keeping you relatively. We'd had a little bit of rotten milk, and then we'd had me licking blood, but there'd also been a lot of Lord of the Rings chat. We were about to look at a magazine, and then you've just dropped a bomb in there. You know, a kind of night changing wonder. This is what the people are here for. This is what the people want from Larry. But I just fear that may derail the rest of the stream. Just magnificent, my friend.
Happy to help. I'm gonna go fill my drink quickly.
Wonderful. This is Larry's. Yeah, sorry for the wild Drake chase. Just mean the helmet. Just the helmet. Okay, cheers, Tom. Sam says, if you've seen our trailer, Larry, who do you think the traitors are? Oh, this was probably just to keep him going. I just assumed it was everyone in the trait. Is it not everyone in the? I don't really know how you're doing it. This is Sam and James's Army for Seven Stones. They're basing it on the UK game show, The Traitors. And it's a wonderful trailer they've cut together of all the. It's on the GBet show if you want to go and Google it. And don't Google it, search it on the GBet show. And it's a little trailer cut together to look like the advert for the show Traitors, but with loads of Lord of the Rings characters in it who are traitors. So I assume they're all traitors, but I guess they've put a game mechanic in where you need to work out which ones are the traitors. So I don't know. I look forward to seeing what you guys get up to, really. Others ask Larry if she's got any stale bread. Joe says the whole point of it is the narrative. You lose the whole thing if you just do that. I know, dude. I know. It's all right. We disagree. All I'm saying is I don't think the game mechanic is very good or very satisfying. That's all I'm saying. It's like I want to do both. I want to do the Black Gate and I want to do the Mount Doom bit, but I want the Black Gate to have more impact on the Mount Doom bit. That's it. Sam says, or tastes poisons. That's obviously about the story. Sean asked him if he licked up the rats. Sam says it's the Larry Miller, or it does feel like a reverse a reverse superhero origins story. The first act would be Larry in the lab sucking on rat intestines, and then developing no superpowers and just dying.
Hey, I did develop a superpower, just a very niche.
Did you read Ryan's comment asking you if you had any stale bread?
What's this?
I didn't know if you got to that one. There's a question saying any stale bread today. I don't know if you got to it.
No, I didn't see any.
And Sam asked you if you'd seen their trailer for Seven Stones. Who did you think the traitors were?
Ooh. I will not comment further because I have two theories about their list. And one is that they might have had a similar idea to the one that we've had.
Oh, okay. All right. So you want to see it? You want to save it?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Steiner then he tells you that he loves your kitchen stories. The keen baker, who's presumably downing tools and never cooking anything again, says, "Were you able to tell if the intestines were off?"
I've never smelt in-date rats' intestines.
I don't think there are in-date intestines. Sam says, "I'm hoping it's not a kitchen story. Don't forget to sniff, then taste the milk first, Larry." And Sam says, "Same as the show. There's 3 traitors. On the display they'll be obvious, but in game randomised." Well, that's very cool, man. I'm looking forward to this. Mason Kingsbury, I believe his first comment of the night. He's been moved to comment, Larry. A 6+ hour stream of Larry deserves to be on in the living room and really test if it's the end of all things with the wife. Tom Turtle, was Larry's lap accident when he was born?
Hey.
He then says, sorry, was that too savage? But to be fair, when you said I was in, I think I said something similar when you said, so I was in this lab. And Frederick says, went to the loo. Can we get a recap of the rat intestine story? Can you do a Cliff Notes version?
I accidentally inhaled a lot of rat intestine juice.
Perfect. That's it. You've done it. You've crushed it. That's absolutely perfect.
Also, the real question is, though, going back a minute, Sam or James? Who do we reckon's dressing as Carol Vorderman?
I think you mean Claudia Winkleman.
Oh, Claudia Winkleman.
You've insulted them and you've embarrassed yourself. I would like to see your traitors, Arby, with you dressed as Carol Vorderman. That I'd like. I did a sexy Claudia Winkleman at Emma's party. I think the idea that you saying, what was it, I accidentally inhaled rat intestines, is a perfect Larry sentence, because it's exactly the sort of thing you would type in the chat, acting as if it was like normal. You know, like that. Well, like I ate chicken with glass in it. I eat rot, whatever. You know what I mean? It's like accidentally, and everyone would have to go, sorry, what do you mean? And you're like, well, what, you know how it is when you're hanging out with rat intestines and you rub them on your face. And everyone go, no, Larry, we don't know how it is. And it's normal and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, I accidentally what was it, ingested? What did you say? I accidentally, what? Rat intestines? What?
Inhaled.
That was it. I accidentally inhaled rat intestines. Put it on a mug. That needs that little image. The quote image. I need to get a finder, you absolute freak. So, should we have a look at this magazine?
Yes.
Whew. So, if you can, guys, I think we should cover this before we go in. Sam's just said, it seems I misunderstood the show too. Removes wig, takes down letters from board. Let's change the chat. If you can bear to step away from Larry inhaling rat intestines, which I grant you is a tough ask, to have a look at this issue's magazine. As I go into my Twinkie, I haven't had a Twinkie in a while actually. So, oh good. There we go. Issue 78. The end of all things. More on that later. Super cool Aragorn on the cover. Super cool little inset of Frodo and Sam at the crack of doom. Frodo struggles to destroy the ring. And down the bottom we have the Battle of Blackgate with Aragorn against Sauron. Larry, over to you. What do you think? What's he playing in his game of SBG? What's he thinking?
Not a great in-game one, I don't think.
Yeah. It looks to me like the way Ed Ball used to use his tape measure.
Oh, yeah, over there.
You know, like he stretched it out and he's putting it out in front of him. Yeah, that's the one. But doing it the other way around. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. He's thinking. Who knows? So it's a cool issue. It's a cool theme, I think. We go in the wake of their victory at Minas Tirith. Aragorn and his army have marched to the Black Gate to draw out Sauron's forces. Keep him blind to all else that moves, Larry. A diversion. And avert the Dark Lord's gaze away from Frodo long enough for the brave hobbit to destroy the ring. Let the Lord, it's the quote, let the Lord of the Black Land come forth. Let justice be done upon him. There's no way that hasn't been through over the years, but if you're in any doubt, go and watch it. Go and watch that clip and be amazed at Aragorn's inexplicable Irish accent. Let the Lord of the Black Land come forth. And we got Elisar. We got the Elisar on foot model. What do we think of Elisar on foot?
Yeah. Yep. Because when we did that list that we mentioned, Tom had converted it out of the plastic one. That's the pose you want.
Yeah.
Put Elisar in, yeah. The mounted one's fine. That's the pose you want that in when he's riding back and forth. But
I think you want that slightly after that. I think the rearing up. LSR.
Maybe.
I've never been that keen on the foot one. I agree with you. The mounted one's fine. You know, it's a bit old school, classic GW. Not very dynamic now, but still good, still fine.
Having him ride in front of your army for 2 turns before dismounting.
I'm not a huge fan of the foot one. It's obviously he's fighting the troll, isn't he? That's what the pose is.
I guess.
What's he off to? What are you looking for?
Oh, I need a paint that's stored over here.
A paint?
Yeah. Oh, it's stored over here.
What? I'm just trying to work out your what manner of storage device. I naively thought your paints would be at your painting desk.
Yeah, this is a less often used one.
Is that one of those old GW paint cases?
It is indeed.
I've never actually seen anyone own one of those.
I've got 2 of them.
Any good?
Yeah, they're useful enough.
Tom Tyler said, thanks for the cover, Damien, about the lab story. Joe Holzman, which is the better mug quote? The mask became spoiled, or I accidentally inhaled rat intestines. I think I accidentally inhaled rat intestines is a more enjoyable quote, but the mask became spoiled needs the context, but is a funnier sentence, I think. I love that Joe's corrected himself. Soiled, not spoiled. They're both good, but yeah, I believe it was the mask became soiled. And Sam says, who's going to be the one to use that as their work mug? James Wilson, we're not dressing up as Claudia, but you can't do the theme without her. Stay tuned. Oh, there's a teaser. That's exciting. Is he back? He's back.
Yes.
We've got a couple more just while we're here. Steve has said he's recently converted a rearing LSR on horse. Really should have planned to be painting it now. Well, if you can touch it, mate, if you can grab it, if you can take a photograph of it and do something, you can be in the draw, mate. What a return to the stream that'd be. And Stephen Ryan, Aragorn on the front cover. I think he's just misunderstood what a heroic challenge is, and he's preparing to duel his opponent. That's good. Maybe that is it. Maybe that he's furious with opponent and he's drawing his sword against him. Are you back with us, my friend?
I am, yes. I was listening. I was just trying to find this paint.
So then we get into the basically the end of the campaign. The Third Age ends. At last, the Free People's epic struggle against the Dark Lords is coming to an end. In this, the final part of the Return of the King campaign, the heroes will face the ultimate battle against Sauron and decide the fate of all Middle-earth. Playing the game represents the final installment of the Return of the King campaign. Also take and then I like this. They're getting a bit nostalgic. We will also take a look back at the epic The Lord of the Rings campaign. That's our epic. It's like we think this is epic, and of course it's taken from beginning to the end. Use some more ideas. Survivors of Minas Tirith. This is kind of fun. I was trying to work out what this meant when I read it. The previous battle game, what's the previous battle game? I don't think it's the end of all things because this is still talking about the end of all things. I think it might be the big Minas Tirith one. I'm not sure. May have taken its toll on the good player's forces, seeing the death of several key heroes. If any members of the Fellowship have been killed, the good player may replace some of them with the following characters before playing the end of all things. The guide, which is Gandalf. So this is like if Gandalf dies at the Siege of Gondor, I think, or the Battle of Pelennor Fields, you can replace him with any of the choices from the Council of Elrond. It doesn't list them, as long as they haven't died early in the campaign, but it shows you Celeborn as an example. And then any warriors, and your warriors are your Legolas and Gimli characters, and Boromir. Any warriors may be replaced with any heroes that fought at the Siege of Minas Tirith and survived, and who are not already members of the Fellowship. So it's fine, but it's basically saying that if you're, I think it's the Pelennor Fields one, if your Fellowship dies in the Pelennor Fields, then at the Black Gate you basically get shipped a bunch of new heroes. like so just a few Elven Lords turn up to help you out, which I guess is just to aid with game balance or something, I suppose. And then we get the end of all things. The scenario is in the last issue, but this is specifically for the campaign. This is quite cute, the way they've used the golem. They've obviously blue tacked a golem onto the cliff there. I quite like that.
Have you seen the the one that someone's converted to be carrying the Sam.
Oh, is it HVM Workbench?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. He's carrying Frodo, isn't he? Not carrying Sam. That'd be a twist. I can't carry it for you, Mr. Frodo, but I'd love it if you could carry me because I'm tired. The Ringbearer and his companions struggle up the burning slopes of Mount Doom to destroy the One Ring, while before the Black Gates, the heroes of the Fellowship gather for one final battle. So you play the scenario as it was written in the last issue, but instead of using the combatants, both good and evil players have 1,200 points. It's a fairly big game. Good player's force has to use all of his chosen Fellowship, plus Gwaihir, plus an Eagle, and then his forces are from Rohan and from Gondor. Evil player creates his army from the forces of Mordor. It must include the Mouth of Sauron. And the Ringbearer and companion replace Frodo and Sam on Mount Doom. And whoever wins this scenario will win the campaign. And then over the page, we get this is their nostalgic look back. So you get, and I get this. I don't think this is a waste of a page. But they have the Lord of the Rings campaign, and basically tell you all the issues that it's in. So here's an overview of the epic 3-part campaign, providing an invaluable reference if you want to play from beginning to end. And I agree with that. I'm on board with that. So 59, 60, 61, 62 is Fellowship, 67, 68, 69 is Two Towers, 76, 77, 78 is Return of the King. So I think that's fair. I think we can allow that. And then the last page over here feels kind of inspiration-y. So Fantasy Fellowship. It's kind of fluffy. One of the most exciting aspects of the Lord of the Rings campaign has been the chance to create your own Fellowship of the Ring. Changing members of the Fellowship can have a dramatic effect on the scenario, altering the outcome. While the scenarios in the campaign have been altered to take this into account, it's also possible to use your Fellowship in other kinds of scenarios. You should feel free to use them in scenarios not presented in the campaign, as long as your opponent group agrees, and you bear in mind that it may tip the balance in favour of one of the players. So what we're seeing is you've finished the Lord of the Rings campaign now. As ever, I think it was Harry saying it, like, did anyone play this? Did anyone actually work their way through it? But we finished the Lord of the Rings campaign, and it's like, but now you've got your Fellowship that you're invested in. Can we go and put that in a Fords of Eisen scenario, or can we go and put that in a Dimrald Dale scenario? You know, can we recreate those basically? Which is cool, I think. You know, good inspiration. Special equipment. Throughout the campaign, there have been places where the members of the Fellowship receive special equipment, such as the Elven Cloaks from Lothlorien, Balin's Axe from Moria. While these items are intended to enhance the flavour and excitement of the Lord of the Rings campaign, there's no reason you could not use them in your regular games if you choose. Remember, because these items were designed for use in the campaign scenarios, you should get your opponent's permission before using them in regular games. Which I love, because it reminds me of Galadriel's Forest. You know, the old Galadriel. And it's like, are we playing this in Lothlorien? No, I don't think we should. Well, I think we should. Did that is like, hey, do you want to? Can I use my Fellowship in this campaign? Yeah, absolutely. Are you alright if they all have 3 Elven cloaks? Well, not really. And I also want Legolas to have a better bow. Is that cool? It's not cool. No, it's not cool. But you know, we're playing narrative scenarios. I'm sure it's fine. And then, actually, do you know what? I'm going to come back to that paragraph because I think it's important. We then get to the second part of the battle report, which we talked about in the last stream. So 2, 4, 6. 8 pages of the battle report. Really good. Really enjoyed reading that. As I said, we talked about the battle rep as a whole in the last one. Won't reveal who wins, but nice pictures. They tell a nice narrative with it. They're clearly playing it to make a nice write up. It's pretty good, and it's cool. It's nice graphics and all that sort of stuff. We then get a painting guide for your mate Elisar. Did you have a look at the painting guide? Do we think this is useful? Brilliant. I got you on instead of Steve because you said you'd look at the magazine. You said you had the magazine. You typed the word "indeed" into the chat.
Go
on, you tell the people. Go on.
It's a good guide.
Have you looked at it?
Passingly.
You've not looked at it. You hate to see it at this level. And at least Steve would have had the magazine on his lap and he'd be pretending. You're not even pretending you can read. Unbelievable.
You want a Steve replacement?
You what?
You want a proper Steve replacement? This is.
It's good. It's a good guide. You still get to dry brush the hell out of his armour. Nice stuff about undershirt. It's all fairly basic. There's nothing that stuck out on the first 2 pages. There is some nice stuff on the second one. You paint his royal surcoat, which is a deep, almost black blue. So this was Chaos Black, highlighted up with Chaos Black mixed with Hawk Turquoise and then grey. So you get a kind of blue tinge to that. It's got elaborate trim on it, capitalised. Not sure if you painted the elaborate trim on your LSR, which can be painted with mithril silver. Oh, sorry, that's the tree. They paint the tree with silver, and then the gold trim looks better. This is their words. Looks better if painted as a golden yellow as opposed to gold. That's an interesting tip. To ensure good coverage, edge the trim with skull white base first before applying the golden yellow. So there's our little zoomed in clip of that. The outer cloak is a flat black colour. And then there is some really nice colour stuff over with the inner cloak where you get one of these. They're doing more and more of this stuff, which I do feel is kind of nice and advanced now. That at this point you're like, well, this is how you can mix up different shades for different highlights and all that sort of stuff, which I think is pretty cool. The red of the inner cloak provides an excellent opportunity to use the blending technique. Technique's very similar to the layering technique. It builds up successive layers of highlights. Each time a new layer is blended with the previous layer, producing a seamless progression from the darkest tone. Keeping your paints of a thin consistency makes them slightly transparent, allowing them to blend with the previous layers more easily. Blending does not mean mixing wet layers of paint on the model, as the name may suggest. It's achieved by keeping the paint thin with water and slightly transparent, allowing some of the previous layer's tone to show through. Start painting Aragorn's cloak with a mix of red gore mixed with Chaos Black. Mix more red gore in and apply this in layers using the blending technique. For the final stage of highlights, add some bronzed flesh and blend up the layers until you're happy with the highlight. I think that's useful now. I think that's perfect. I'm not very good at this sort of stuff, and I think that's interesting, useful stuff, and it actually makes a really nice effect. Look at zooming on that one, like that's not a pink highlight, which is often a risk of highlighting red. That's using bronzed flesh, which I think would now be, is it Cadian flesh? I think possibly Cadian flesh tone is the bronze flesh, maybe something more in one of the yellowy ones like towel-like ochre or deathcore brown. Bronze flesh feels like it was a bit yellow or a bit pinker. And yeah, and again, by this point they're painting really nice models. So there's our little LSR. He's nice. So then we get on to the really, really cool terrain guide. What did you think about the really, really cool terrain guide?
It's good.
Huh?
It's good.
I disagreed. I didn't like it at all. What made you think it was good? What were your 9 favourite things about it in reverse order? So, of course, as Larry says, this time we're building Mount Doom. This is cool. I like this. I'm not going to make this one. I'm alarmingly busy, but this gave me little echoes of the dam and of the Watcher pool, where it was like a little self-contained thing. I was like, God, I'd quite like to make this. And it introduces a new tool. Can I get an ooh?
Ooh.
Yeah, thank you. Do you know what the new tool is? The hot glue gun. 78 issues you've had to wait for this bad boy. Expanding on the power tools from pack 74, this pack provides an opportunity to use a hot glue gun, a quick drying alternative to PVA. The adhesive in a hot glue gun starts out as a solid stick that is melted by the gun to form a quick drying strong bond. I don't need anyone to Google this because I'm sure this definition is correct, but I find calling the hot glue gun a power tool a little optimistic. I presume the definition is simply a tool that's powered, so it is, it's going to sneak in. But do you know what I mean? When you're looking at like a buzzsaw and a drill and the hot glue gun sitting next to it, I don't think they take the hot glue gun very seriously, do you? Yeah,
It's a powered tool.
We've frozen again. But everything else is moving, so I think we're on. Yeah, did you say what? How did you say that? A power or powered?
Yeah, it's a tool that has power.
Yeah. See, I think I would like to declassify it and make it a powered tool rather than a power tool. You know, I think we could have, like, you know how we have dwarf planets and stuff. It's just the hot glue gun's something that my kid could probably use. I wouldn't give her a buzzsaw. I just think they're a different. I just think they just feel like a step below, you know. I just think just because it's a tool that has a plug on it, I just don't think you're in the big sexy club. There you go. So I love this. It's a good guide. You basically build this out of hardboard, which is another reason I'm probably not going to make it. I think the mountain superstructure is 3 MDF panels that are roughly oblong shaped. So you know you're sawing MDF basically, which I was like, I just can't be asked. I'd make it out of foam board and watch it collapse, I think. But you make this kind of, you know, vague kind of pyramid shape almost out of 3 panels. I quite like this. This is quite a handy thing of how do you cut out a doorway from the middle of a panel, and they get you to drill a load of holes through it, and then saw between the holes to get into it. Which, you know, is a handy tip. And then you sand it away. It's MDF, so it'll be relatively soft, and then you glue it together with a hot glue gun. A large stack of heavy books or similar weighty objects will help support them at the correct angles. So that's quite fun. I am curious of why the hot glue gun suddenly gets involved. Why they didn't need it for 78 issues and they suddenly want this as one. I guess they're gluing MDF together, so maybe they want that rather than PDF.
I'd have thought it'd come up
PDF.
by now.
Yeah, exactly. It's nice to know that, you know, Battle Games of Middle Earth is still giving new tips at this point. And then you do the rock cladding, which is then you glue bits of polystyrene onto the front of it. You will need to make a rocky porch to support the spire. You'll be making step 5. And then you cut... I was just wondering how they actually did it. Build up cladding in layers using wider pieces of polystyrene to create ledges, smoothing the steep sections using a sharp knife. So you're gluing polystyrene on. And then you make the spire, which is the doorway, which is kind of above the doorway. Above the rock cladding porch is an imposing stylized spire, and this is kind of cool. So they say the spire consists of 3 card sections layered on top of each other, creating the illusion of a detailed single component. Start by folding 3 card pieces in half, drawing a series of stylized arches and curves. When you're happy, clip them out, ensuring you cut through both sides of the folded card. By doing this, you ensure the curves match on both sides. With the pieces complete, glue them onto the polystyrene wedge one at a time. Trim the wedge to match the curves you aspire and fix it above the portal. You may have to cut into the polystyrene with a sharp knife. You basically make these 3 arches, these 3 shapes, and then glue them together. Did you do anything like this when you made your mountain? Were you in any way following this guide, or did you make it a sort of generic
That
mountain?
I don't know, because it was Tom that did the mountain. I don't think he's in today.
So you haven't read the magazine, and you have no insight onto the fact that your team made this product. At least you covered your face in a rat's guts. It's not a complete waste of time. Then making the bridge. I think this is actually really cool. To make the kind of quite a geometrically secure bridge, you have to carve it out of foam. But they've got, I think, a really handy tip, which is to glue card onto the side of it to guide your foam cutter. So basically, as if the foam cutter won't cut through that card in a second, but I do think it could be quite useful that this is on each side of it and basically forms like a template, which I think is quite cool. Really, really detailed instructions on that. Then you make a bluff, which is on the other side of it. that the bridge comes out of. Layers of polystyrene sheet cut to rise at an angle of about 45 degrees. Then you slide the bridge in, and then you make another kind of archway above it, and loads of detail about how you make this kind of pillars. So up to this point, it's actually been, I think it's a really, really good guide, like really, really interesting. And this is the last kind of whip photo you've got here. Like just build this bit above the bridge, and you're making really good progress. And then I think I can only describe what must happen as they ran out of space, because the next step is then just finish it. Just finish it, really. That is that, and then it's that. Just so yeah, when you've built half of that that archway, the next step is just to finish it, really. Just make sure you finish it off nicely, and you'll be done. And they say to finish off the model. I don't think the step between those two pictures can be fairly described as finishing. I just don't think that's finishing. That's a quick edge highlight from Steve Crow, isn't it? To finish the module, just build the rest of it and then paint it completely. But they go with I've just seen Joe build the rest of the fucking mountain. just do it. To finish off the model, apply a liberal coat of plaster filler topped with gravel and small stones to any smooth areas. You can use plaster filler to give the base a rocky texture on both the interior and exterior. When you're happy, you can begin to paint the model with the colours used in Pack 45's modelling workshop, which describes methods for both the rocky areas of the model and the lava that covers the base of the interior. And it is great, and maybe we're being cynical, and maybe by this point you know how to slather plaster all over the stuff you've built, and you know how to paint rock. I don't know, but to me that seemed like a massive jump. I'd like a tutorial, and I don't think we've had one. I'd like a tutorial on how to paint like glowing lava rock. You know, I think we might have had something to paint lava, but you know the way that it's almost like object source lighting. It feels like, but no, just finish it off, Larry. Just finish it, mate, and that'll be it. And there we go. Larry, what do you think of the issue?
I think a pretty good issue.
I think it's a good issue. I do think there's some good content in here. I don't think it should get nominated for Best Issue, personally. We've got half a bat rep, got some campaign stuff, reasonable painting guide. I like the terrain guide. I think the terrain guide's cool, and I think that's the sort of thing you don't see a lot. I haven't seen many of these things be built. I think it'd be cool to build it. I think it's a useful guide. Just finish the mountain, really. But yeah, good issue, right?
I think a fairly solid high mid.
Mm-hmm. Larry Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Speculation time, my friend. Although it's hardly a hot take. Why is this issue important?
Is it the last one before we go into all the random ones?
Because...
Oh, is it supposed to be the end of all things?
I reckon, yeah. I reckon. And the reason I say the paragraph from earlier, right? Inside the play in the game section. So the last paragraph says, further gaming. Hopefully, the Lord of the Rings campaign and all its many and varied rules have given you ideas for creating your own scenarios, as well as how to go about making changes and additions to your heroes. Armed with this knowledge, you should feel free to experiment with variant rules and specialised scenarios limited only by your imagination. The Lord of the Rings offers endless opportunities for scenarios and campaigns set in the exciting world of Middle-earth. Doesn't that feel like the end? A kind of thank you, good night. And also, where does it come?
End of the binder?
Yeah, it's the last one, the binder. So, when you bear in mind that, what was 66 is Rohan. When does all this stuff kick off? There's some campaign maps, so it's not quite there. So there was some Rohirrim at the start of this. I think it's 70. Issue 70 is the Battle for Middle-earth. Issue 70 has kind of Return of the King stuff, basically. So for the last 9 issues, it's been doing the Return of the King, kind of finishing it almost, you know. And it just feels like, you know how these things work. I believe they kept getting renewed for 13 issues. And it just feels to me like this is meant to be the end. It's literally the end of all things, you know. It's the final scenario. They've gone through the Fellowship, they've gone through Two Towers, they've gone through Return of the King, and they've designed it to end at the end of a binder. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it feels like, I don't know if anyone else will appreciate this reference, but it feels like the hit sci-fi show Stargate SG-1 that Richard Dean Anderson is well known for starring in, amongst other roles.
Yeah, it's his second most famous role, of course.
Because that, for anyone who does know, was supposed to end at the end of I think it's series 8. Actually, it technically has 2 ending episodes. It has 1 ending episode, and then it has another one with, like, they time travel and undo a bunch of things and then fix it all again, and then it ends on that one, and then they kind of get renewed for another 2 series where the cast is largely different. Like, Jack's not in it anymore, and there's like they have to bring in like a whole new bad guy and stuff, and it's all a bit. It feels like it kind of ended nicely already.
It's interesting. He stayed in MacGyver till the end, so I guess he cared about that show more. But I think that's a good example. Scrubs did a similar thing, where
oh yes,
I can't remember. I honestly can't remember. Scrubs like 7 seasons maybe, but there's 7 seasons of Scrubs. It ends. And then there's a new season with some of the same characters in a different setting with new characters, and it's a very, very similar thing where I think that's a really happy story where the network said, "Oh, we want more," and Bill Lawrence, who was the creator, was like, he the way he described it was he'd been working with these people for 7 years and he could keep them all employed for another year, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And so they make this kind of bolt-on season, which feels like, you know, a lot of people don't consider it Scrubs. It's almost like I believe he wanted it to be a complete spin-off, but the network said you have to call it Scrubs to get to get people to watch it. And I know they're weird analogies, but I think it's a good example of that sort of thing. That it just feels like this was meant to be the end, and then they got renewed for another 13, and we've got 13 more, guys. We've got one more binder. And then it's very, very weird. I think Larry just described it as all the random ones. And as if to kind of tease you for this, you get 3 previews on the back, which I think we've had once or twice, but it's not often. And it says, in your next gaming pack and coming soon. And we get Radagast, Bombadil, and Glorfindel, and they're not as mad as you might think. They're all kind of vaguely Lord of the Rings book fellowship themed people, and I believe all of them had their profile for the first time in Shadow and Flame. Why the hell they were all in Shadow and Flame is a different question, but I think that's what they lean into. And also, look at this. Aragorn was our last chance, Larry. Look at these covers.
Oh yeah, they're all
the covers from here on out completely change to be illustrated, again marking a kind of a different era of the magazine. The content's still exactly the same, but there's definitely a shift there. So yeah, an emotional moment for Battle Games in Middle Earth, I think.
It's all third book stuff.
Absolutely. So we'll have to see what comes, but there we go. Thank you to Battle Games in Middle Earth. Let's sign off. Let's see what the kiddies are saying. James Wilson, speaking of the end of all things, I'm calling it a night. Sleep tight, folks. Sam says, I think Aragorn's checking a really cheeky line of sight on the opponent's leader. Steve says, base coat has hastily applied to Aragorn Singh. Where exactly does one put the photos for draw purposes? Oh, he's in. Steve's in. There's a thread in the GBHL group called This is the Whip thread. It's probably at the top of the group because people will have been commenting on it.
I also put something in the whip thread. It's a meme I saw recently that's a variant on the draw the rest of the fucking owl meme.
It's a good meme. It's a strong meme. And put a photo in there and we'll get to it next. And then Steve includes some quotes from the night with me saying, what was your favourite part of the painting guide? And you saying, it's definitely the painting, very guided. Richard Clammer says, evening lads, what did I miss? And Joe Holzman says, oh, so much. Tom Turtle, I don't think they've ever made an exciting LSR, even with Legendary Legion bonuses. Weird, because in theory he's the most powerful version of arguably the main character. Do you not think he's incredibly powerful now? I think he's always been good, but I think he's very, very good now.
He was very good last edition when
Yeah.
I took him to that cheesy that event I came second in, where I had the like filthy black gate list.
Hmm.
And I'd learned that LSR is ridiculously stupid against the Nazgul of Dol Guldur, because he can heroic combat through them and has an elven made weapon.
So he gets -1 on the resurrection roll.
And because he's killing them on 4s, you can charge into 2, heroic combat, charge into another 2, kill like 3 or 4 a turn quite
Very cool.
easily.
But he was also like, I thought he was good in the Hobbit era, and the downside in the Hobbit era was like
Very
magic.
expensive.
That's what.
Very expensive in the Hobbit edition as well.
Yeah, and magic would shut him down so much.
Yeah.
But he was the mighty hero has always. I love that he still. I love that rule is in the very first version of the game, and he's still got it, and it's never changed. That's wicked. But he's always been good, and he just keeps getting better. And now he's very, very, and he should be, shouldn't he? He should be. I think Aragorn should be like the best model in the game, really. Like I think I quite, we've got some historic stuff like Elendil and Gil-galad that we might want to give that, and Smaug's on a different kind of level. But I think as a single human size model, I think we want Aragorn to be the coolest thing in the game, and I think he's very good now. He says, that said, I really can't think of anything particularly unique he does that you could make into a rule aside from -1 to dual rolls against trolls. Richard Clammer asks, are there any bonus dice entry shenanigans? And without the slightest hint of a delay, Joe Holzman says, CGI a Sauron into a troll. Which I like, with no further context. Tom Turtle says, feels flavourless to me, like last edition Faramir. In theory, every stat is right, but everything just feels less than the sum of its parts. I don't agree with that personally, but each their own. I think Aragorn feels like Aragorn to me, but sorry if you don't. Richard Clammer says, crazy. Oh my god, he says crazy. Does it have to be the Last Alliance version, or can it be the Necromancer? To be absolutely clear, Richard, we are talking about CGI here. Right, I don't want you to in any way think you've misinterpreted what's happening here, and you can achieve this. We want Sauron replaced with a troll chieftain by computer-generated imagery in the way it is in the film. I don't expect even Crosby's meeting this one.
Yeah, cause I'm assuming it was properly fully out-armoured Sauron that he was supposed to be fighting.
Yeah, you can see the shots of it. It's in the behind the scenes. You can see him fighting Sauron in full armour, and then you can see them putting the cell shaded version of the troll over the top of it. And isn't it why? What does it explain? It's one of those things where it explain the wound on his face or something, or there's something weird. I can't remember what it is. There's some sort of weird thing where it's like that makes a lot more sense if you consider it's a fight with Sauron than it is a fight against a troll or something. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, you can watch it on it'll be in the the filming Middle Earth bit on the Return of the King DVD, I guess. And then Joe Holzman says on glue guns, we use them at work. I'm not sure I'd class anything we can use in a primary school as a power tool. Having said that, we do have a bandsaw, but the kids aren't allowed near it. I agree. I'm right there with you, man. And he said, and then Joe says, personally, I much preferred the rat story to any mag insights of what his partner may or may not have used during to make something for some doubles tournament. We had Joe's comment already about that, and it says end of binder, and he says, I appreciate that reference. I imagine is this Stargate, because he then says Richard Dane Anderson's finest hour. I think Scrubs was different. I think Bill was doing a spin-off and the network pushed back and would only let him do it if it was a continuation. I haven't read anything about that in about 15 years, but that's not my memory of it. My memory of it was that he wanted it done, and they said you can have another season, and he was like, all right, but the only way I'm doing it is if it's a oh, hang on. We might even be saying the same things here. This what I'm saying sounds a lot like your comment, so I'm not even sure we're disagreeing. Maybe you're saying they wouldn't let him do it unless it was scrap. I think we are agreeing. I was saying that he wouldn't. He was doing he didn't want to do it, and then he said, "Oh, well, I'll do it as a spin-off to keep everyone employed." But then they said, "But you have to put Scrubs on it." But I don't know.
It looked very relevant because I'd seen like random episodes of Scrubs. I hadn't actually watched it until like I think the year before last. I watched through all of Scrubs.
Oh wow, it's very good, isn't it?
Hmm.
It's very, very good. And Joe Holzman, I'll just jump to the bottom, says, I think we are. I typed that before you elaborated. So yeah, I think we agree. Steve says, was not expecting a Stargate reference. Season 7 and 8 were ended in a way that could act as an ending. Then, as soon as they got more comfortable with planning more than a season ahead, it got cancelled. Angry face. I think Buffy did the same thing. Bear in mind, there's a lot less written about this because there was no internet. But I wonder. I believe season 5 was meant to be an ending, and I won't say what. Should you feel? I don't know if we can say what happens. I don't think we need to worry about spoiling a 30-year-old TV show, do we?
I've not seen it.
Would you mind having it spoiled?
I guess not.
You sound like you don't want it spoiled. I won't do it. I won't do it because you sound like you care. And you should watch it because it's brilliant. But season 5 ends with a phenomenally good ending. A really, really, really good ending for the series. And then it comes back for 2 more seasons. And it's good. And it's not necessarily the... Matt Hudson's just typed in capitals, I've not watched Buffy. So that'll be my final thing on it. But...
It's supposed to be coming back, isn't it?
Yeah, they're doing a reboot. Michelle Trachtenberg just died, sadly, which is really horrible. But you don't necessarily. It's one of the weird things where you wouldn't necessarily want it to be the end of the show, but if it was the end of the show, it would have been a brilliant ending. And it comes back, and there's a lot of love for the last 2 seasons, and the way they kind of wrap it all up is kind of cool and pretty good. But when you go back and watch it in context, it's like that would have been a really cool and brave ending for that show. And I think there was some uncertainty about whether they were getting a season 6, so it could have been the end.
Going even further off topic, but it just reminded me, the exact opposite is what happened to My Name is Earl.
Okay.
I used to watch that as a kid, but for some reason I drifted out of it. And so I hadn't seen like the last half of the last series. And I decided to kind of rewatch it and started from the beginning. And it just ends. There's an episode where it sets up a cliffhanger for the next series.
Mm.
And then instead of there being, like, on Netflix, the next episode preview thing coming up, there just isn't anything. And you're like, what's happened? You go to the internet and look it up, and they just got cancelled early and didn't have time to make like a
it sucks, doesn't it?
rushed ending for it. So it's just like cliffhanger. Nothing. You'll never find out what actually happens.
I think there's far more shows that end something like that than get to do the really satisfactory ending. Well, Buffy's a good one. You should give it a go, man. And then Joe Holzman's going. Why is Crosby saying, "Oh yeah"? What's that about? Have I missed that? Oh, it's jumped up. That's why maybe. Sam says Radagast with bird ready to accompany his look. Radagast with bird ready to complete his look. I understand that. Perre says, I'm pretty much done for today. Don't forget to check your email. Once I was on theme and painted King Elisar. And Larry, I hope you do more co-hosting. You're a great addition to the stream. I think for the vast majority of it, that's true. And I think he adds a lot to the world being in it. But he's got to read the magazine. I think that's key.
Clearly.
And then Sam says...
About it.
You what?
I said, clearly I have read the magazine. How else would I know so much about it?
And then Sam says Crosby, oh yeah, but I don't really know what that's about. Joe Holzman, technically Photoshop is an image generated by a computer. It is. I'm right there with you, but we just made it clear that photoshopping a troll over Sauron wouldn't count. We want moving images. We want you to have matte painted out the Sauron, and we want the... So you need to have filmed something, presumably, as well, to have done that. And we want a completely animated troll chieftain, is what we want. So you know what? If anyone does that, you can have a black dice. Josh Crosby says, I'd learn CGI to help with the black dice. I don't doubt that, but it's whether or not you can do it in an evening. Get on After Effects, see what you can do. Tom Turtle, it's not that he's more powerful as per Aragorn or good. He just doesn't excite me as a profile. I can't explain why necessarily. He's just very generically good without having a unique angle, if you see what I mean. Maybe that's just what Aragorn should be. Generically really good. Yeah, maybe. I get it. Joe Holzman, yes, he says their rewatch podcast, Fake Doctors, Real Friends. Also. Yeah, I saw some of that, and I didn't manage to catch up. I just didn't find the time. Matt Hudson, I have not watched Buffy. Sam says, whoa, Buffy spoilers. I might watch that sometime, maybe. You should. And then Joe Holzman says, I'll say it, everyone dies. Sam then says, and this is clearly some sort of joke. He goes, ... I have to go to bed, ... Is that like a reference or something? I don't think that's just how someone says I'm leaving the stream. But it's not a Buffy quote I'm familiar with. Richard Clammer, I don't think it's even possible to spoil Buffy. Because everyone knows it, or I don't know. Sam says, my name is Earl Hurt, gone out of nowhere. Joe's seen all of My Name is Earl except the 3-part finale. Sam says, happens far too often, and one big reason I hate cliffhanger endings. Something the bird can apply to make that Radagast look more like his hobbit. Oh, I see. So he's got the bird on the metal model who's going to poo on his face. I think is the gag there. Sam says, nah, I just had Joe spoil the ending to Buffy for me. Not, what, is that the every... Oh, I see, it's 3 comments linked, so it's Sam saying, well, Buffy spoilers, I might watch that sometimes, and then Joe goes, everyone dies, and Sam goes, oh, I have to go to bed. I think that's the gag. And yeah, it's definitely not a real spoiler, he's being humorous. And Sean thinks going to bed is a Colours gag, which I don't think it was, or that's a nice reference. Joe confirms that was an Avengers reference. And Josh Crosby says best cliffhanger ending has to be The Sopranos. Perfect. Yeah, very divisive ending, The Sopranos. Do you know that one?
Yeah, that's the... Is that the fade to black?
It's a cut. One? It's a cut to black.
I vaguely know of that one.
But it's fully intentional. It's like it just cuts mid-scene. And that's, it's not like it wasn't renewed. It was like that's how they wanted it to end. And I believe the showrunner said something like everything you need to understand what happened is in the scene or something like that. And yeah, I won't say anything because I know what I think happens in that scene. But yeah, it's cool.
Vaguely related, just reminded me. There's toys at work that your press buttons now sing bits of like Disney songs. We have one that gets me every time because it cuts out Let It Go mid-line.
What?
Like, you know how if you don't play the whole song, but you'd play it like the end of like the Cold Never Bothered Me Anyway, something like that. Something that's like a natural break. This one just
gets halfway through a line, just suddenly stops, and it's really jarring every time you hear it.
And what was it? Guess that song.
No, it's like like the toys that are supposed to like play
Right.
like Disney
I
Princess
see.
doll.
So they've got like a 30-second clip that
Yeah,
they can,
but
and they haven't put it anywhere.
Mid-line.
Crap,
and it's
ITV
weird.
films do that. You know when ITV puts... I remember watching Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves and getting so angry I turned it off. They would just... the ad breaks would be in the middle of sentences. They were just... It was just absolutely horrific. It was just monstrous. It was like someone... You know, like I've never seen... I've been watching films on TV for whenever it was, 35 years at that time. You know, and I was like, I've never seen anything like this. Which says there's absolutely no thought given whatsoever to where the ads go. Horrific. Absolutely horrific. We got some updates where Sam says he's never watched The Sopranos, but I'd have been livid with it. And Matt Hudson says the ending to The Sopranos isn't ambiguous, and I'll fight anyone about it. The showrunner has come out and confirmed. I agree with you, man. I agree. I think it's good. I think it's a good ending. Per Rails Dam, good night everyone. Catching up later today. And Joe Holzman says, I'm like that with Scrubs reruns on TV. Oh, what that must be the ad breaks, I guess. So there we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over to our email inbox to see what we've got and see if I can add any of those to the
I've just added my stuff
to the thread. In a very rare twist, I've added something to the WhatsApp thread this week as well. WhatsApp thread? Don't know what that is. The whip thread. We do have one entry. Grab that.
The opposite of that is it's always funny when you're watching an old TV show on like streaming, and you can see the bits where there should be an advert break.
Where it fades, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's like there's like a joke that doesn't quite work because The Simpsons used to do it sometimes. They'd make a joke about the advert break.
Sure. Yeah. I'm going to put this comment on. Oh, that's infuriating. I had a mate. His name's Johannes Roberts, who's a film director, and he's done like what was he direct? What's the shark one? 48 feet down, 49 meters down, 400, something like that. A number of units of measurement down. I think it's called shark film. And he did F, the horror film, did really well. And he was so he directed the last Resident Evil as well. Like he was so he's been doing alright. He's been getting doing well recently. But he started out doing like really shocky kind of horror films. The kind of like sci-fi movie horror films. And in those it's fascinating because he came and did a talk for the students about how they worked and like the kind of creative control you had on them. And he said that you basically you are hired as a pair of hands to be in charge of a film set on them. Like you have no creative input whatsoever. on the story of them of any sort. You're not a director. You're not a creative director. You are there on the set to tell everyone what to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And he did one called something like Pterosaur or something. Like it was a dinosaur based one, and he said that someone dies before every ad break. And he said, so you have there's a really strict formula, and he then showed a bunch of clips, and I've watched some of them since. I was like, oh God, it's true that, like, because they're built to be on TV with adverts. Before every single advert, someone dies, and then the next scene is someone talking about that person dying because you might have joined the film in the ad break. And he said, like, you weren't, there was nothing, you weren't allowed to change that. That was the format you had to do. And he said, he took I think that was just after was it F, his first film that had done quite well, and so he was getting a lot of respect for that. He then went and did that just for the money. He's like, I need a paycheck, basically. I went and did that, and then was doing the kind of, one film for me, one film for the bank, almost sort of thing. But yeah, it was all built. They're built around the adverts, which is kind of mad when you think about it. But yeah, so shall we have a look at Facebook?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can find our Facebook window. That looks quite promising to me. Oh, well, no, I don't mean that. Stop it. I'm going to need to refresh. There doesn't seem to be any comments there, which is less comments than I would hope for, although it would make this section a lot quicker.
Got 52 blabberings on my end.
Most of them yours.
That's literally what it says, because ever since I got Facebook in about 2010, I've had my language set to pirate.
Yeah, of course you have.
I've got so used to it that it's always weird when I see someone else's, and it's...
That's also still about 18th on the list of weird things you've admitted to tonight. So I agree with you entirely on that. Like, it's like the it's actually changed now because the theme expired. But for years, mine and Tom's Facebook Messenger thread was pink. Larry Miller, why was the theme pink?
Oh. Did you ask me what colour it should be?
I did not. It was before we knew about your obsession with pink, I think. I think you could get this. That's why I'm asking you.
Ooh. It's not one of those, like, film themes that they do, is it?
No. It was like the like reaction was a heart and everything else was pink.
Was it from a sketch for the Planter?
Oh, there you go. See, I thought you'd get there. I think it was during the Taylor Sinstat era that there was a bit where I was looking at messages from Tom, and we made my theme pink so that we loved each other, basically, and then we never changed it. And I remember, I think Charlotte asked, she then was like, why is your theme with Tom pink? And I was like, oh, I'll just get used to it, really. And then for whatever reason, there was a change, and I remember them saying, I got a warning message because it's now this kind of weird rainbow thing. It said if you this theme doesn't exist anymore. If you change it, you will not be able to get it back. And we had a big emotional moment and said farewell to it.
I think ours is like a Halloween one for some reason.
You're absolutely right. Ours is a Halloween one. I don't think there's anything. There's nothing secret about that. Although, do you know what? This is perfect to show the people, because look, here is a message. Here is a message from me. I totally forgot to ask this time. Do you have the magazine? Indeed.
Yeah, I didn't read that. I just read the message under in my defence.
But to be in your credit, and I know you're a pedant. I know you like this stuff. You don't say I will read it at any point. You know, all you've done is confirmed ownership. But yeah, for whatever reason, and clearly neither of us can remember, mine and Larry's theme is Halloween based with pumpkins for likes. What's that about?
I don't know.
I don't know. No clue, mate. No clue. Sam says, although George R. R. Martin's The Song of Ice and Fire ending is awful, sets up multiple big cliffhangers, then leaves it for years to do such a thing. Screw you! Joe Holzman, I get really annoyed when they cut the scene short, can tell what jokes they've cut, and I'm always disappointed. Yeah. I watched, again, something like that. Was it, I want to say it was like Ghostbusters 2 or Robin Hood or Jurassic Park. It was like a kind of, you know, a family movie with some scary bits in it, and they cut everything out of it. It was on at like 6 p.m. and it was just awful. It was like, just don't show it. Like you can't show this film before the water show. You've cut so much for it. Terrible business. Anywho, shall we see what people have been up to? So I believe that looks like it's working on my screen. So Larry, if you wouldn't mind just confirming that it's popped up on
Oh, I don't know. I went to Facebook. Let's have a look.
on the old YouTubes. That would be handy.
Which window has the stream on? Yep, it's on there.
Lovely.
Ugh. It's in not dark mode and not in pirate.
Not dark mode, not pirate. What a time to be alive. This is, let's call this Blackgate. Right, so off we go. First up in his traditional place is Joe Holzman. LSR, and we're going to have to keep each other honest here because there's a lot of people who can be eligible here. LSR foot and mounted and a chunky salted caramel and pretzel bar from the Co-op on the go. That's cool. I don't think we've seen that before. Joe definitely gets in. Chocolate for change, chunky salted caramel pretzel. But that sounds good. Looks a bit like the Big Daddy from M&S to me. Is that the kind of thing we're in there? Next up we have Frederick Schultz. Tons of leftover Easter stuff, so no shortage of BSIME supplies for me today. Green stuffing, a variety of minis, including a couple of Rohan child soldiers. Hashtag war crimes. That is a lot of chocolate to get you through a stream, mate. Are there comments on that one? There's not. So I don't think he's in. Do you think he's in?
This
Frederick. That looks like Wolf to me.
I was putting a thing in here.
He says like Rohan child soldiers. The mounted model I think is Wolf. Looks like some metal Dunlendings. I don't think there's a Blackgate hero there.
I'm struggling to embiggen it. I'll get back to you when it feels like working.
Fair enough. We have Michael Dublay's in. We have Mount Doon Sam for me tonight, so he gets in. Michael Dublay. And
I figured out why I was struggling to embiggen it. It's because I put a picture of the chat and how it looks in mine in the comment thread, and I was embiggening. I was trying to click on that instead.
Why would you put a picture of the chat in the chat?
So you can show what Facebook's supposed to look like.
That's useful. Dublé gets in. He's got a whip. He says, Matt Corner for the night, but made some good progress. Looking good. Never done those ones. Have you done? You must have done them. Or did Tom paint those?
What's that?
Mount Doom, Frodo and Sam.
Yeah, so I have. They are possibly the most Seven Stonesy-ish models of any models. Because I won them on a raffle.
Oh, cool.
And then they've been to 2 different Seven Stones tournaments.
That's mega. I like that.
And when we did the End of All Things, the Frodo, Sam, Gollum, and the Eagles with Gandalf on Eagle. And I took them again when we did the list with Tom.
That's wicked, man. Ricky Colebrook is in, painting Peregrine, Guard of the Citadel, the plastic one. My beloved Pippin, my favourite character, based and washed ready for layers and highlights tomorrow. He looks good already, man. Really like that. Lovely little model. So, honey, no painting for me tonight. We thought we'd move this week, but no, so it's all packed. I wanted to put a candle in my tea cake for a good pity party, but there wasn't any, which I suppose is more fitting. Just... Is it just me, or is... No? Can you hear? Can you see it?
Just saw it.
You can see it, right?
Yeah.
I'm glad it's not just me. I just he hasn't alluded to it. I just wonder if the positioning of his bottle and his tea cakes there was intentional in any way. But lots of prayer, Sam. Ah, Tom Towell at work. At work, so snacking on prawn crackers. That's a lot of prawn crackers. And sweet chili sauce till 10:30, 11, when I hope to blast some base colours onto a beefy chief. That's a beefy chief. Good luck to future me in the replies. That is exciting.
Has he got like a cup of...
Was Tom the one who was in Senegal? Am I making that up?
I don't know, but I'm hoping that he is eating that me style. And so he's eating the prawn crackers and then drinking the chili sauce, as it seems to be in a cup.
I was wondering what you style would be. I thought maybe he'd have to cut a rat open and smear it on his face before he ate it or something like that. So I've worked out what a beefy chief is. It's the troll chieftain, which is on the screen. God, Thai prawn crackers and a troll chieftain. What a night. I don't think he's in Senegal. Is anyone in Senegal? Have I changed the country?
Yeah, someone was in Senegal.
Yeah, I thought so. He's got more. Also got bored and splattered more blood on my fleet commander conversion from a few streams ago. Oh, that's awesome. Love that. Good to see him back. I don't think anyone in Senegal has that many sprues with them, do they?
I'm only seeing the first picture.
Or we need to refresh, my friend. He's got lots of updates on his fleet captain. Looks very, very cool. It's awesome, man. Good work. Next up, we have Sean Clark. Whoa, they're good. Look at these. What are these? CGE wheat crackers teriyaki flavour. I mean, they look like blocks of worms, or maggots, which isn't great. But I think they'd taste nice. And he's painting an AMR, so Sean gets to play it. Sean had a bit of a crisis about his Legolas provision just before the stream. I'm glad Sean's got in. I think we've got some updates. Oh, it's looking. Oh, look at this. Lovely. Oh, that is beautiful. A little greener, I think, than we normally see AMR. Looks very nice. Larry, are you with us, or are you still thinking about drinking
I'm still
chili
looking
sauce?
at Tom Turtle's beefy chief.
Looks awesome, dude.
We're on Sean Clark.
Yeah.
Oh, he a lot more progress than I have.
Jacob Hanlon is in. Working on Legolas and Gimli for the Grey Company and snacking on Mrs. Tilly's fudge from my SBG Santa. Oh, how awesome is that? Along with something I've been I've been saying around the house, much to my wife's displeasure, scum banana. This is, of course, in reference to the scum banana sweets that Jen sent over to us, which I found strange. I love that. That is a fantastic scum banana. We have a Gimli and a Legolas in elven cloaks. I believe they wore them to the Black Gate.
I thought I'd see Gimli being painted on a stream side by side with an elf.
Boom, 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 boom. Lovely to get the SBG Santa Fudge in there as well. It's wicked. John JW is in. Oh, another beefy chief. Mr. Beefy. Is that just a second unrelated use of beefy chief?
Yeah, is that a thing?
I don't think that's a thing. This one's beefy chiefy, to be fair, but is that what they call it? On my desk this morning, along with a crap ton of Morannon, so John gets to play. I don't think we often see John in the dice drawer, so that's cool. You're seeing him at 7 stones. Jack Brown is in Gollum for the theme and many Arwins to continue after. May also do a little work on Barlin's tomb board. That's cool. What is that? Orange. Oh, they like orange chocolate covered biscuits. That's pretty mega. I love how it's all slightly disturbingly in a War of the Rohirrim lid on the floor. Why would you put a bottle like that in a lid? Like that's not a safe way to carry that.
Maybe it's really windy and the bottle's weighing the lid down.
Yeah, and strong winds wouldn't do anything to the bottle, would it? Jack Brown definitely gets to play with that Gollum, though. That's pretty cool. Nice to see Gollum getting some love. Also, is it me, or is that... There's such a niche reference. That photo almost looks like he's taken a photo of a spider on the floor. You know, that photo of Gollum, you know what I mean? It looks more like a photo of a real thing. He's like, oh, look what I found. What's this, guys? As opposed to a picture of a model. Lovely paint job.
I guess it's the angle, isn't it? You normally go lower.
Something in that. We've got another apply. Steel. That's looking very cool. It's Barlin's tomb board. Steel trapdoors to act, but get in there. Very good. Very good. Next up, Sam Page is in. He says, going to finish off LSR tonight. No snacks tonight, as I'd planned for some leftovers from Japan, but they all got eaten. Happens to the best of us, man.
Did you drink all of your sweat as well?
And he's done some updates on him. Looking very cool. Sam is in the draw. Ryan Cuthbert finally finished this guy. He's got a Lego. I love that model. So Colours is in. Joining Holzman. Do we still think of them as a big four? Or is it now Crosby and the chasing pack? I think it might have to be Crosby and then the 3 contenders, you know?
Yeah.
That of the 3 contenders, we've got Joe and we've got Colours. And you then see it's got some Black Dice content. Need to start catching up on Black Dice. Give it to us, precious. Give it to us because it's his birthday, isn't it? Give us that Deagle, my love. Why? Because it's my birthday. I don't want it. Now, really, it would have been joyous if he'd have photoshopped Josh's face onto Deagle. No.
With that being relevant, have you done these guys yet?
What the Lego? I have not.
I've not touched the Shire, but that's been built.
Are you holding them up? So I'm not looking at the stream. Hang on. Yeah, so I've got it.
Fishing.
It's cool, isn't it?
It's
cool as a little freebie.
I've wanted there's something I've wanted SBG to do for a long time. I have no idea how it would actually work.
What, Smeagol and Deagle?
Yeah.
I guess in a world of where we get the Shank and the Snow Troll, it's that, isn't it? You'd have them as a little Wanderers in the Wild Warband or something. And I have got the got that.
Mine's sitting over there somewhere.
But I believe it's going back to family for Christmas present. Still haven't finished Rivendell yet. I picked it up deliberately so I got that to effectively save money, you know.
Yeah.
What's that? I mean, I think that's... What do you think that is? That's a sort of 20 quid Lego set these days?
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably pay 20 quid for that if it was released.
It's effectively, 20 quid off the price of the Shire set. This is quite good. But yeah, looking forward to it. So, Colours gets in with his Legolas. Jack Zalakowski. Oh, no. Oh, no. We've got an update. There he is. That is beautiful. It's the metal. You think he can be in, do you? God, you sound conflicted, man.
I think reluctantly we'll say yes.
So to be clear, the discussion is he's on the horse in the scene. So in the film, he's there on the horse.
Ooh. But he's only on the horse with Pippin.
Well, you'd allow the plastic one, not this one. But he's not on the horse in the scenario.
And he also has the staff. That's what I'm conflicted about.
The staff, you got to discount the staff because otherwise no one can paint the Gandalf the white without ruining it. I've made a note. I've got Jack Zalakowski horse. And we'll see if there's any other horse contenders and what that means. Because I'm also thinking we're not even trying to break the record this time. It's a special, so generally we're a little more lenient. Tom Smith. What's that you say? They're wearing the wrong walk. Well, as I recall, this is what they were wearing when they reached the Black Gate, only for Gollum to tell them he knew another way in. Oh, that's a brilliant shout. How do you feel about these? I'm not convinced these are in the wrong war gear.
Well, they don't have the cloaks.
Oh, that's a good point. They don't have the cloaks, though. We got some progress on Frodo wearing the only outfit he ever was in the Black Gate. I like the graft, Tom. I appreciate the graft. It's looking good. What are your thoughts on that?
Ooh.
Do you know what? I'm gonna say that's wrong.
Yeah.
We said Sean couldn't have Legolas in armor.
Yeah.
So I think these don't get in, and I think it's slightly different. I'm still making a note of the horse. I think it's slightly different to the horse. But now I'm feeling bad about the horse, if I'm honest. Matt Hudson, nothing exciting. Trying to complete a conversion of the mouth, as I don't like the mini, and I do like Morgul Knights. That's cool. We'll change more stuff later, but at least try to swap heads. So that is the real mouth, so he gets in. Is there an alternative Mouth of Sauron sculpt? I feel like there's an unreleased one. Oh my god.
Not to lick anything up in the next picture, Damien.
Update. There have been 3 casualties. The mouth's head, my finger and my thumb. Did you lick it? It's fine to lick it. Don't believe what society tells you. That is bright blood, isn't it?
So I was going to make a joke because I thought it was paint at first because it looked too bright. But then I realised that it was.
Oh no, check this out from Rory. He's got a classic BSIME Battle Games blister. The sword's missing. He's going on an adventurous hunt. I haven't gone ahead in the comments, but I'm excited to see where this goes. He's going in either way. I like this. Always good to see a red blister. Tonight's mission is to rearm him. Let's see how he got on. 3 comments. Oh, so here's his bits. Where is the blade? There you go, Larry. Can you see this? What are you using? What are you? If you've got to make Andril out of that, what are you doing?
Flaming brand.
Flame of the West, right?
Fun fact, at some doubles tournament, me and Chris had Aragorn with the flaming brand as Andrew.
It's clever. I mean, he's not got much in the way of large pommel there, has he? You're going to have to use one of those Rohan swords.
That axe at the top underneath the pitchfork.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one that I made helm horns out of.
Helm horns?
Yeah, I had to cut 4 of them up.
Dedication to the cause. Yeah, I'm not sure you're getting a real pommel out of that. Let's see what he does. No need for a new plastic LSR. A man of Gondor donated his arm for Frodo. So we've got a Gondorian sword. That's cool. And this will do. And green stuff gaps in between. Oh, that's awesome, Matt. Such a cool BSIME hobby project. Well done for getting into the spirit of things. Good work. Next up, we have Bright Metalhead. Finally found a primer I'm happy with. You can have that. He's allowed in. That's sort of very matte black there. Looks nice.
Probably one of the most appropriate Gimlis, because I haven't actually checked it, but I have heard that apparently he never uses the big axe in all of the Return of the King.
Oh, really? I've never checked.
Not verified it, but
Very cool. Richard Clammer is in. I hope I'm not too late for the whip. On my way home from the theatre now to catch the end of the stream and put some paint on Legolas. If this version doesn't count, I've got my Pippin. If all fails, Invisible Frodo. Yeah, Pippin gets you in. I don't think Legolas does count because he's not wearing his cloak. Also, no Nacho. Sad times. But yeah, that good old Pippin gets you in. Is this we have an update? Whilst I've missed out on Nacho Night, I've come home with a chicken shop meal to watch the second half of what is bound to be the longest ever stream. Why is it bound to be the longest ever stream? Is that because of you? Are you out there?
I guess this is going to be another controversial one.
Oh no! I think Dale's the champion of long streams, isn't he? Ashley Fisher. Oh no! Pair of Legolas got some shade tonight. Mounted Legolas, of course, shown here as he is at the Black Gate after Gimli has dismounted, just before he dismounts himself. I love the graft on these people. So the foot one we're saying doesn't get him in. So I'm writing Ashley Fisher horse.
Yeah, because the foot one's the armour one, isn't it?
Maybe if anyone's out there still watching, and I'm not saying we don't have to listen to the people, but maybe in the YouTube comments, just send a couple of messages saying if you think should the horse people be let in. But looking good, lovely models there, Ashley. A handsome man has entered the chat.
I think you've missed out one.
Have I really?
Yeah, what one from Damien?
Ah, I see. I can't believe I said really. Oh, damn it. Damn you, Miller. So these are my Rangers of Gondor. I got these on the made to order last year, was it? Can't remember when they went up. Got them for the BSIME Gondor. Started painting them on, I think, on the last stream, maybe. And just haven't done much painting and finished them off. And I'm very happy with them. They're super fast BSIME models, but they're cool and they're done. And I'm happier with the colour scheme than I was with my plastic Rangers. So they're fun to have in. And thanks for dealing with the first batch of comments, Larry, because I was able to finish those tonight. And look, get the grass done as well.
Do you know where I got my Metal Rangers from?
The only thing I'm going to say is I assume I'm involved in some way.
Yes.
A Seven Stones raffle.
No, I got them from the stream where you made everyone go to Seventh City.
Oh, really? What, when they used to have that massive, cheap second-hand section?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, I'm glad. Chris Cooper, painting on theme today. With this lonely Mordor orc. Nothing fancy to see here. Move along. Definitely not a hobbit looking out for an area of geological significance. He's probably in, isn't he?
Yeah, I was...
Is he?
It's just before that bit in the film.
He's not wearing an elven cloak.
Oh, but to be fair, if you go down further, he has put something else in, so...
We've got 5 replies. Also finishing off Gloin for a doubles tournament with James Griffin next weekend. That's... What's going on there? Is he running? Is he holding, like... It looks like he's holding a little blade in his left hand. Is that right?
Oh, it looks like he's like holding his axe.
Is he drawing the axe from his back, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
It's very cool. Looks like he's meant to be in Mirkwood, maybe?
Oh, there's a picture of the other side.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome, dude. Good work. And he's got Thorin. And also been repairing... there's an LSR. Okay, so Chris gets in. Also been repairing and prepping this fella just in case Larry Miller is being a meanie with Frodo. I don't think Larry's being mean. I think he wanted to let him in. But the rules are there to control the fun. But either way, Chris is now in. James Griffin is in with Smaug. Oh, that looks amazing. That is awesome.
Did you just say he was in with Smaug?
I meant he's in the thread. And no, he obviously doesn't get in. Lovely backdrop as well. Is that a doll? It's what, mate? Sorry?
Like the painting hand.
Yeah. Maybe it won't stand up. Is that a Dol Guldur, we think, in the background?
Ooh.
Maybe a Ravenhill?
It also got Saruman on it.
Saruman at the front, isn't it? But that's Azog at the top with the white warg, isn't it? It's like a 3D print of Azog, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe it's meant to be the Ravenhill signal tower or something? It's cool. But he's not in.
Was Smaug not at the Black Gate?
Josh Crosby, and thankfully at this stage it doesn't look like he submitted a CGI video. He says, I was driving down to Nottingham after work to see my brother for the weekend, then saw the stream was on around 9 PM. Panic ensued as I pulled over on the motorway, oh my god, to see if anything would be open. Warhammer World was just in striking distance before it closed at 10. I got this guy at 9:50. I've not dared to tell my brother, who was already staying up waiting for me to arrive. Sadly, my usual lucky cat, who tends to help me win when he watches a draw with me, can't help. There's a new cat nearby. I hope she will also be a Felix Felice, which is, of course, is that purely the Harry Potter pun? Because Felix Felice is the Harry Potter good luck potion, isn't it?
I guess, yeah. It might also be a Latin joke. I didn't do very well in Latin.
Maybe it means. Does it mean lucky cat? And we'll wonder where that's the Harry Potter potion comes through. That is an outstanding story. I mean, this is why he wins the dice, right?
If it wasn't Joshua Crosby, I'd definitely be rooting for him to win.
Yeah,
at this.
Oh, absolutely. But this is how he does it. He always makes sure he's there. And do we assume he's bought some primer and some clippers? Incredible work, Josh.
Is he also going to be able to CGI a troll over a Sauron that he's also bought whilst he's there?
I suppose the other thing is, if I don't know if his brother plays, he might have bought LSR, got to his house, and we used his clippers and his primer. Joe Osmond, yeah. I thought we'd managed a week without you dominating the dice roll when I hadn't seen you in the chat. Stephen Ryan, nearly bought one of these after painting the matte version on Return of the King special. That's cool. Hadn't realised we got one in the later magazine. He's been sitting under my bed for years. You love to see it. Stephen Ryan, of course, who is our fairly regular red blister opener. He's got all the models in the blisters they came in, which is pretty exciting. Sam Earnshaw is in with 2 Legolies. Picking up where I left off with my Legoli from previous streams. If next episode could be an Elven Princess. Did we work out, is this the 4th? Oh no, he wasn't allowed in the Easterling, wasn't he? I think Legolas was in the 3 before.
Could have been painting him for 4 streams and been on theme.
But not last week, right?
Yeah, you'd have to have missed a week on him.
Yeah. So it's 3 then, isn't it? You can't just ignore the weeks you miss.
I know, but I'm saying you could have worked on the same model for 4 streams.
Oh yeah, but I reckon you probably could have worked on the same model for about 20 streams. If you're ignoring the ones in between where you can't. But good, lovely Legolies. Love to see a bit of Legolas love out there in the chat. Well done, Sam. And then an ugly man has entered the chat.
I think you've skipped
Hey, there he is. Love it. Oh, this looks like the most horrible thing I've ever seen. Oh God, what is? Begin by connecting 5 separate dots to a singular point at the base. This will act as a sort of skeleton to the head. Don't worry, it's not the scary type of skeleton. Just think of it as bones and beef. After all, your favourite one. Oh, this is good, man. This is good. Take a quick 8-hour pause to study your own hands and fully realise the things you've done with them. Remove excess layers coffee break. Don't forget to add the nails and hay. That is really good, mate.
I saw that the other day and it did tickle me.
That is right up my street. I like that very much indeed. Reminds me of some sort of jam thing or salad fingers or something. You know, there's something in the absurd horror that I really enjoy. Sean Clark says potential additional dice entry. Right, let's look closely at this. He's got Sauron. Oh my god, he's got a video. What's the video? I think, Larry. This is a video that's changing between a picture of Sauron and a troll chieftain.
It's seamless.
It's very good. And it's nearly got me, but I think that's what's happening. I think we're looking at two separate pictures, one of Sauron and one of a troll chieftain. You're a learned man. What's your take on this?
It did tickle me just right.
I love the effort because I think what Sean's done here is he's got Sauron out. I think he's assembled Sauron potentially for this, and then he has made a video. But I don't think that's what we asked for. I do like it. I think I like it more the longer I watch it as well. I don't think he's getting a bonus entry there. Is that fair?
Well, the video's got no sound. I guess not.
Because otherwise, I think if he does get an out, and it's not what we asked for, and I think if he does get one, other people will be outraged saying I could do that. But wonderful points for effort, Sean. Steve Keane is getting some base coats on this lad. There he is. There's his real one. Looks brilliant. In an entirely pre-planned manner. So look at Steve. Comes back, joins the stream, gets in on the dice draw. Imagine if he won. What a story that'd be. Steve Keane. Lovely to see it, mate. Brilliant conversions. It looks really good.
I can't work out what's... Like, is it all just the actual model, or...
So I've got the model here. I would say the horse is Aragorn's horse. Although there's been a fair bit of work done to the legs.
Yeah.
In reshaping it. It looks like Aragorn's waist. It looks like Aragorn's head. I think it's his arm. I think it is just the model, to be honest, mate.
Huh.
He's like cut... It looks like he's cut the hand off the horse's neck and kind of bent it around his chest.
Yeah.
Because the hand is on the other side of the horse's neck normally.
Well, I'd be interested in seeing a pre-painted version to see what's green stuff and what's model.
It's really good, though.
Mm.
Very good. I'd be assuming he hasn't replaced the legs. I'd be worried about that horse standing up like that on what are presumably bent metal legs. But looks amazing, dude.
Could be resin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good shout. Very good shout.
I'll put that there.
Hudson, I tried anything to slow Crosby down. I like this. So I think, Larry, for this one. Oh, do you know what? I put my cards on the table with the last one. Why don't you suggest what you think's happening here?
Is it AI?
I suspect it might be. I think what's happened here is Matt Hudson has gone onto an AI generator and in some way typed something like replace Sauron with a troll. It is beautiful, but it is not CGIing out Sauron and replacing him with a troll. It's making a 3-legged monstrosity. It actually looks like maybe Sauron's been hiding inside a troll suit and is stepping out of it. But again, no dice bonus, but wonderful points for effort on that one. Here comes the ugly man again. Larry, do you want to talk us through your model?
So, previously had the Wraithbone put on the horse, and the skin, and the silver done. All I've done is put the red on the armour. And it took me about 5 reapplyings of the red paint to what I use as a palette, which is an old pot of paint that has layers.
Are you holding it up?
Yeah, it's got layers of.
Oh my god! What is that? One of the old screw top ones?
Yeah, that I use as a palette, but the top bit of it is solid layers of paint.
That's your palette.
Yeah, I've got 3 of them.
Well, of course. Do you know what? Do you know what the problem is? I was about to say, how can you have space? Isn't there wet paint on it? But of course, you're ready with the answer. I've got 3.
Yeah, because you do the next one. If you do the next colour on the next one, and then by the time you've got to the 3rd one, the first one will have dried.
I think you're right, Larry. Hang on. What is that? I think there's the sound of people throwing away their palettes and getting 3 paint pots out. Where is Ayama's arm? Is this a brilliant reference to a battle streams of the past, and you're assuming the arm is in the bin?
No, it's just sub-assemblies.
Why would you possibly do that as a sub-assembly? What possible benefit is there to not have that incredibly accessible arm on the model?
It blocks a bit of the helmet.
I've painted that model. No, it doesn't. Wonderful. I believe we have another photo from the same Miller, which is Aragorn. So you're doing Aragorn as well?
Yes, that's the one that I was planning to do before you went with the Black Gate theme. That's why I started on the breaking one.
Very cool. What do you think of the model? And I'm quite excited about that. As I said, I was hoping to do him this year, and it's not a model you see around a lot, is it? So I haven't spent too long with actually holding it, you know?
Yeah, no, it's a pretty nice model, actually.
Pretty cool.
It's the nice space for what little of it you can see with the hood up.
Yeah, it's a nice alternative pose, isn't it? Aragorn with a bow as well.
I just like it because it looks very stridery, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
I like the idea of having him for ranger lists or anything.
That's what I'm doing it for. I'm hoping if I get to him, I'm hoping to do a Dunedain list, and so he was going to be my Aragorn for it.
Or Road to Rivendell as well, I'm thinking.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Then I have posted up for Per Ray, who says, "Good evening. I finally managed to catch a stream and do some painting on theme. This time I've really dug deep, literally from the bottom of my box of shame, to at least put some base colours on. It's a model I really don't need because I have another painted." I think this is quite Steve-esque. I think he's got a little pot of random future models, and he's dug deep into it and acquired this chappie. It's got a classic LSR.
I hope he didn't delve too deep or too greedily.
Good work. And isn't it this? Good work on it, and well done for thoroughly getting into the theme. I believe, Larry, in that picture, you are telling me about your rat.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that's the rat story. Tragic lab accident.
So Per gets in. Lovely stuff. Larry's back with how Facebook should look. Frederick Schultz, who... so Frederick saved himself, I think, because Frederick didn't get in.
You didn't read all the things on the Facebook.
What do you mean I didn't read them all?
It's not just the dark mode.
I was sorry. I've not acknowledged your humour. Is that right? I can only. Let's go back. I'm sorry. All right. What have we got? How it should look. What am I missing?
So just look at all the things.
All the things.
Like who's liked
Oh,
it.
I see. Oh, right. Right. So Michael Haskell and 6 other scallywags are return 52 blabbering. It's good work. It's good work. Is that the lot?
I forget that that's not what Facebook
I can see that. We get used to stuff. So yeah, I don't know if that Merry of Fredericks was on the table at the time, but if not, he's pulled him out. So Frederick is in. Tim Garlic. He's chiefly touching up the PPG. That's very funny. I think Tim. I'm going to say that Tim is not doing it genuinely. I believe he's referencing earlier Beefy Chiefies. I will say that looks phenomenal. Look at the mouth is glorious on that.
Mm. But can we tell it's not CGI'd over a Sauron?
Yeah, imagine if this isn't a paint job. He's actually CGI'd this over and we miss it. Oh, Tim, that looks amazing, dude. The armour, it's got a rust effect on it. It's beautiful. Love it. He's in the Troll Chieftain's in my what did you call your box? You know, the nearly box, whatever.
Oh yeah.
The coming soon box.
It's a mix of Easterlings and Blood Bowl, both of which I haven't been down to for a very long time.
Yeah, the Troll Chieftain's in mine. Richard Glamour, it would be a bit weird to let the mouth of Sauron in and not the mounted hero. I see, so that's his thought on it. Now,
we haven't had a mounted mouth of Sauron, have we?
I think he was a mounted one. Isn't he on a horse in the thing?
No, but I think you also had a foot version.
Did he? He's on horse in this. So
Is he?
Richard, that's why he would be right, because the mouth of Sauron's on horse in the scenario, and we said in the right war gear, and the others aren't on horse. But thank you for your input. We will check in on the YouTube chat. Chris Cooper, not sure if James is still in, but thought I'd show this off. So he's obviously got a picture of it. So yeah, it looks to me like it's a Ravenhill thing. I think looks awesome.
Yeah, just Saruman throwing me off.
And what are the orcs must be like 3D prints or third party or something, right? I don't think they're conversions, are they? They look a bit too different to me.
Yeah, I don't recognise anything.
Very cool though. I'd like to see more of that. The white warg's not in that one.
Needs more bats.
Be cool if there's a close up of that. Oh, he sent a picture of one. Brilliant. The Azog is a conversion. The white warg is completely scratch built. That's awesome. Oh, cool. Oh, I love it. Thanks for those, Chris. That is me at the end of my comments, which was 57. So I'm going to give this a cheeky refresh, just to see if anything pops up at the end. So there are 69 comments on there now. Obviously, a lot of these might be responses. Let's scroll down. So we had Frederick Schultz, which we've
got. I'm gonna go get.
You what, mate?
I'm gonna go get some milk while you're sorting that out.
Perfect. So I don't believe there's any extras there, which means we can go back to this, and we can go back to this, and we can go back to this. Let's have a look at the live chat. People writing in capitals. It's computer generated. Just looking for any horse content. Yeah, let the horses in. Orc. So the orc armor hobbit doesn't matter.
I'm back with milk and grapes.
Milk and grapes together at last. I can just scanning through. I can only see one vote for horses, which was let the horses in. That was Ricky Drinks Paint said, yeah, let the horses in. I think that's the only comment on it. So we got one vote for letting horses in. So there are, to confirm, Larry, there are 2 horse entries. There is Jack Zalakowski, who I think was Gandalf the White on horse, and there was Ashley Fisher, who I think was Legolas on horse. What do you think? You're the guest host. I'll give you the call on it.
Oh,
So
God.
that way it's your fault.
So I'm peeling a grape.
What?
I was peeling a grape.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard you. What?
I was peeling a grape.
Oh, sorry, Larry, I keep mishearing you. I thought you were saying you were peeling a grape.
Yeah.
Why are you peeling a grape, Larry?
I nearly always peel 1 or 2 grapes because it's not worth always doing it because it's a lot of extra effort, but it does make them taste better.
That's a hard disagree from me.
Have you ever tried it?
No.
Yeah, I was like you once.
I haven't tried peeling a rat either. Do you know what? I'm willing to say there's probably quite a lot of my food I haven't tried peeling. Peeling grapes. Look, we'll get to the comments in a bit, guys. Vote. Go on, down you go. Does anyone peel their? It's just.
I can't remember why I tried it once.
It's exhausting trying to understand you.
It does. I'm going to dice for it.
Dice for what?
Whether horses are allowed.
Oh, I see. That's fair.
So 1 to 3.
1 plus horses are allowed.
1 to 3, no. 4 to 6, yes.
It's very glary, I can't see. Is that a 3?
It's a 2.
Do you know what? The dice has decided that, and Larry decided that it's not my fault. I think that's the right call. If I'm honest, I'm sorry, Ashley. I'm sorry, Jack. The dice has decided it, not us. But I think that's the right call. We said the war gear.
I think I agree.
Yeah. The dice has come down, but there we go. All right. And if you're unhappy with that decision, just remember it was Larry that decided to do it via dice and Larry that rolled the dice. So that's the most important thing. So, do you want to do a few comments while I figure out the numbers and all that?
I'm just finished peeling this grape.
Right. Does it take long?
No. What we're up to?
It's quite a lot. The people have been quite chatty while we're doing that. That's good. We're around here, although we did that. Joe Holzman, I really enjoyed when they cut the scenes short. I can tell what their jokes. So we've done that. Sean Clark, mine's still in Pirate 2. Here, everyone's setting their chats with Damien to random themes. Joe says you've seen LSR before, Damien. What? Which LSR? What, is that an LSR I've been impressed by?
Wait, who was Oh, Sean Clark still got his in Pirate as well.
The chocolate was good. It did not last long.
I'm up, yep. Richard Clammer. I remember the first time I watched Jurassic Park on terrestrial TV, and they cut all the good Velociraptor bits, including the clever girl part. They cut. I saw Lost World, and they cut the bit where the guy goes through the waterfall.
I should have cut the film.
Not a Lost World fan.
No, I really don't like it. It's probably one of those things I should go back and try and reevaluate without any emotion. But they just replaced. They didn't have Dr. Alan Grant in it, which is rubbish, and they replaced all the tension of the original and the slow kills with just murdering extras. And then they had the ridiculous bit back in San Diego, which is literally a dream Steven Spielberg had during production, and they changed the ending.
Oh God!
That's literally what happened. They had a different ending of pterodactyls attacking the helicopter. Steven Spielberg has a dream about a T-Rex drinking out of a swimming pool, and then they put that insane 10-minute chase on at the end.
Huh.
I don't like it.
Had Stegosauruses though.
It did. That was fan feedback as well. Apparently that was because he had loads of, who knows quite how many, what these are, or letters or whatever in 93, 94, but apparently loads of kids were sad that there wasn't a Stegosaurus in the first film, so he made a big deal of putting a big Stegosaurus in, which is cool.
They were my first favourite dinosaur.
Oh, you flip around like a floozy, do you?
A few times. Well, first of all, I was all Stegosaurus. But then I went into the carnivores are cool era. But wanted to be a bit more obscure, so I went with Allosaurus. After seeing it,
to be a bit more obscure.
After seeing it in Walking with Beasts.
I don't want to, I'm not being a T-Rex boy. I'm not following the crowd. I'm an Allosaurus man.
Then I went very mainstream and went with the Velociraptor / Deinonychus, whatever the actual one is called. But then now I've settled on Ankylosaurus, I think.
It's a good dinosaur. Brachiosaurus for me, as long as I can remember. I always loved the sauropods, and Brachiosaurus is the most elegant looking sauropod, I think.
Fair enough.
That's why it was awesome when they made that Jurassic Park kit, which is my favourite dinosaur and my favourite movie character in a scene from my favourite movie of all time. Just a dream kit. Do you want to keep going? I've got the numbers, but if you want to catch up before that, we can do that.
Prediction: the Rohan child soldiers are metal armoured Mary models.
Ah, there we go. Okay, cool.
Joe Holzman, I concur with Frederick. The bottom left is definitely a metal Meridoc Esquire of Rohan.
Cool. Well, we've got him. He's in. It's all right.
Post-teen spirit, our local chat has developed a cult-like obsession with ducks. It's the like button, and at least once a day there seems to be something duck-related that comes up. Sam Huddy, I can't remember how it happened, but I feel I was responsible. I don't know what could possibly be so funny about my sad tea cakes and beer. Pinky phase. No, Tom Turtle, not Senegal, I'm afraid, only North Wales.
we haven't... I'm not making it up, right? Today someone was in Senegal, weren't they?
Someone was in Senegal, I can't remember who it was.
Alright, cool.
Sam Hay, don't worry, my geography's crap, so they could be close. Matt Hudson, it is a thing. Oh,
Beefy
that's about...
McChiefy. Alright, cool.
Beefy Chiefy.
I've never heard that. Just because I'm a past it has been, aren't I? That's it. I'm not down with the modern SBG lingo.
Maybe it's in all of the Australian meme groups that you avoid.
Yeah, well, I'm not allowed in.
Coach Schultz, official name is Beef McChief. Joe Holzman, Beef Chiefy is a common term for the chieftain who gets buffed in the Legion. Tom Tuttle, lol, not that kind of beefy chief. Who do you think I am? Sexy boys and girls.
Oh, we weren't insinuating anything about that. You've brought filth into this, Tom.
think Sam did with his.
Yeah, Sam brought filth into it. That's fine. But I don't think Tom's picture looked filthy, and we did not insinuate there was anything filthy about Beefy Chiefy.
Frederick Schultz, Beef McChief, Chonk Boy, Tom Turtle, 28mm Golem.
On my bathroom floor is a terrifying thought.
Joe Holzman, It.
Skip a comment.
Oh, it's a big 4 in the same way as the Premier League is a big 6. I don't know enough about football to get that joke. But
There are 6 teams in English football commonly regarded as the Big Six, and at least 2 of them, well, no, I'd say 3 of them, but at the very least 2 of them are making it quite clear that they are not in the Big Six at the moment. And so I think there's some reference to that, presumably saying that whilst there may be a Big Four, they are not on equal footing at the moment.
Tom Turtle on my bathroom floor is a terrifying thought. There's 2 people who've interspersed their
I know,
comments.
it's quite beautiful to watch.
Tom Turtle, would his muttering be proportionally squeakier like Alvin and the Chipmunks? I imagine so. Joe Holzman, except 2 of us hadn't plummeted to the depths of the rankings while still claiming to be part of the biggest contenders.
I think Joe might be being mean about Manchester United and Tottenham Hotspur. I think that's what's happening.
Tom Tuttle, I think their Gandalf model was technically released as Gandalf the White, brackets Minas Tirith, such as it is, but screw it, let him in.
Well, yeah, he's definitely Gandalf the White. That's not the issue. It was about his horse that was the problem.
Matt Hudson, I was too scared to lick it. But it's definitely yours if there's.
Yeah, that's got to be safe to lick.
Joe Holzman, given the amount of blood on that tissue, it would be more akin to drinking the blood than licking it. Stephen Ryan, hey, my red blister had 2 sword arms in it.
I don't understand that one.
He's implying that he got the other guy's sword arm.
Oh, the missing one.
Joe Holzman, not got much in the way of long pole. That's a bit of a personal remark, Damien. Tom Turtle, lol, we shouldn't have had a bonus entry for Aragorn converted to wielding various suspending items of farming equipment. Ricky Drinks paints, yeah, let the horses in. Sam Hardy, orc armor hobbits has to be.
Yeah, I'll probably agree, but you got in for the other model anyway.
Old school Chris C. If Smaug turned up wanting to be in my end of all times fight, I would let him.
Absolutely.
Sean Clark, that's his signal tower. James's Azog Legion is awesome. Joe Holzman, Felix is Latin for luck. Felix Felicis comes from the Latin.
Sure.
Yes, I do remember that from Latin at school. Because...
Do you do Latin at school?
Yeah. My school was like a non-private school that liked to pretend that it was a private school.
And
So
it was
it did-
400 years ago.
So it did like rugby instead of football, and they had the options for like classics and Latin and stuff.
Learning rugby at school is not the same as learning Latin at school.
I know, but it's like
They're not analogous.
more of like a private schooly thing. Like
Did you learn Latin when you were at primary school? Yeah, and they did rugby. God, yeah, they are equally surprising.
I know, but it's like it was like instead of it's like they'd be playing rugby against all of the like private schools with the like the teams. If you were a person who was actually sporty.
Did you rugby?
No. I avoided it as
Cutting
often as
rats
I could.
apart, weren't you?
But no, I remember finding it amusing that Felix is like a cat name now, but it means lucky. That's more of a dog name.
That is funny.
Joe Holzman, it sounds picky because it is picky. Also, Joe Holzman, 4 out of the last 5.
Oh, hang on, you've missed Josh. Hang on, what are you doing? You missed Josh saying, "I hope I'm the latest to ever get their model for the stream. Brother doesn't play, but fortunately I'm driving on from him to a friend who does, so I had paints in the car for another purpose."
Oh no, it's because 2 people had Felix.
Yeah.
I've missed a few.
You might be the latest model. There's been some fantastic stories about people getting models from different places and pulling over in laybys and stuff, but you might be pretty late.
I hope I am the latest to get over their model for a stream. Ooh.
That's what I've just read already.
Yeah, I wonder if he is later than them.
I think he's in there, but there's been some crazy stories.
Sam, new Dice Off meta confirmed. You need to get to bed early and have a lucky cat. Brother doesn't play, but fortunately I'm driving on from him to a friend who does, and so I had paints in the car for another purpose. Joel's been 4 out of the last 5, which is how many streams you can have Legolas in.
Right, yeah, good.
Or is it how many that Josh has won dice in? Who knows?
He's not won 4 out of the last 5.
Sounds picky, but Felix is lucky, not luck. Luck would be felicitous. Yeah, because that's what it's called. It's Felix Felicitas, I think.
Yeah,
is the potion of lucky luck.
Yeah.
Joe Holzman, it sounds picky because it's picky. Joshua Bosby, it could cost you a GCSE mark. It pays to be careful. It's another person who's done school Latin. Well, I didn't do it to GCSE. It was basically in year 7 you did one language and we did German, which we kind of had. It was depending on which form you were on. You had that course 1 year, and then in year 8 you had to pick a second language between French. If you did German, it was French. If you did French, it was German.
Mm-hmm.
And then you pick between French and Latin or Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
I chose Latin because I thought it would be more useful.
How's that working out for you?
The one sentence I can remember is surprisingly apt for this stream. Ego sanguis bibio.
I don't remember much in Latin.
I drink blood.
Also notice you say it's surprisingly useful. The one time anyone's ever asked you what that was in Latin, you couldn't remember. So I'm not convinced it's as useful as you thought it was.
Hey, that sentence I remembered. It was just the word Felix that I couldn't remember. So Schultz's video looks legit. That's about the... That's Sean's one. Sean, it's computer generated. Even mine, it's just like watching the special features on the DVD. Look like they could do that, but they didn't. Old school quiz C, people could, but didn't.
What is that? What are they talking about? People could what?
It was after the spectacular troll video.
People could do that, but didn't.
Joe Holzman, it's a quick 8-hour pause to study your own hands and fully realise the things you've done with them. Draw the hand version of a quick edge highlight. Sean Clark, unbelievable.
He's livid. He's livid as Clark.
He isn't going to win, sadly. Crosby has swept in, cigarette hanging out of his mouth, ready to kick the competition aside, become Mr. Double Digits and leave. Matt Hudson, it is AI, so computer generated. I hate AI, and it's the first time I've ever used it for anything.
The image was beautiful, but it was not what was required by the brief.
Sam Honey, I hope that's third leg on the Sauron troll. Joe Holzman looks like some sort of weird Siamese twin. Matt Hudson, I wrote into the prompt. he doesn't continue what he wrote into the prompt. Steve Keane, unpaid conversion added in ready to my whip photo. It's foot LSR's torso on the mounted model with 300 Aragorn's hands and drill, then random legs scavenged from horses I had spare.
Cool.
But here's a few models. It's done well enough that it looks like it's all one. I think that's always the sign of a good conversion, is that it's hard to tell.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
What is actually converted.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Hudson, the mouth is mounted in the scenario/film.
Yeah, that's why he's allowed in.
Old School Chris C, all James's orcs are conversions.
Oh, wow. Berserker orcs converted from hunter orcs. That looks amazing.
Orcs converted from hunters. Richard Clammer, it was more because the mouth is decapitated in the movie before any of the heroes dismount. Steve Key posts a picture of a horse head and a thumbs up.
That's a yes for horses, that is. That's what that means.
Oh, I thought he was threatening someone, Godfather style. Matt Hudson, peeling. So, what you do is you find like the little.
No one asked, Larry. No one asked.
Opening at the bottom. He did. He said peeling ? You get that little bit there. You get your teeth under the skin, and you sort of pull it up.
Yeah, I think, and I don't want to speak format here. I don't think he's saying, Larry, that sounds like a really interesting endeavour. Could you tell me how to peel a grape? I think he was saying, what the hell are you doing peeling grapes?
Like I said, I also thought it was crazy before I just randomly tried it once and realised that
it was crazy.
It does taste good. It's a lot of effort, so that's why I don't do it with every grape. But 1 or 2 grapes in the bunch.
Well, nothing worth having in this world comes easy, Larry.
It's also only worth it with bigger grapes. Small grapes, it's too much effort for the worth.
You're like straightening out rat intestines.
Joe Holzman. The pause from Larry there makes me think he knows what he's saying is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I noticed that pause as well. He's absolutely right.
No, he knows that other people with their small minds are going to think that it's insane.
You looked like you were making up an answer.
Felix Schultz, I bet Larry peels grapes and eats boiled eggs with hard shells for extra crunch. Get a bit of peel, even if it's not the real thing. No, not really an egg person, Tibaha.
That's good.
Sean Clark, roll a dice for the CGI job me and Matt did.
I don't think I'm kind of tempted. It feels like the people want it, man.
Oh. Get my tray out.
Oh, he's doing it. It's happening.
Where's my dice? Dice cam. God, I didn't say what was what. So 1 to 3, no again. 4 to 6, yes.
There's a 1. All right, there we go. We gave it a chance.
BSIME dice.
Again, I think it's the right call. I think the dice are doing the work. Imagine Ashley Fisher flipping the table as he paints his like Legolas on horse that doesn't get in. And 2 photos of Sauron and the Troll Chieftain too.
Larry asking the questions no one asked. What does this dead milk smell like? Can I peel my grapes? How much glass in chicken is too much? I'm a man of science. I've got to know these things. Richard Clammer, this is crazy because Legolas without cloak should be allowed. The scenario doesn't give him any options. But I mean, he should have the cloak.
He should have a cloak, should he? We said with the right warger.
Joe Holzman, it was my picture in the thread. LSR and the chocolate, you said you hadn't seen it before.
Oh, the big one, the big chunky one. You said the chocolate didn't last long.
Richard Clammer, wow, Damien, wait to ruin my childhood. Lost World was awesome. I had pogs for it and everything.
You know, a film's awesome if you got pogs for it.
Joe Holzman, always Velociraptor for me, even before it was cool. But Velociraptor or Deinonychus?
Hang on. Yeah, I'm going to get my broom on this one. Joe Holzman isn't that... He's not that old. It's Jurassic Park that made the Velociraptors cool in that way. Are you saying you liked Velociraptor was your favourite dinosaur before 1993? I don't agree with that.
I was up to 1 before Jurassic Park came.
And they are, Velociraptors pre-Jurassic Park are small chicken-sized creatures. I don't believe that was your favourite dinosaur in 1992. Oh, he's in. I was 5 when Jurassic Park came out, so that he was alive. He existed. Do you really like tiny little Velociraptors that aren't a lot like they are in Jurassic Park? I'm literally watching the bottom of the chat now to find out.
Tom Turtle, I was going to guess a deal you struck with the devil in the 7th Circle of Hell. 7th City is disappointingly pedestrian. Joe Holzman, a non-private school that liked to pretend it was a private school, is the most Larry sort of school. In because there's a lot of these in 6th form.
Joe Holzman has confirmed he liked the name and the claws. I take it back. I apologise to you, Joe. It's a fine dinosaur, and I'm glad young Holzman enjoyed Velociraptors.
Fun fact: like a Velociraptor, for some reason, my second toe in doesn't touch the floor.
You know when you said like a Velociraptor?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Do you know, my second toe... Right, hang on. My second toe in doesn't touch the floor. Is that what we're going with?
Yeah.
My second toe in... So that's middle toe, right? Oh, no. We like next to big toe or next to little toe?
Big toe.
And it doesn't touch the floor?
No.
Why?
I don't know. I didn't notice until I was on a...
Go up?
When I was on a field trip in school, and someone has pointed it out to me.
Larry, your toe doesn't touch the floor, mate. Oh, God, you're right. What are you talking about?
It sort of like hovers above, so imagine that's a foot.
It doesn't hover, Larry. Your toe doesn't hover. Is it just one or both?
Yeah, both sides.
Preposterous.
Like a Velociraptor.
Preposterous. Not like a Velociraptor. Not like a Velociraptor. I'm not convinced I believe you. Your toe floats and hovers above the ground, if I'm honest. I'm quite certain it's not like a Velociraptor.
It's notable because I tend to walk around barefoot a lot.
Wasn't noticeable by you, so you went on a field trip.
Often that toe, since it was pointed out to me, that toe's always a lot kind of a cleaner looking when I've been outside a lot.
Clean.
It doesn't touch
Cleaner
the floor.
looking, like because it doesn't get dirt from the mud because it hovers above the mud.
Yeah.
Rubbish.
Before I distract myself, I was going to say as well, because another thing from our school pretending that they were a thing,
in sixth form.
Oh, you were so close to catching up and getting the dice, and instead, toes.
Yeah, so in sixth form, you'd have to, like, instead of wearing plain clothes like other schools would, you wore suits for, like, your own suit.
Yeah, I think
So
a lot of people. Yeah, that's normal.
I went 3-piece because 3-piece is cool, with a monocle and a pocket watch.
Because monocles are insane.
No, but cool.
Ooh, Matt Hudson. I've never played rugby at school in rundown East Lancashire. Joe Holsworth. I learnt Latin at primary school. They didn't teach it. I was just a massive nerd even back then. Tom Settle, disappointed the sentence wasn't the mask was soiled. Josh Crosby. Incorrect, Larry. The Latin sentence. I see what it means. And then he's saying you said it wrong. Joe Holsman, BSIME
I
Black.
wasn't very good at Latin.
Joe Holsman says BSIME Black dice there, I assume. Oh, to roll the one. He then confirms that he liked the Velociraptor when he was 5. Old school Chris C. Ruth loved the Velociraptors before she saw Jurassic Park. When she first watched it at 14 months, she told her officer hurried to grab her toy raptor and was roaring with it. The kids at the That's awesome. Sean Clark says the toe fact. Larry, please never change. Joe Holzman, mine does, but I have a really big gap between big toe and second toe, like the big toe's a thumb. Okay. Richard Glamour, which Velociraptor do you like, Joe? Real or movie? Joe says yes. Sean Clark, roller dice. Roller dice. Larry gets his toe out. Sam, hover toe is hover toe is a common side effect of rat crap contaminated mask. Stephen.
I'll have you know, this was pointed out to me
on a field trip.
2 years, possibly 3 years before I had the lab accident.
What, the toe bit?
Yeah.
I think they're related.
No, he said it was.
Yeah, I don't think he meant it.
I know.
Stephen Ryan, as someone with a foot phobia, this is the worst way to hit 1:30 a.m. Don't even suggest it, Sean. And Sam says, wearing a monocle sounds like you leaning into the pretending non-private school thing. Good work, everyone. We have I think, surprisingly small 23 entries. So, high chances for dice tonight. So, I'm going to go with an 8. An 8. And a 7.
Some good news, my milk is still liquid.
That is great. Really surprising as well, because normally by this point, when you've had milk out, it's become a solid.
I've not had it out for that long.
No, and also that's never happened to anyone except for you. Alright.
I said it was weird.
It was.
I had a good 3 sips of it before it became solid.
Maybe it saw your floating toes and screamed its way into changing form.
And then I had 2 sips of it after it became solid.
Right. Are we ready for the big dice draw?
Yes.
What do you think, Larry? Can he? He can't, can he?
Oh, he's going to.
You think he's going to? You think he's getting to 10? Alright. So, once again, for the prize worth fighting for. Big 2. And of course, we now really do have a prize worth fighting for.
Does that count as a 6 if it rolled a 2 and turned a 6 into a 4?
Well, that's how I used to win GHL tournaments, so I assume so. Alright. Okay, so our first group of 8 to get into the final. Joe Holzman, Michael Dublé, Ricky Colebrook, Tom Turtle, Sean Clark, Jacob Hanlon, John J.W. and Jack Brown. Over to you, Larry.
Go.
It's a 5. It's Sean Clark. He's got in without AI. Justice has been served. He's got in. The gods are on his side. Oh, the other one was Tim, wasn't it? And Tim's not actually entered. He spent all his time doing the. Was it Tim? It was Tim, wasn't it? No,
it was Matt
it's Matt. It was Matt Hudson. So Matt's in this group. Surely, could the gods smile upon Matt as well? So Sam Page, Ryan Cuthbert, Cuthers, 6 Dice Cuthers is in it. Matt Hudson, Rory Campbell, Bryant Metalhead, Richard Clammer, Chris Cooper, and are you ready? It's Josh Crosby. Crosby is on an 8.
It's going to be an 8 then.
People's AI champion Matt Hudson is on a 3. Over to you, Larry.
Go.
Oh, he's in! He's done it! The AI guys are in! Both of them! I reckon the crowd have just gone wild that not only have they got in, but Crosby's missed out. This
also means there's going to be a 2/3 chance that one of them's going to win.
This is next level AI play from them. You love to see it. And I would say, I know people will not want him to win because of his many dice, but fair play to Josh for changing his plans, going to Warhammer World, buying Aragorn to get in. That's pretty mega. And the final group, we have Stephen Ryan, Sam Earnshaw, Steve Keane, Larry Miller. Oh, this you can get yourself, man. Per Railsdam, Frederick Schultz, and Tim Garlick. Oh, Tim did get in. And we are re-rolling 8. So, Larry, you are looking for a 4 for yourself.
Go.
It's a 7. It's Tim Garlick. Wow. What a night. What a time to be alive. Right, so let's see what's on the line tonight. Oh, I can't wait to see what the chat makes of this. So let's have a look at our dice winners. So we have Sean Clark has won 1 dice. Matt Hudson. Matt Hudson's never won a dice, but I know there is dice-related content that I need to get onto. And Tim Garlick. I don't think Tim's won a dice. So I think Sean is the only... Oh, no, hang on. These are not alphabetical. They're listed by number of dice. Right, let's try that again. So Sean is 1. Sean Clark's on 1. Tim Garlick doesn't have 1. And yeah, Matt doesn't. So indeed, yes. So Sean is the only previous winner here. So this is none of the big 4 have turned up, Larry, tonight. And what do we think? Where's your money going?
Ooh, Matt has just pointed out that he has lost 5 finals.
Oh my god.
So,
and it was Sean was the phenomenal 2 pictures, and Matt was the phenomenal Sauron and Troll, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Matt's lost 5 finals. Imagine the tension. I'd like Matt to get over the line, but they're all superb players. They're all great players. There's no, I don't think there's any. It's not like a 6 dice Colours or a 9 dice Crosby getting in, right? So Sean is on 1, Matt is on 2, and Tim is on 3. Good luck to our finalists. Larry, it's over to you.
Go.
Tim Garlick steps ahead. We know it means nothing. It's a good start from Tim.
Go.
Oh, Tim. Don't do it to Matt. Not again. He's got such a cushion as Garlick at this point.
Go.
Oh my god. Tim Garlick, he's destroyed the opposition and left Hudson sobbing on the floor. 6 lost finals. Oh Matt, I'm sorry. But well done to Tim. Well done to Tim. Credit where credit's due. You can't fault that kind of performance from Tim, really. Tim wins his first ever dice. Marvelous stuff. Well done to Tim. Is he in? Is Fohammer in the chat still? I'm not sure. So let's do the let's fill in the deets, which is what cool people like me call the details. So yeah, 116. He is in. We were on the 2nd, weren't we? 2nd of was it May 5th, 25? And the winner was Tim Garlick with his first ever dice. Tim, why don't you come to Seven Stones and pick it up? It helped me out in a number of areas. 23 entries. Issue was 78. Nominated for best issue? No, it was not. The theme was end of.
Fun fact on the Some Doubles tournament thing is that every guest host will be in attendance.
Pretty cool. So you could come and we could do like a Comic Con and charge people exorbitant amounts of money to have photos with us.
But shame Steve's no longer with us.
Yeah, God rest his soul. He's not dead. Tim Garlick gets a new dice, a new column on the dice winners tab. He has now won 1 dice. And it was on stream. Is it 116? Is that today? And Larry Miller gets another tick in the guest hosting tab.
Excuse me?
You have moved up into joint 2nd position, Larry. With such luminaries as Dale Groves, Tom Macklin, Michael Haskell, and Sam Page. And there we go. What's the chat saying? What's going on in Dice World?
Where are we?
So it's wearing a monocle sounds like you leaning into pretending non-private school thing, I think. Matt Hudson, that's always good news, Larry. Joe Holzman, have you got to sip 3 yet, though, Larry? What's sip
I have
3?
now. It's still liquid. Joe Holzman, that's one more than is saying, Larry. Sean Clark, yes.
Justice for CGI, it's great.
Because out in great B-side upset.
CGI.
I'm more happy that Crosby's missed out than I am disappointed I'm not in the final, says Joe. Sean Clark, get done, Crosby. Sam Hardy, you know he'll be banging at the door of the CEO tomorrow about AI assist. Matt Hudson, I've lost 5 finals.
That is bleak.
Sam taking to the field. Sean is confident. Matt wants to taste glory at last, and Tim is just happy to be here. Will he be the dark horse?
That's aged like your milk.
Sean Clark, it's nothing personal, Matt. It's just business. Joe Holzman, I'm rooting for Hudson. Sam, Tim is off the mark early, takes a good lead. Matt is screaming at the start. Ricky Payton's congratulations. Throw hammer with a surprised face. Matt Hudson, congrats, Tim.
Look, that is huge from Matt Hudson. Imagine what he must be feeling at the moment, but he's gone in there and he's put congrats to him.
Well, he's only given him 1 congrat. So
congrats. Singular congrat. Can have 1.
Sean Clark.
And Sean Clark, who was in the final, he says, he's not poor me, it's poor Matt. What a lad. That's the kind of empathy that only knowing how to use CGI can get you.
Post Team Spirit didn't even get off the mark, was starting pistol even fired. Tim doesn't care, there'll be controversy tomorrow. Tim, apologies, Matt. Matt Hudson does a table flip emoticon.
Is that what? Oh my god! I don't think I've ever seen a table flip emote. Is that an angry face?
Yeah, and he's got the arms going up, and then.
Oh, that is beautiful! I've never seen that.
It's an older art of.
It's from a simpler time before emojis.
Yeah.
That is lovely.
Tim, but yay me. Josh Crosby, this new cat is useless. Tim, well, I'd love to. I need money and a friend.
Larry will give you some money, and surely we can get you a friend.
Joe Holzman, bad Felix Crosby. Sam Hardy, Holzman is goading the fallen champion from the stands. He's loving every minute.
Congratulations, Tim. I'm not sure if I have anything for you, Tim, but if not, send me your address, like DM me your address. And I now have the black dice, so I should be able to get on to revealing these, including sending Joshua Crosby 3, which is absolutely rank. But yeah, well done to all concerned. And Matt, I don't know what to say, man. Like, with Murray lose his first 4 Grand Slam finals, and he got there and became a legend of sport. Just keep plugging away, mate. Just keep plugging away. You'll get there. You will. Get over the line, dude. But yeah, I'm sorry. And there we go. That's us. We've reached the end of another episode of Battle Streams of Middle Earth. Larry, is there anything else you wanted to say?
There was one brief thing that I did forget. Just whilst it's an opportunity, while we're talking about Aragorn, because before the stream you had asked if I had any Aragorn hot takes.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to quickly tell everyone about this piece of Aragorn trivia that I've often mentioned, which is that years ago, when I saw this, it made me realise, that's the original Lego Aragorn?
Yeah, it looks maybe like the Weathertop one or something.
Do you know what the interesting thing is?
I don't.
His coat. It's interesting that Lego made it brown.
Instead of the olive green.
GW always makes it that Dark Angels green colour.
Well, it is green.
If you look at the film, it's kind of a very greeny brown. It's not really the Dark Angels colour that everyone paints it. But it's weird that because GW's used that for all of their things, people just assume that's the right colour.
It's the colour grading. If you there's a costumes documentary on, I think it's on the Fellowship Extended, and Nyla Dixon is standing there with his coat, and it's green. It's an olive green, and it's the film that makes it look darker. So yeah, I don't think it's quite as bright as GW paint it, but it's definitely a green coat.
Weird that 90% of Aragorns you see painted have that very kind of Dark Angels green coloured coat.
Yeah.
This is all seems to come from the GW paint job.
Yeah. Well,
but it's also interesting how Lego just went so far the other way.
Well, I agree, but they're probably working from stills from the film. Maybe it looks brown. It's good though. Good, nice bit of Aragorn little trivia there to end on. I like it. We don't have the next stream arranged. If I briefly have a look, we can't do it in 3 weeks' time because that's 7 stones. So I might look to do it in 2 weeks' time, possibly if I can. I'll have to chat to my my wonderful guest host and see if I can find someone. But I'll be in touch. But yes, 7 stones is in 3 weeks. Very exciting, and a billion things to do for that, including finishing the next issue of SBG magazine, which is a long way from being finished, frankly. So I have a horrible 3 weeks ahead of stuff.
Unless you do live BSIME on the Saturday.
Well, at 7 stones. That'll just be a curry night. It'll just be a live B-side for a curry night. But yeah, so lots of fun stuff going on, and also I just for those wonderful 25 people who have stayed in with us tonight, I have some very exciting news, and I'm pretty confident I can say this because whilst I haven't checked the exported video, I'm pretty sure it's exported. The very, very long delayed hobby vlog is done and will be published this weekend is the hope. So
I'm halfway through the latest one.
You what?
halfway through the latest one.
Oh yeah, it's been a long wait. It's taken me a very long time. The Michael Fest Throne of Skulls 2 hobby vlog is finished. It's exported. I just need to check the video to check it did export all right. And yeah, all being well, that might well be up tomorrow. It might well be up on Sunday, but you'll have a big chunky 65-minute vlog to look forward to on that. Me and Tom then have about 10 days to finish the next issue of the magazine. So there'll be a cover reveal coming on the GBHL, and there'll be a brand new issue of that magazine to pick up first at Seven Stones. And in 3 weeks' time, I'll be running Seven Stones with my good friend Mr. Harrison. And yeah, so lots of hobby content from me coming up, even if it's not painting as such. But yeah, it's been a fun time.
I'm looking forward to finding out if you make it to Throne of Skulls.
It goes all right, mate.
Spoilers.
Yeah, it goes all right. It's not the worst weekend I have. But yeah, but and then the tragic thing is, the really horrible thing is, I finished that, and then do you know what I have to do? I have to work on the third bloody part. Like, you gotta go, I've done it. I go, oh god, it's not even. I'm not at the weekend. So there's another part to come. But yeah, I think it's good. There's some good stuff in it, and it's really fun exploring all the wonderful help that Michael gave me over that weekend. But yeah, so lots of fun hobby stuff to come, really. Larry, thank you, my friend, as ever. You've been a joy, you've been a delight, you've been a freak, and it's what everyone is here for. Joe Holsman says 4 isn't 6 though. What's that about? 4 isn't 6 though? Dice, maybe? What's that about? 4 isn't 6 though. Don't know. And then Josh Crosby tells Matt, you actually might never get there. Oh, is that about Grand Slams? 4 isn't 6. I said, yeah, that's what he's talking about. I said, I think Murray lost his first 4 Grand Slam finals. And he said 4's not 6. That is brutal. And Josh Crosby backs it up with, you actually might never get there. Matt says, I'll make sure my mutant has a 4th leg next time. Thank you for the stream chat. Sam says, you might need to fight dirty next time, Matt. No prisoners. Sean, don't pull on the pressure, mate. We can wait a bit longer if needs be. Thanks, man. I do appreciate that. And Sam says, I won't be able to paint for like a month. Anyway, why is that? I won't. Oh, because of the move. Yeah, and then confirms 4 out of 6 Matt's losses, which I now get. But yeah, thank you. Oh, you're wonderful. Thanks to Larry for joining us again and being a wonderful co-host. We hope you enjoyed it. And this will be coming next. Yeah, we didn't actually confirm that. It's Radagast. So the next one's Radagast week, and it's pretty simple. We haven't had a Radagast week, so that's the theme. Any Radagast. I'm definitely going to be working on the metal one, the old classic one, because why else would you paint him? But obviously, Hobbit Radagast will be allowed. Any thoughts on Larry?
Yes, I don't know if I'll be painting an actual Radagast, but I'll definitely be painting a metal Radagast as a different wizard.
Okay, that would count.
So I've picked up the metal Radagast and a metal Sharky to do as the blue wizards, and they're waiting for their respective issues.
That's really cool. Oh. Stephen Ryan.
Ooh.
He said, aren't we at the end of a binder? So, oh god, that's a great... It would be Hobbit. But the reason that was a thought to me is because we finished the Hobbit stuff. We did There and Back Again. If you're new here, you're catching up, at the end of every binder, because there was no Hobbit stuff, we would always do a Hobbit thing. We went through the Hobbit productions. We did Unexpected Journey, Destination Smaug, Battle of Five Armies, then There and Back Again, I think was the 4 we did. So it really should be, I don't know the answer to this now, it really should be a Hobbit theme.
And let's do the next release after There and Back Again.
That's Armies of the Hobbit, which is now out of date. So we could have a retrospective about the book we were all using till last November. Yeah, well, let's have a think, shall we? All our lovely patrons, let us know, get into the group chat and let us know what you think it should be. I'm fine with that. We can have a special. If you want, we could. I'd probably make it a Hobbit special of some sort. That's what we've done. Larry, any ideas? Any thoughts?
Ooh.
Great.
I don't know. No, yeah. You haven't got any. You haven't had any ideas either.
I just chucked out about 3 ideas instantly.
I said the next release on from there and back again.
It could be Armies of the Hobbit. Like it's oddly prophetic, I suppose, isn't it? That idea that now we've got a new edition, like we thought we were finished. Yeah, well, Larry stopped talking.
I'm thinking.
So let us know in the maybe in the Patreon chat what you think. We'll have a think about it, and probably we probably will do that. So we might have to pause our Radagast plans. Yep.
Stephen Ryan's come up with we never did a Rings of Power Season 2 special.
Joe Holzman said Smaug Week. Yeah, you're right about Rings of Power, but I don't think it's the right time. I think you need to be doing that when it's on. I think it'd be a bit weird to go back to it now, personally. But yeah, we'll have a think. And anyway, we've crossed over into the 6-hour mark, which is wonderful.
I'd love that one person who enters the draw because they've painted a Smaug.
Do you reckon that was Joe Holzman? Right? I reckon Joe's got a Smaug on the table. I wonder how far Crosby would go. Do you think Crosby's got a Smaug? That's the ultimate power play, right? Do you have a Smaug, Josh? No. Smaug Week. And now we play the waiting game. Thanks all for joining us. On the off chance, Sam's just said CGI special. Matt said now we're talking. On the off chance you haven't, please make sure you hit subscribe, drop us a comment on the videos. Look out for my new vlog. It's taken bloody ages. I'm sorry for that, but it's also taken ages to edit. So if you do watch it, please drop us a comment a lot what you think, and I will get cracking on the next one. But yeah, thanks all for joining us. We love you so much. We'll see you soon on Battle Streams in Middle Earth.